In the pitch darkness of the starless night, something sinister fell upon a young girl. The girl's heart pounded in her chest like a bird caught, when she, clinging to a cold stone, begged an unknown monster to leave her alone. Fear fogged the mind. She could not understand who or what pursues her in this damned darkness. Perhaps these were ghostly perfumes, eager for human blood, and maybe the ancient creatures awakened from centuries-old sleep. When a demonic tree, curved by anger and saturated with dark magic, discovered her refuge, the noble Virgo again threw herself. The brave defenders that covered her retreat fell one after another under the claws of the creatures of darkness. Only she alone managed to slip away from the deadly embrace, but it was not possible to hide for a long time. The whole pack of monsters was relentlessly pursued the unfortunate. Suddenly, in this chaos of horror, a silhouette of a man arose in front of her. Fate seemed to mock the girl. It was in that fatal moment that she lost her balance and almost landed directly in the open mouth of one of the demonic animals. In the last moment, before the inevitable death, she looked at the stranger, not knowing whether he was actually a man or another insidious monster in the guise of a mortal. However, the mysterious warrior stood on her defense, and his blade flashed in the moonlight. With one powerful wave, he crushed several monsters at once. The surviving creatures demanded that this daring mortal name his name, but the mysterious fighter only grinned coldly. He believed that there was no need to know the name of the executioner during the execution to the half-decomposed expends. In the next instant, the crazy Sansons rushed into the attack, and the young mistress lurked breathing with horror. But Sahe literally in a second chopped off all opponents into the smallest particles. His movements were so swift that the blade turned into deadly lightning. The last survivor was a demonic tree, which began to pray for mercy, swearing that it would never devour human flesh again. However, the ruthless warrior still destroyed him, calmly explaining that the dead people do not eat. After these words, the girl lost consciousness from the shock, and the mysterious savior carefully raised her in his arms. Bringing the lifeless body, he quietly asked her to forget about this nightmare. The wise fighter knew that such horrors would be repeated again, but it was not worth clinging to these painful memories and allow them to poison the soul. When the girl came to, she found herself near her home. The frightened mother hugged her daughter tightly, believing that she had lost her forever. The girl was silent, escorting the eyes of the savior. She did not hear his name, but deep down, Healy wanted to thank the mysterious hero for his best life. As every educated resident of the kingdom is known, stone spirits live in harsh mountain ridges. Earthen Sansins live in the vastness of the mainland, and water spirits inhabit rivers and lakes. The people called them Sansin, and these creatures manifest themselves in a variety of guises. Sometimes they can even provide assistance to mortals. But most often only troubles and destruction are brought. Ancient perfumes fear people and try to stay away from them, hiding in wild, untouched by civilization places. Somewhere at this very time, our tireless hunter tracked down a new booty, a huge boar Sansin, whose carcass was the size of a combat horse. The beast flew into a warrior with a furious roar, but fell from the only blow of a ruthless blade. Having fallen to the ground, the dying spirit prayed to the hero to spare his life, not understanding what sins he was destined to die. However, the cold-blooded young man calmly explained that the unfortunate did not do anything wrong. The fault of his death lies exclusively on the hunter himself. After these words, he finished off the suffering boar and absorbed his life energy. But even this power was not enough for him to saturate, so the warrior decided to find a few more Sansons to fence off their power. In addition, this time he needed more powerful opponents for a real test of his abilities. Soon the mysterious fighter rested in the wilderness of a dense forest near the cracking bonfire. A strange traveler, who asked a little food, began to sneak up to him. After all, he allegedly had not eaten for several months. Hearing this voice, Sahi immediately armed himself with his faithful blade, and not in vain. Sanson, pretending to be a hungry wanderer, decided to make a warrior his prey. However, an experienced hunter easily intercepted the initiative, grabbing the monster by the throat with an iron grip, after which he easily pierced it with his dark blade. The dying creature tried to explain that it was simply very hungry, and forced to attack for the sake of survival. The hero was well acquainted with these feelings. In the last moment of life, he saw the memories of this creature. It turned out that once he was a man who died of hunger during a long siege, and finally implored at least something to eat. Looking at how the spirit leaves this unfortunate, the young man promised that from now on he would not know the painful hunger in the afterlife. At this moment, a well-known middle-aged man approached the parking lot. He only laughed awkwardly, noting that Sehi hid so skillfully that it was difficult to notice him even in the light of flame. However, suddenly, sniffing, the satellite felt a terrifying smell of decomposition. The warrior, as if nothing had happened, pointed to a fresh corpse, next to which he was still standing. Therefore, they decided to leave this place and refresh at the nearest river. At the murmuring stream, an elderly companion spoke about rumors about 3 powerful spirits that lived in mountain caves. But Seihei calmly explained that these sansins are already over, and now it's time to move on to the following goals. Then the man remembered the story of a ghost nuclear who appeared only in pitch darkness, and a man who died of hunger during the Great War. But his restless soul continued to torment the living. Seihei asked to miss such legends. Everything that was left with the satellite in his memory concerned stories about cannibals. In addition, one of the orders demanded to join the accompanying. Recently, a royal convoy passed through the city gate. The elderly informant wanted to find out what exactly the august persons were transported. The caravan was heading through the mountain passes, and they had enough guards. But the hero still had to join the escort. But this has not yet answered the main question. What kind of cannibal has wound up in those parts? An experienced conductor explained that lately dozens of travelers have died in the mountains. That monster devoured not only animals, but also people, for which he received his sinister nickname. The local priest sent hundreds of mercenaries in search of hundreds, but so far no one knew who was this mysterious killer. This information turned out to be enough for the warrior to rise and proceed to the task. However, his comrade was very interested in why the young man continues to hunt Samsonov, because he could get into serious troubles. Without explaining, the young fighter only said goodbye, which surprised the old man a lot. He was sad that Seihei was so hastily left. An elderly man hoped that they would go down from the mountains together. It was very scary for him to travel to these wild places. By the morning, Seihei reached the meeting place according to the instructions received, but did not find anyone there, although the letter clearly indicated that here, at the foot of the second hill of the mountain, they should gather. The young man even thought to go back when he heard a suspicious rustle in the thicket. The warrior immediately accelerated and ran to the sound source. There he discovered many bloodied bodies scattered in the meadow like broken dolls. An experienced hunter knew very well that in 9 cases out of 10, hunting Samsonov, nothing special was happening. This time he also did not expect anything supernatural. However, looking at the little girl in front of him, he realized that he had found exactly what he needed. Sei recalled a recent conversation with his uncle, who clearly wanted to find out the plans of the nephew. But the warrior looked down and made it clear that he had a job, and asked his uncle not to climb into his affairs. At that moment, the mysterious fighter was slowly approaching a strange girl sitting among the corpses. Looking at all this horror around, it was hard to believe that in such a place a person without a drop of fear in his eyes was able to live. In addition, his magical sword did not react to the presence of the child, but it was still necessary to maintain vigilance. Stepping closer, the warrior decided to find out from the little witness that she had forgotten here. Without explaining anything, the girl only pointed to a man who was still wounded, but alive. Looking at the torn wounds, it was clear that they remained after the attack of a wild beast. Sai understood. If he looked at the state of the victim and the number of lost blood, he would die soon. But still, the hunter decided to check it, simultaneously thinking who could make such a massacre. Approaching the dying man, the warrior introduced himself, explaining that his uncle sent him here. The wounded person immediately understood, according to the stranger's understanding, that he was one of them, a hunter for Samsonov. After which the man introduced himself in response. He was called 52nd because he caught 52 Sansin in his career. Sei only joked gloomily. Judging by the deplorable state of the interlocutor, it is unlikely that he would be able to catch the 53rd. The dying only coughed, trying to laugh at the bitter irony of fate. At that moment, the warrior decided to inspect his wounds more closely, and while conducting an inspection, he asked the surviving to tell what happened here. As a result, the wounded calmly told that they had to raid on the royal convoy heading to the palace. It all started earlier than expected, but it ended surprisingly smooth. Then he seriously wounded one of the royal guards and decided to find out what exactly was transported with him. The mercenary even explained to the prisoner that if the answer satisfies him, then he may preserve his life to the wanderer. However, the dying guard asked him to kill him, but finally warned that the mysterious box should never be opened. For some reason, an ice shiver ran from these sinister words over the body of the robber. But his comrades insisted on opening a mysterious container. First, in the box they found gold bullion, and there was also an iron box, which the royal servants ordered not to touch under any circumstances. At that moment, the surviving guard admitted that his people made a fatal mistake, deciding on this dangerous task. He said that Huimori was in a metal box, a sacred rhythm. The rest of the mercenaries considered that the wounded crest from blood loss. But if there really was this rhythm, it means that Joji and the good corps should be nearby, other elements of the ancient ritual. By this moment, the royal guard had already caused the spirit, and the captain of the gang understood that at first they needed to decide what to do with the discovered treasure. Given what happened, they should have opened a mysterious box, but one of the comrades began to doubt the rationality of such a decision. Emerging rumors about all special objects reached him, but he never heard about things that need to be stored in an iron container. In addition, the deceased was a royal guard. These people defended the personal property of the monarch and had to deliver precious cargo to the august palace. With tearing a sheet, the robbers noticed that the soldiers used incredibly powerful talismans in order to reliably seal the box. To get one such amulet, it was necessary to spend 100 gold coins, and here these magic seals were as many as 10 pieces. As a result, curiosity prevailed, and the leader still decided to open the damned box. When they opened it, everyone around exposed their blades, preparing for the worst. The most amazing thing is that the same girl was inside. It was extremely strange that such a parcel was sent to the king. The mercenaries believed that the secrecy was that as soon as it became known that the monarch was amused with the children, the angry subjects were immediately overthrown. However, the leader objected. There was no need to put the child into the box if the king was about to have fun with her, because she could die in this iron prison from suffocation. At this very second, the girl, as if nothing had happened, jumped out of the wagon and calmly made it clear that she needed to return home. The captain considered this a strange answer, so I decided to find out where her home was. But as soon as he held out his hand and touched the child, the girl immediately began to ensign him with her brightly glowing eyes. A frightened man in horror allowed her to leave. Then he did not immediately realize that he had made a fatal mistake. To let her go an unforgivable miss, but the leader could not admit it to his people. He asked several comrades to track the girl, and the rest had to stay and protect a place from other bandits. The mercenaries tried to explain to the leader that the mysterious girl left in the direction of the mountains, and it was extremely risky to meddle there. But the commander only got angry and explained that he would completely take responsibility, asking his comrades to silently follow him. Of course, he heard legends about the cannibal from these mountains, but did not take the tales seriously. He did not know that he made decisions for which he could not be fully responsible, but the excitement of hunting for the treasure clouded the mind of an experienced robber. At this time, Sahe tried in every possible way to sow the wounds of the victim, still thinking about the story he had heard. The wounded shouted from unbearable pain. It seemed that he was about to give up the spirit, but Sahe insisted on continuing his story. This would help him be distracted from painful suffering, piercing the whole body. The robbers managed to find a mysterious girl, and the leader only hoped that this mission would pass smoothly and not turn into a demonstration of his military skills. However, the comrades doubted perhaps this baby was Sansin, or in general some insidious monster in children's guise. The leader calmly reminded his subordinates that if this is true, his nickname would be the 53rd instead of 52nd. With a sword for the extermination of spirits in his hands, not a single monster was afraid of him in these damned mountains. At that moment, the comrades just saw a girl standing in a small clearing among ancient trees. One of the men asked her to stay in place. They would take her home whole and unharmed. However, they warned that if she again tries to escape from them, she would be punished for her stubbornness. At that moment, the girl screamed loudly, demanding that these people do not follow her. It was after this ominous warning that it all began. Of course, the subordinates insisted on grabbing the obstinate child before she disappears again in the thicket. To stay in these wild mountains for a long time was not the best idea. However, instantly after these words, one of the mercenaries demolished their heads from the shoulders with invisible power. Frightened by a sudden attack, the leader ordered his fighters to take defensive positions. It was completely incomprehensible from where and how death strikes were delivered, so the commander ordered simply to evade an invisible enemy. But not everyone succeeded. One after another, his faithful comrades lost their limbs and fell dead. The creature that attacked them was not a cannibal at all, but incredible sizes of a choki with burning scarlet eyes. Then the monster attacked a wounded man, which is why he had a huge lacerated wound bleeding. However, when the monster tried to finish off the victim, the same blonde girl stood up to defend the unfortunate. Her fragile body shone brightly with an unearthly light, and as a result, the frightened monster immediately disappeared away in dense thickets. At that moment, the wounded considered that this baby is an angel who came for their sinful souls. However, it seems that the girl did not even hear such a word before. Even the hero became embarrassed by the fact that 52nd thought about some angel. However, it seemed to him that anyone, seeing such a radiance, would have thought exactly the same. Thanking for a detailed story, the warrior invited the wounded to try to get up. The man was surprised. Just a couple of minutes ago, Sahe said that it was better not to move with such wounds. However, looking at himself, he felt much better and realized that the young man was most likely trained in healing art. Then they began to think about what to do with this mysterious girl. But the hero was of little interest to the hero. Raising the victim, he decided to take him to the nearest settlement. At the same time, the warrior noticed that the baby silently followed them, as if tied with an invisible thread. Finally, before hit the road, The wounded bowed to the bodies of the fallen comrades, thanks to them for everything. He also promised that he would soon return with people who could take care of their burial. Then they headed for the nearest settlement. Sei still carefully studied this girl, the so-called angel. It was surprising that even after all she behaved so calmly. The warrior also suspected that this same Choki could be the same cannibal from local legends. The girl could be one of the monsters hiding in human form. And if he really turns out to be right, he vowed that these Sansins would become his prey in the very near future. Soon they sat down to rest at the murmuring stream, and 52nd even dozed off a little from fatigue. When he saw the sunlight breaking through the crowns of the trees, he again remembered the angel, and thought that he might have come for his soul. However, this heavenly messenger was only a dream, and the girl stood above him, demanding that she was fed. At that moment, Sahe calmly greeted the awakened man. Due to the fact that he lost consciousness, the warrior decided that it would be best to arrange a halt and let his friend restore strength. Of course, the wounded man immediately began to crumble in apologies and thanks, but the young hunter recalled that mercenaries always help each other. He had nothing to apologize for. However, the man was still bitter with his own helplessness. Nevertheless, he was 52nd, but he could not stand up for himself now, not only to meet a real danger face to face. After which, Sahe decided to find out if something Great Elder said about the iron box. But he only said that some person came, and he was ordered to join the accompaniment of the cargo with him. Then the warrior suspected that perhaps the child in the box and the cannibal from these places were not interconnected in any way. The wounded man also thought so. He certainly did not see the cannibal. At that moment, when they were attacked, everything happened so rapidly that he did not even manage to respond correctly to the threat. However, the man was still sure that Sansin was behind everything. After that, he demonstrated his blade to the hero. He was the best in the whole region. This is a sword for fishing ghosts, sophisticated from sacred willow, but it broke after a meeting with that spirit. The usual evil spirits are certainly not capable of this. The hero became even envious, because he knew that Ivis was the best material in the world for weapons against the Sansins. However, without explaining anything, he asked these two to wait until he was going for food, because they were all hungry after a long journey. The wounded tried to explain that they could simply continue to go down from the mountains, and it was not necessary to arrange such a halt. But the young hunter knew very well that mountain trails were very dangerous at night. In addition, at the next fainting of the old man, the hero will be extremely difficult to carry him. Of course, the man was very sorry about his deplorable state, but the warrior only smiled and promised to return soon, asking them to stay near the fire. As soon as he disappeared in the thicket, the smile abruptly slept from his face. The wounded himself was amazed that the young man really ventured to leave alone. It seemed that he was not afraid at all, or the old man himself was old and became much weaker and more fearful. He understood he just needed to leave his position, because of his stupidity all subordinates died. 52nd, I even wanted to throw everything and go to the temple to beg for forgiveness for sins there, but I did not know if he would do that. After all, firstly, with a great elder, it will not be possible to talk directly. Perhaps he should discuss this with the elder Moon Sang-sik. In addition, as far as he knew, the young hunter knew the great elder very well. What was even strange, among ordinary mercenaries, hardly anyone met him personally. At that moment, the man heard the rustle of branches and thought that Sahe was returning. He even decided that the young man was lucky. He managed to quickly catch a rabbit or other game. However, I was mistaken. It turned out to be a huge size of the chorik, the one that the girl managed to drive away then. First of all, the wounded man rose to his feet and knelt down in front of a powerful beast. He wanted to know what the Great Spirit was needed from him. The Choki was clearly amazed that the man was so polite and respectfully welcomed him. Sansin also honestly admitted that when he first saw a sword capable of harming spirits, he realized that this man was unusual. However, he promised the man that he would spare him if he did everything right. He had to go down the mountain and not tell anyone about what he had seen here. The wounded person understood that it was a deal and death, but did not understand why the spirit offers it to him. As it turned out, Horik did not come at all for his soul, but for this mysterious child. Looking at the girl, he decided to calmly find out what her name is. However, the baby did not even know her name. Then Korek decided to at least find out what she was with, where her house was. But the girl could only remember that they had a lot of trees and a strong wind, and also constantly snowed. This, of course, is not the description that Horik wanted to hear, but this was enough for him to understand. In the end, it was not so important from which mountain she comes. All he needed was her flesh and blood. After thinking a little, the baby realized that the beast wants to eat her, but calmly explained that she did not like this idea. But the Great Spirit was completely on her opinion. He only apologized to her and promised to quickly swallow so that she would not suffer. However, at this very moment, the spirit felt some frightening energy. It appeared Sahe, who calmly explained that for Sansin it is not enough just to eat people. He must also devour other similar ones to survive. The warrior was still on philosophical reasoning, because in the end he needed only the body and soul of the monster in order to saturate. And angry from such insolence, the monster growled loudly. He recalled that he was the master of this mountain for 3 whole years, and did not understand how someone like this little man dared to tell him like that. However, Sahe calmly took off his hat from his head. Now he appeared in his true form, and he could not believe that this spirit still did not recognize him. From the strength that Sansin felt, he even cringed a little, clinging to the ground. Following the ancient instinct, he finally understood that he was in front of him the black tiger, although many considered him dead. Obviously, the spirit wanted to know that the great tiger forgot here. Sei calmly explained that he came in order to absorb his vital energy. Horok reminded the warrior that he penetrated this land 300 years ago, so that in the end the mouth of someone's hand. However, the guy did not care how many years the rules were here. Of course, he understood that the beast would not sit back, because the monsters like him simply never gave up. But the warrior himself was ready to battle not for life, but for death. At that moment, getting angry finally, Horok tried to attack his daring enemy. The black tiger was not inferior to him at all and attacked him with his shining blade, after which he spent several attacks in a row, during one of which he managed to cut his ear. At that moment, the insidious chokes aimed at the weakest link, a mercenary resting under a tree. He grabbed him and threw him into the air, hoping that Sahi would go to save him. At that moment, falling from a height, the wounded realized that he would finally die. He was ready to accept his death with dignity, but the young hunter did not allow this to happen, gently lowering his comrade to the ground. At that moment, Sahe ordered a man to stay here and not go anywhere. While the warrior was distracted to salvation, the insidious spirit dragged the child with him. After that, the Sahe immediately disappeared in the pursuit, and the wounded realized that everything happened due to a sudden stop. If he was in the best condition, this would never have happened. At that moment, the bloodied Chorek took the girl far enough, but along the way he looked around, trying to see the dark tiger. This spirit, who ate the monsters of this mountain, was considered the most powerful creature that no one could cope with. And it was true. After all, Chorek could not even stick his fangs into the enemy, despite all efforts. But the ferret believed that this monster would never be able to catch up with him. Now everything will be fine with him. He will feed his children with this unhappy child and then turn his puppies into the same Sansin as himself. Therefore, at all pairs, the monster rushed into its den, and Sahe followed him, tracking the smell of blood and the radiance of his magic blade. Soon, Chorek finally ended up in his hole, still holding a girl in clawed paws. Then he calmly lowered the baby to the ground, and she carefully looked Sansin in the eye. Suddenly, she noticed blood on his face and realized that he was injured. She became very sorry for a huge creature, so the girl hugged him, wanting to console him. However, even despite this manifestation of kindness, the Great Spirit apologized to the child. After all, he could not do anything. To kill her was the only way out to survive his children. The girl, it seems, was not offended at all, and only with curiosity asked why the spirits eat human flesh. At that moment, the Sahe was already at the entrance to the cave. He realized that Chorek wanted to feed his children with the flesh. Perhaps she believed that in this way she would make babies with spirits, as powerful as she herself. At this moment, the warrior sent his blade to the cubs, but he did not respond in any way, unlike the reaction to the presence of Sansin. Then Sahe gave the Great Spirit to understand the harsh truth. Sansins are born in a special way, and she will not be able to turn other animals into spirits for just like that. However, even knowing this, Horok still wanted to try his hand. She only screamed with despair because she was sure that her children were special, and they could definitely become the same powerful spirits as she herself. In addition, she had been watching the deaths of her kids one after another for 300 years. She had only one cherished desire, that her children were the same strong and live as long. For this, she was ready to do absolutely everything, even sacrifice her own life. Sei perfectly understood. There is nothing wrong with the fact that predators feed on other animals, following the laws of nature. However, he could not accept the fact that the Great Spirit believes that he could do everything that would please her, including eating innocent children. The furious Horn only got angry and promised that if Sahe does not let her children go, then she would kill this child right now. But the warrior on this girl was absolutely all the same. The spirit could do with her everything he wanted. After that, the young hunter recalled that it was extremely stupid to calculate to intimidate the black tiger with some ordinary child. At that moment, the desperate predator gave up and cried with bitter tears, because I realized that this innocent child could not kill. Then she only humbly asked the warrior to promise that he would not touch her children. However, the black tiger killed only the spirits. Her kids did not belong to them, so he did not intend to harm them. Then he promised her on behalf of the ancient clan to keep his word. But Sahe warned that he could not take responsibility for the consequences of this battle. If suddenly, in the process of fighting, one of the puppies would die by chance, then the exhausted beast decided not to resist the inevitable fate. Therefore, she asked to kill her carefully, without harming her children. Korek looked at her puppies for the last time, mentally asking her children to live happily after her death. After that, Sahe sent his blade to her and instantly inflicted a mortal blow. When he killed this Sansan, the warrior saw her memories. He saw how many children she lost over these centuries, and what unbearable despair she experienced. In an instant, he became really very difficult for him in his soul from what he saw. However, restraining emotions, he simply took out his blade out of it, intending to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Obviously, the girl was wondering why the young hunter still did this with his motherly spirit. However, without explaining anything, the warrior disappeared away from the cave. As a result, the baby had nowhere to go, and she decided to go after the mysterious savior. But finally, she saw how little puppies gathered around her murdered mother, whining from grief. Somewhere at the same time, reinforcement of the royal guard arrived at the scene with a robbed caravan. They did not find anything particularly strange, only the open box, and did not know what to do with this mystery now. It is clear that it will not be possible to just return what was in the box. In addition, a meeting with the local monster could weaken them. It will be enough for them if they at least grab the mercenaries. Suspecting that the robbers were hiding somewhere nearby, the royal guard went to look for them. At this time, Sehi already picked up a wounded man by the arm, and they continued to go down the mountain along a winding path. 52nd felt quite tolerant, so at that moment he decided to go on his own to his base. Sei only calmly thanked him for the service and asked to be careful on the mountain paths. And of course, he promised that in the future, they would still see on some task. The wounded was surprised how much the young hunter was respectful of simple mercenaries. In return, he promised to pretend that today he had not seen anything, including the supernatural abilities of the young man. However, finally, I wanted to know what the guy was going to do with their little angel. But turning around, he had not discovered anyone behind him. All that he had left was only to go to his comrades in order to take the bodies of those who fell with him and betray them to the land. However, at that moment he was already watching the royal guard, which intended to seize him. Sei continued his journey with the girl. He himself did not understand why he still dragged her with him. Perhaps he still hoped that the girl would show her true forces. Only then he could find out her real name, take his abilities, and absorb. However, the black tiger inside the warrior asked him to hurry. It was necessary to demonstrate his cruelty to the child. Then her hidden forces would appear from fear and rage. At that moment, the girl, walking after the hero, with children's spontaneity, asked why the guy killed that spirit. As soon as the warrior looked at her, the monster in his head ordered to eat this girl for the sake of a great goal. Then he will gain the true power of Sansan. Of course, the 52nd treated this child as an angel, but Sahi was sure that she showed her true power of the monster, for which he had not yet killed it. Therefore, he asked the black tiger to quench his spiritual famine at least for a while. However, at that moment the girl herself was hungry, so Sahi decided to eat with her first. But they needed to go down to the nearest city. Merchants often appeared there, and it was possible to eat even at such a later time. At that moment, the 52nd finally reached his native village. Calmly entering the yard, he greeted his comrades and apologized that he was late. He also made it clear that he was the only one who returned alive. Things went extremely badly. However, a complete emptiness reigned to his huge shock in the courtyard. Only an ominous howl of winds between empty houses was heard. Suddenly, he saw someone's silhouette peering out from behind the doors of one of the buildings. The man joyfully greeted the old comrade, not understanding why no one went out to meet him. However, at the same moment, the lifeless corpse of his friend fell to the ground, after which the mercenary from all sides was surrounded by members of the royal guard. The wounded was amazed. There were a lot of guards, while they did not even find their presence in advance, as if materialized from the air. At this moment, they decided to ask 52nd two key questions. Where the monster from the box was now. This was the first of them. The man in response wanted to know where his comrades who lived here went. However, the officer recalled that he was asking questions here. The second question was, who was their elder? 52nd, he calmly explained that the elder was called someone who was older than they themselves, and did not see anything special about it. However, the guard commander only grinned from such a naive answer. But since the prisoner had amused him, he decided to answer the question asked. All his friends were already dead by this moment. Then the guards offered a man a tempting deal. He will tell them everything he knows, and then he will survive. Of course, the mercenary understood that it was a false lie. It is unlikely that he will be just allowed to escape. In addition, he was already on the verge of death. He is unlikely to survive even another day. He still had a small dagger, with which he was going to kill spirits, and he could slaughter at least one of the guards. However, to begin with, he decided to find out whether he will definitely be left alive if he tells everything. After that, with a bitter smile, I decided to find out what to tell in the first place. Then he sharply rushed forward, noticing how the nearest guardsman was rushing behind him. Grabbing his small blade, he immediately struck one of the fighters in the heart. However, as he expected, he was immediately caught, piercing his body with his blades. The commander initially assumed that such a stubborn person would not tell anything. The commander simply wanted to see his reaction when he spoke of the dead, so that he was easier to kill morally. At that moment, an assistant with a report approached the officer, who brought a little girl to one of the neighboring villages. She was very similar to the description from secret documents. However, the commander considered this a real nonsense. No one in his right mind would have to carry Huimori openly with him. As a result, they decided to make sure of this delirium and track the suspicious couple. At that moment, 50 seconds slowly lost consciousness from blood loss. He apologized to his comrades for everything and hoped that his failure would not lead to a terrible outcome. Remembering the hero and their little angel, he hoped that they would be careful and leave this town as soon as possible, until they were caught. Right in front of this entrance to the village, Sahe noticed that the girl, as if frightened by something, moved away from him. And then he saw 2 wooden amulets of Jansen, who stood in their path. Her reaction caused him a short grin. Therefore, the young hunter approached her in order to calmly explain that these were just miserable wood, which should not be afraid. While he was going to the girl, one of the royal guards carefully watched them from the side, hiding in the shade. At this time, one woman was sitting in her tavern. In the morning, there was not a single client, and she realized that she had committed stupidity, opening the institution near the mountain where the cannibals were found. The hostess was about to close, as Seihi suddenly approached her. Therefore, she immediately joyfully greeted the guest, promising generously and diligently serving. The warrior, saying hello back, calmly explained that he would like to order a simple breakfast. However, at that moment, the woman looked at the girl next to him with a maternal look. Obviously, she was indignant, not understanding why the child was in such a deplorable state. The hostess was indignant. The girl looked as if for several days she was hung in hunger. She immediately put 2 very satisfying portions in front of them and ordered the hero to immediately feed this child. The woman was indignant, not understanding how her father could be so on her own daughter. She believed that young parents did not know how to take care of children properly. In addition, she did not understand why the girl was dressed in rags, as if they had no money at all. And if they really did not have funds, at least it was worth washing her old clothes. Such a beautiful baby should not have walked in dirty clothes. The girl literally in seconds swallowed her portion of food with the eagerness of a hungry animal. At that time, Sahe had not yet managed to touch his ease, so he decided to provide his portion to her. And then in a moment the baby swallowed, and his whole food. Therefore the warrior called the hostess of the tavern and asked him to bring him another portion. But he looked at the particularly hungry girl sitting next to him, and having changed his mind, he asked to bring them 2 more portions. As soon as a woman went out to cook displeasedly, Sahe looked around, not understanding why an unfamiliar man was watching them so closely. From the very beginning, he noticed that he followed them from the entrance to the village. The royal guard himself understood that he apparently met the same Huimori from secret reports. However, she looked like the most ordinary hungry child. At that moment, the Sahe approached the observer. The man was immediately wary, and the warrior directly asked him to honestly admit why he was following them. Indeed, for a simple passerby, he has been following them for too long. However, the guardsman ordered the guy to simply dump and not run into trouble. Then he demanded to leave the girl here and leave himself. Sei pretended that he did not know what kind of child he was, and explained that he had found this baby on a mountain trail, and she got behind him. The military decided to tell the young hunter the truth simply because he looked like a good person. This child was a monster named Huimori. She killed dozens of inhabitants of the village, and although she looked completely harmless, she was actually a terrible monster. And they were hunters who are able to cope with such creatures. Therefore, he asked the guy to step aside and leave to the skewer, because they just wanted to save his life. The young hunter was really amazed at such a terrible story. Looking back at the hungry girl, he understood. Most likely, he was better off just to escape from here. However, from the story of a man, it immediately became obvious that he came here not alone, and there were still some kind of hunters with him. At that moment, while the warrior was distracted, the guard tried to attack him with his blade. However, the Sahe easily dodged, and then he grabbed the attacker by the scruff, throwing towards the tables. Obviously, the man was angry that he ran into such a strong enemy. However, he noticed that he had fallen right next to the girl's desired girl. In order not to frighten her away, he calmly explained that he simply passed by, and she had nothing to fear. However, the clothes of this man seemed to the girl painfully familiar. She remembered how people in exactly the same clothes tried to drag her into the iron box. They also promised that when she wakes up, a great fate in the palace would wait for her. Therefore, the baby screamed loudly with horror, and a thick white smoke rose around her, filling the whole tavern. Even the hostess was frightened, not understanding what was happening in her eyes. Seihi, on the other hand, tried to see the girl through the veil of the fog. At that moment, she took her true appearance of Sansin, angrily hissing on the royal guard. After that, the baby rushed to run away from the institution. In the end, she gave the hero a sad look full of despair before hiding completely. The royal guardsmen finally understood how lucky they were to discover the goal. He also did not forget to remind the young hunter that if it were not for his involuntary help, the guy would have died a long time from the monster's blade. After which he asked the young man to get out in a good way, and he promised to figure it out with the monster on his own. In fact, the guard was looking for a suitable moment for a new blow, to finally kill an unwanted witness. However, Sahe calmly explained that he had already seen such behavior twice. When it comes to a person who attacks only from behind, he does not want to deal with such cowards. He was even sorry to waste precious forces on this man. Then, exposing the blade, the guardsmen attacked the warrior, believing that the boy was carrying some nonsense. The hostess of the tavern opened her mouth wide in surprise, trying to warn the hero about danger. However, literally a moment passed, and in some incomprehensible way the attacker's blade was already in his throat. Obviously, he did not understand how this happened at all. The speed of the warrior was truly supernatural. When the guard fell to the ground, the guy understood that it was too late to ask who this mysterious man is, and why the girl was so frightened. After which Sahe looked at the shocked aunt to make sure that she was not injured in a fight. He also laid out several coins on the table in order to compensate her with expenses on damaged furniture and customers, which she lost due to the incident, and also warned that if people suddenly come in the same form as this man, then it is better to contact the city administration and tell everything that she saw. Also, a young hunter would be very grateful if she handed over to the authorities that there were no cannibals on the mountain. The danger has passed. The woman tried to comprehend everything that was said by the disappeared hero for a long time. Then she jumped to her feet in order to do everything exactly how she was ordered. After all, this was the first time that a man was dying in her establishment. At that moment, Sahe walked along the girl's trail. The closer the power of Sansin was, the more energy of the black tiger came out of the depths of his soul. And the stronger the spirit was, the more intense this dark energy became. When this force surrounded his whole body, the warrior turned into a real black tiger. Now he found a girl who hissed angrily, hiding behind a thick tree trunk. From her icy power, even the leaves around were covered with hoarfrost and slowly froze. The black tiger felt this energy. It was incredibly clean and powerful, not comparable to nothing that he met before. And of course, the ancient spirit pushed the hero to absorb this girl, until she showed all her hidden power. The warrior sent his sword to her. However, the baby with tears in her eyes bit his hand, not allowing him to budge. The black tiger tried to explain to the hero that now is not the time for pity and sympathy. He should not spare Sansin just because he looks like a child. Before that, he mercilessly destroyed all the monsters whom he met in the way. However, this was not the point. The girl did not have a real name, but if she received it, she would immediately calm down and gained inner peace. In addition, the black tiger was still fed after the previous victim, and could not absorb it at the moment. In addition, the girl's strength was now simply incredible. But if she received a name, she would have acquired even more power and became truly dangerous. At that moment, the baby, letting go of the hero, finally burst into tears with bitter tears. She sadly explained that she did not want her to be locked somewhere again. She did not like to sit in that damned box in pitch darkness, not knowing what would happen to her. The dark energy of the warrior began to gradually disappear, and the girl came to her senses. Therefore, the guy was able to stroke her on the head with a soothing gesture. After that, Sahe hugged the baby and promised that no one would sharpen her against the will anywhere else. Instead, he will take her home, to where she can find peace. This house will become the place where she can find her true name and purpose. Soon, as expected, the rest of the royal guard came to the tavern. Finding the corpse of one of his people, the commander ordered to immediately burn the body. It was also necessary to fix everything destroyed in the institution and go for a monster in pursuit. Of course, it was difficult to understand where it was best to head, given that there were almost no traces left. However, they roughly imagined where this mysterious girl could go, and decided to move east. By this time, the Sai reached one of the distant residential buildings. The old grandmother was amazed that the young man was about to climb the mountains with a small child in his arms. As a result, she decided to shelter travelers at least at night so that they would not sleep in a cold forest in the open air. However, the warrior politely abandoned the knight. He was sincerely grateful for her maternal care, because a kind woman gave them children's clothes, and also fed them to be added to a long road. At this moment, the baby was already having fun in her new outfit. The woman, looking at her, only laughed good-naturedly, because the size was still a little small for the girl. However, the child was grateful to these kind people. The old woman was also happy, because she had long forgotten what it was like to talk to someone and take care of loved ones. In addition, the elderly woman guessed that the boy was a doctor. In his road knot, there were only healing herbs and potions. However, Sahe calmly explained that he wears them for emergency cases if something happens on a long journey. The woman sighed heavily, because at first she thought that the young man with her daughter was going to the capital to pass the exam for a doctor. However, apparently, I was mistaken in my assumptions. As a result, the old woman decided not to dissuade them from the dangerous path, but warned that if they find an abandoned house in the mountains, then it was better not to stay there for the night. Of course, the hero was interested in the reason for such an ominous warning. The point was that every night an vengeful spirit appeared there. They said that in that house the daughter-in-law turned into an embittered ghost, killed the whole family, and still catches careless travelers. Only terrible rumors reached the old woman, but she did not know any details. All the witnesses disappeared without a trace. Soon they reached that very house under cover of night. And although not even a year has passed since the death of the family, the structure has almost collapsed from desolation. Sai decided to check whether the Sansen ghost lived there, or it was only the superstitious rumors of local residents. However, for starters, he decided to get drunk after a long road. An old well stood in the courtyard, at the bottom of which water splashed. But the warrior definitely needed to check whether she was suitable for drinking after all the bloody events. For this reason, he called the child to help to get water out of the depths. However, suddenly Sahe thought that he did not know what to call the girl correctly. In order not to arise misunderstandings, it was necessary to come up with some temporary name. At that moment, the warrior noticed that the baby behaves very strangely. And when he came closer, he realized that she ate all the food that they took with them to the reserve for several days. Then Sahe remembered the recent conversation with her. The girl did not know what her native mountain was called. She only remembered that there was a lot of snow and a strong wind constantly blew. She also did not remember her real name. The only thing that remains in memory is that she came from the east. The warrior realized that the forest valley led to the east, and heavy winds and abundant snow were characteristic only for Mount Fin. This information was enough for him to plan a trip. He did not suspect at that moment that he would begin to rack his head over a suitable name for this mysterious girl. The hero was very interested in what kind of special child was this. In addition, she knew how to use various household things, for example, a well. Apparently, it was because she used to live next to some village and watched people. However, at that moment, stretching out a heavy bucket, the girl noticed something strange in dark water. Pulling him closer, she saw a pale woman peering out at her from the very bottom of the well with empty eye sockets. At that moment, the ghost grabbed the baby by the face with bony fingers and, taking her for his deceased husband, decided to drag with him to the bottom into the ice embrace of death. However, not at all afraid, the girl instinctively tried to push the ghost back into the well. By this, she angered a revengeful spirit a lot, so she immediately completely crawled out of the stone vent. Then she began to slowly get to the child, ominously inviting her to go down together to the bottom of dark, cold waters. However, the baby only repeated evil that she would not go anywhere. After all, she could not stand the darkness after imprisonment in the box. Seish realized that it was completely useless to explain to the spirit of anything, so he only calmly pierced her skull with a sharp blade. After that, his strength began to absorb the soul of this unfortunate ghost. He did not like to eat ghosts, all because their painful memories caused suffering, but did not add spiritual strength like the memories of real Sansons. Rumors of ghosts were often associated with the activity of spirits, so he quickly reacted to them. But the warrior was not interested in hunting miserable ghosts. Everything that cared was more great and powerful perfumes. As a result, absorbed his memories, he asked the girl not to drink this damned water. Instead, they could go further to find a pure mountain stream, after which Sahe decided to give the baby the name Sori. This is the first thing that came to his mind, looking at her. In addition, it reminded him of the power of hoarfrost and winter cold. Of course, this does not at all look like her real name, but so far they could call her that way. Soon the travelers reached the murmuring stream, but Sori realized that he still did not know the name of her companion, so Sahi decided to introduce herself to her. So they were near the third largest river in the region. It was fast and deep, in which it is easier to drown than to get out of the shore. For some reason, the girl pushed there a knot with everything necessary, after which, looking away, she awkwardly indicated the place where he fell. There were spare clothing and sewing accessories, money as well as their provisions in the knot. There was also a healing ointment, just an irreparable loss, and medicinal herbs for all occasions. Barely restraining the growing anger, Sahi decided to find out why she did it. As it turned out, the girl saw a large turtle and wanted to catch her, throwing a knot like a network. However, the reptile dodged and sailed down the flow. The hero understood that the knot could no longer be able to get, so he decided to forget about him forever. After all, firstly, they will not be able to safely cross the stormy river, and secondly, this area was completely unfamiliar to them. An hour later, when they got to the far crossing, they found a local boatman who could transport them across the river. However, there were a couple of serious nuances that the man decided to begin to explain to the travelers. He began with the events of 3 years ago, when the fish unexpectedly stopped pecking in these waters. It seemed that the river spirit was angry with people for something. On the way back from fishing, water began to ooze into his boat. The fuels of the fuel were gone, and he could not even stick to the shore. Therefore, the carrier did not let the boat into the water more. It stood tied to the shore, covered with mold. The local shaman ordered a person to sacrifice to propitiate Sansin, but people could not do anything about it. Obviously, the hero clearly did not like the idea that the river could not be crossed safely. Then the boatman offered to go upstream. Perhaps someone still had good boats there. And if not, then the river has significantly narrowed at the top, and it could have been overwhelmed. As a result, since there was no choice, Seihei asked Sori to forget about that turtle and move on along the route. However, he himself became curious, for which the girl generally needed a turtle. It turns out that she wanted to cross the river on her riding, as on a living raft. Then the hero thought that perhaps the reptile was very large and powerful, but when he realized that she was small enough, he realized it would definitely not be possible to swim on her. When the hero was interested in where she generally found such a large turtle, the baby suddenly pointed to the shore for a large boulder. At this moment, someone's mysterious silhouette stuck out from behind the stone, but he quickly disappeared out of sight, only fluttered the grass. The hero, of course, seemed to the hero that it was not a turtle but a disguised Sansin. Therefore, he immediately joined in that direction, but along the way he landed in a viscous swamp, along which you really do not run, so as not to get bogged down. In addition, in thick reeds it was easy to hide from the persecution. It was unlikely that he could catch this insidious Sansin in such conditions. However, Sori explained that she could do it on his own, and thought that Kansaha also wanted to ride a mysterious turtle. The baby also stood on all fours and rushed towards Sansin, whom she considered an ordinary turtle. Of course, Kansaha was struck by the fact that on the 4 limbs she ran so rapidly. She probably was even faster than the ferret with whom he recently fought in the cave. At that moment, the girl already jumped behind the boulder, where the same turtle was hiding. And then she joyfully called the hero, because she was able to catch her with her bare hands. Kansaha was not in a hurry, because he needed to find a place where it was better to go in order not to get too much in the quagmire. At that moment, he heard a loud cry and thought that Sori decided to kill Sansin. The warrior hoped to be in time in order to absorb the spiritual energy of the monster himself. Soon, stepping closer, he asked the girl to stop killing everyone in a row. However, looking at the caught creature, he realized that he first saw such an unusual Sansin. At this moment, the baby laid the turtle on the damp ground and strictly ordered him to lie quietly, not to move. Only then did the hero look at his blade. A very weak energy emanated from the prisoner. Even the ghost from the well was much stronger. Even if he killed this turtle, there would be very little benefit from it to restore strength. Therefore, he suggested Sori first to release this baby into the wild. Usually Sansins of high mountains and powerful rivers are much stronger, but there are rare exceptions. Apparently, this river was just a similar exception to the rules. At this moment, the turtle began to tear out frantically, so the girl slightly hit him on a hard head. However, the captive immediately fell in a muzzle in the mud and stopped showing signs of life. Obviously, Sori was even scared and decided that the turtle had died of her blow. But very soon, jumping like a spring, he tried to fly back into his native water. But before that, he grabbed a long stick, explaining that he could also hit someone if he would be angry with proper. Then he swung and hit the girl with a stick right on the forehead and then tried to hide in the thicket. The turtle was sure the girl would never catch up with him on land. However, after a couple of seconds, she caught up with him, even very slowly. Then the desperate fugitive understood. He will have to use his secret combat equipment. Therefore, he threw out the water with a powerful stream right in his face, after which the turtle continued his desperate race at speed. However, Kansaha blocked his path. Of course, the resourceful prisoner tried to repeat the same trick again, but the hero directed his formidable blade at him, after which the warrior looked around and saw the lying bones, which disappeared from local fishermen. Therefore, realizing that in front of him the very thief, decided to find out what he had completely forgotten here. Obviously, the turtle wept bitterly, not understanding how this little man knows about his tricks. However, Kansaha calmly explained that he was the legendary Black Tiger. Hearing this formidable name, the turtle immediately sat down in the mud, and after that she cried even more, not believing that Mr. Black Tiger really returned to these edges. And of course, he was sure that the formidable hunter came precisely for his miserable soul. However, Kansahi wanted to know what this baby was hunting here. Realizing that because of him, the fishermen were now afraid to swim the river, the turtle only tried to awkwardly to make excuses. They say he had good circumstances to do this. The hero shouted loudly, forcing Sanson, frightened by scared, to fall to his knees. Then the prisoner spoke, but he stuttered greatly from an irresistible fear. This was even more angry with Kansaha. He demanded to get rid of stuttering, otherwise he would not be greeted. Then, speaking as confidently as possible, the turtle explained that he did all this because of the burr. But the hero did not know anyone with that name. As it turned out, it was a local Sansin in this river backwater, the strongest of all spirits on these lands. However, Kansahi heard this name for the first time. It was not strange, given that the turtle himself called him so much that a lot of a warrior was angry. He considered this cowardly Sansin a complete asshole, because he only confused him. From the menacing gaze of the hero, the captive pressed into the ground again, believing that now the Black Tiger would probably catch him and ate ruthlessly. But Kansahi explained that how he was completely useless as prey, and given that the story of the turtle helped him, he will allow him to survive. However, Sanson was supposed to immediately tell who this mysterious burr is, and that the turtle had forgotten here at all. Then the baby, in order to stop nervous, decided to sing a song and tell everything in this way. So in the song, he told about this burrs. He had a black, scaly skin, his teeth sharp like razors, a long mouth of a predator, as well as bone spurs on a powerful tail. This villain also erased all the surrounding animals. Even the smallest tadpoles did not dare to blink once again. Not only water residents, but also people became his easy prey, and the turtle could not close his eyes to it. Sori picked up his strange song, and in the end they began to dance under the melody together. And Kansaha was already thinking about just eating this singer and ending with business. But in the end, he decided to give him the last chance, and rudely ordered him to be tied with this amateur performance. So it became clear to them that the holes in boats and stolen lugs are the hands of this particular baby. However, the turtle calmly explained that he did not want people to fall into the clutches of the burr. All these events began about 3 years ago. Then the burr was just a wild beast that lost in a foreign land, and now it has grown and has become much stronger and more dangerous. Kansaha decided to find out where he could find this burr. However, the turtle tried to warn him. A meeting with him will bring real trouble to the hero. This bastard is not even afraid of the Black Tiger. As far as the turtle knew, this predator was now somewhere in the depths of the river. Soon Kansaha noticed a monster floating on the water. However, when the hero looked intently, he realized that this burr was the most ordinary crocodile, no more than a log in size. But the turtle was sure that underwater his body is much larger. Now this burr began to approach them with the flow. Kansaha asked the turtle to throw him closer to the predator. With the rest, he would figure it out on his own. However, the baby was so frightened by the upcoming that he almost lost his feelings, falling his face into a viscous dirt. The hero began to remember he once heard of a swamp beast of distant edges, similar to a huge lizard. It was amazing that he got here, but from him, Kansaha felt the undoubted energy of Sansin. Somewhere at this time, the boatman was indignant. The next day was wasted. He will return home and will only get a bit from a grumpy wife. However, at that moment, royal guards approached him to find out how much he takes money for crossing. Of course, the boatman made it clear that his boat is faulty, and there is no strength to repair it. The guards began to resent that all the boaters here were so useless, and downstream the boat was with holes. Then, in order to explain to the soldiers what happened, the old man suggested listening to his song. However, they only got angry and decided to rise to the upper reaches, hoping that at least they would find a working fishing boat there. Also, one of the guards decided to find out whether the old man with a girl in an obstacle saw. However, the boatman could not recall anything like this. It was not in his memory, just no one really went to these lands. As a result, the disappointed guards decided to retire away in search of the upper river. The old man watched them and again began to hum his sad song. However, unexpectedly, one of the royal fighters took him on a suffocating capture and put a blade to his throat. He saw that this man lied and began to interrogate him with addiction. As a result, the old man admitted that some guy with a child passed half an hour ago. Then he prayed for mercy. He did not specifically lie to the guards. The boatman was very lucky, because at that moment other fishermen found him, who suggested a comrade to leave them to drink. The same guard glanced at his boss, expecting to find out what to do. As soon as the commander gave the order to retreat, he immediately threw the old man unharmed. However, he ordered the boatman to hold his tongue behind his teeth, otherwise he would die with his friends. At the moment, half an hour has passed, but they hoped to have time to catch up with the fugitives. Judging by the fugitives leisurely, they were not in a hurry, which means they could not go far. Of course, all the guards knew that some powerful Sansin lived in this water, so they simply decided not to come close to the river so that nothing happened. At this time, swimming on the water, the turtle was indignant. Why should he go with Hansaha to his faithful death? However, the hero struck his handle with a sword with a firm head, asking the baby to stop chatting in vain. In addition, if they do not find out who they are dealing with, he will not be able to help the turtle in any way. At that moment, Sori screamed, asking the hero to take her with her, because she also wanted to ride on the water. However, Kansaha made it clear that it was very dangerous in the river, and asked her to wait on the shore, looking after their things. At that moment, from anger, the girl began to swear with swearing words. The turtle immediately realized who taught her this, and looked reproachfully at the hero. However, he quickly regretted when he expressed his assumption aloud. Therefore, changing the topic, the baby decided to clarify whether Hansahi would really spare him if he helps him. The hero calmly makes it clear that it is much more profitable for him to eat one such crocodile than 100 weak spirits like a turtle. Thinking, the baby remembered that in the past, Mr. Black Tiger also refused to eat him. Kansaha became interested and found out that the baby had already met with the Black Tiger earlier. At that moment, the turtle decided to sing a song and tell about their meeting. However, the hero asked him to be silent, because their formidable opponent was already very close. Therefore, approaching the predator, Kansaha decided in all its glory to look at this legendary burr. When they sailed closer, the hero decided to find out what kind of mysterious beast it is and what he is doing in these muddy waters. Of course, it was hard to believe Conchar that it was not Sansin, but a simple animal. Now he realized why he never answered when the turtle tried to talk in a friendly manner. However, Kansaha noticed that after all, this animal perfectly understands their speech. Even if the crocodile was silent like a fish, it was definitely Sansin. In addition, looking at how his magical weapon reacts, we could conclude the beast was quite powerful and dangerous. Approaching, the hero did not understand what the name of this mysterious creature is. Unlike Sori, who did not have a real name at all, apparently, the crocodile arrived here from distant edges, where he probably had his own name. In addition, Kansaha saw his predatory eyes. They did not just think thoughtlessly, but as if they were carefully calculated and analyzed. Therefore, the hero asked that the conchard swim closer to a potential enemy. Obviously, the turtle was extremely frightened by such a request. Crying with fear, he slowly sailed closer, thinking that if he was not killed by a fierce tiger, he would definitely kill a bloodthirsty burr. The poor man was indignant at his bitter fate and cursed the day when he agreed to help. At that moment, Hansaha realized this beast was much more cunning than it seemed at first glance. Just seeing their approach, the predator made it clear with his whole body that he was going to fiercely attack the uninvited guests. However, at that moment, the crocodile suddenly disappeared somewhere underwater, as if dissolving in muddy depths. Obviously, the conchar was frightened by his unexpected disappearance. Perhaps the beast was afraid of the formidable power of the legendary black tiger and decided to retreat. But Kansahi felt the predator simply went under the water, preparing an insidious ambush. Therefore, he asked the frightened conchar to freeze and not move for an inch. At this moment, the baby decided to dive deep into it to see exactly where this dangerous beast hid. And immediately he saw how he quickly rises and was approaching directly to the surface of the water, aiming at the turtle. Noticing a sudden attack, Conchar in a panic began to spin in the water, desperately trying to sail away from mortal danger. Kansaha, only indignant, he asked this asshole not to move, but he still acted in his own way, violating the plan. As a result, the hero at the very last moment jumped off the shell of the turtle. Thereby they both left the path of the rapid throw of a huge crocodile. However, the warrior saw, even from such an uncomfortable position of the predator, it would be easy to attack in a vulnerable place. As a result, after a lightning attack, he, along with a crocodile, fell deep under the water, clinging in a deadly battle. But Kansahi felt that the blow was not as strong as planned. The enemy's skin was much stronger and thicker than he expected. Perhaps he would have managed to defeat the monster from the first blow if the cowardly Kanheri did not jerk like stung. However, the hero could not blame the baby in cowardice. Anyone in his place would be scared no less. However, it will definitely not be possible to use the turtle as a living boat. In addition, Kansaha tried to understand where the insidious burr suddenly went. It does not seem that he sailed somewhere after the wound, most likely. He was preparing a new vile attack. At that moment, seeing the approaching danger, the hero shouted loudly that the burr was attacking again. Indeed, a predator with a ragged mouth tried to swallow the turtle entirely. Soon, the frightened baby was already between powerful teeth, which had stuck deep into him into a solid shell. After that, the crocodile was spinning in the water, ruthlessly pulling the prey to the very bottom of the river. Kansahi understood. If the predator aimed precisely on Conchar, then he decided to start the battle with the most easy and defenseless prey. Therefore, the hero tried to inflict several powerful blows after the monster. As a result, a strong blow which struck the head of the crocodile made him spit out his unfortunate victim back into the water. Conchar understood by this moment that his painful death was already quite close. He did not understand why he tried so stubbornly all this time, if he was still destined to die in the mouth of the monster. The crocodile at this time, whole and almost unharmed, slowly circled around the hero, choosing the best moment for a decisive attack. Kansahi understood. Floundering in the water, he would definitely not catch for anything and would not win this slippery monster. However, the beast was completely not scared by the legendary power of the black tiger, and already confidently sailed to meet him for the final battle. Since nothing scares him, the hero decided to fight a predator in his native water element. As a result, he managed to hit the crocodile with his sharp blade right in the soft belly. Having received a painful wound, he screamed in pain and tried to sail somewhere back to lick the wounds in safety. At that moment, Sori from the shore admiredly watched this epic battle of two powerful warriors. However, suddenly she felt someone's sinister approach from the sushi. Therefore, running away from the open shore, the baby immediately crouched and hid in high reeds. Kansahi, when he finally sailed to the surface, realized that he had lost sight of the insidious burr. Although he aimed at him right into the ragged mouth, the blade of the blade could not break anything serious in that thick skin. In addition, the warrior did not see the turtle nearby and even worried. Perhaps the poor man still died from the wounds received. And only at that moment he noticed that on the shore of Sori was no longer visible. At that moment, Han Saha heard unfamiliar, formidable voices, demanding that he immediately get out of the water. These were people in black and red robes who wanted to talk seriously with him. The hero at first glance realized these warriors were at the same time with the man whom he killed in the inn. Apparently, they walked for a long time along their trail, tracking the fugitives. The hero could not stay in the water. He did not know where the wounded monster had gone, but he could not go anywhere without Sori. Of course, he could have entered an open battle, while the powerful power of the black tiger remained in the blade. However, the warrior did not know what these unknown opponents were capable of. Therefore, attacking could immediately be too reckless and stupid decision. It is better to scout the situation and find out their true intentions. Thank God these people did not notice that he had just fought with a powerful burr in a deadly battle. At this moment, the leader ordered his assistant to hit the guy as soon as he leaves the water. However, it should not have been killed, only to immobilize for interrogation. Finally, getting to his feet in small water, Khan Saha decided to find out what these suspicious people wanted to discuss with him. The leader only laughed contemptuously, seeing how funny a wet guy with a sword in his hands looked funny. The commander decided to find out what exactly he was doing in this dirty river. However, the hero did not see any point in giving truthful answers to some unfamiliar insoles. Then the chapter decided to directly ask where the boy's muzzle is. But with the most incomprehensible look, Kansaha politely recommended that they visit the local shaman community, they say. He does not understand how he should know about something like that. Then the man suggested that, perhaps, to hide the girl was the personal order of the elder, whose title is literally translated as uncle. However, Khan Saha made it clear that his father was the only child in the family, and persistently pretended that he did not understand what exactly they wanted to chat with him. As a result, the pursuers did not have a way out. The head even generously agreed to show the hero their official documents. Hansahi became very interesting. It seemed to him that behind these words something completely different and more sinister. But still, the assistant really came closer, holding out a folded sheet of paper. However, at this moment, this document stuck to his wet body from river water. At the same moment, the man took out his battle blade and tried to suddenly attack the unsuspecting guy. But Khan Saha, even with his eyes closed, was able to easily avoid an insidious attack, jumping to the side. Then they finally became convinced. This is exactly the same guy who was in the inn and killed their comrade. The leader calmly explained to the assistant that it was not worth particularly to stand on ceremony with this experienced fighter. He was a strong enough and skillful warrior, so no matter how they try, they are unlikely to be able to easily defeat him in an honest battle. The commander even suggested that they attacked all together at once. It would be much faster and more effective. However, the assistant wanted to deal with this mysterious person one-on-one, proving his strength. The comrades only laughed, realizing that their friend had finally met a really worthy opponent. Kansaha already saw in the eyes of this guy a dangerous confidence that did not add optimism at all. However, he did not know what to do with the enemy. For the past 3 years, he fought exclusively only with different spirits and is unlikely to cope with a person without the energy of a mighty black tiger. As a result, the warrior immediately entered a tense battle, deftly fighting off the swift attacks rushing into him. From the next blow, he was forced to just jump away, which could not but surprise an experienced fighter. Hansaha, although he escaped deadly attacks, he understood. Without the internal forces of the tiger, he could not win a convincing victory over such an enemy. All that he could is at least pretend that he is fighting for all the remaining forces. However, at this critical moment, a man, busy with a tense battle, did not notice at all how the insidious Sansin got silently behind him. The comrades screamed loudly, trying to warn about danger, but it was already too late. The monster had already opened his huge mouth, intending to swallow the whole. As a result, right in front of all those present, he began to furiously torment the unfortunate man, trying to drag him into deep water. Kansaha was sincerely surprised. This mighty spirit managed to completely hide his sinister presence, remaining underwater. If the hero was also in the water, he would also suffer from a sudden attack. However, this was a great chance. While the monster got out of his native element, you can safely attack him. But at the same time, the warrior did not want unfamiliar enemies to see his true power of the legendary black tiger. At that moment, the crocodile said something in an unfamiliar language. The hero had no idea what this could mean, because what was said was clearly in some other dialect. But he suspected. Perhaps the predator liked the human treat. At that moment, Hansahi saw that the crocodile had drawn his close attention to him. It only remained to pray so that these scum would take him for some dark caster capable of managing spirits. Therefore, he looked at the crocodile rushing at him and decided to cut it with one powerful van. However, to his surprise, the burr ran past, heading directly to the remaining crowd of pursuers. The hero thought again. The predator decided to start a feast with a light snack. The warrior even suggested that the monster thinks too primitive and simple. However, in that moment, when the beast was ready to devour the next man, he quickly untied his scarlet belt. Then he demonstrated the red fabric of the burr, who was ready to absorb him without a trace. At that very moment, the crocodile suddenly calmed down, and the man explained that they did not come to fight the mighty spirit. Therefore, he respectfully asked the crocodile to step aside and not interfere with the execution of their important mission. For a moment, the predator carefully examined the man, as well as all his comrades, who unleashed their red scarves. As a result, indifferently turning away from people, the bird decided to calmly go back to his native water element. Of course, all those present were very struck by such a strange and inexplicable behavior of the mighty Sansin. The pursuers were happy that this dangerous monster would not interfere with the defeat of the guy who stole a valuable girl from them. However, at that moment, the crocodile again slowly passed by the hero. Looking around, he gave the baby with a careful look at the baby, hiding in high reeds. Kansaha immediately realized. The monster aimed precisely on the defenseless Sori. Therefore, the warrior shouted loudly, ordering the girl to immediately flee. At that moment, the pursuers understood. It was the very legendary Hvimori, for which they have been hunting for so long. The enemies did not understand what she forgot there, and how long she secretly watched them from thick bushes. But it was more important than another. If it now dies from the fangs of the monster, then the guilt for the failure of the mission will be hung on them. Kansahi clearly understood that he was late when he was distracted by these morons. In addition, it was very difficult to flee on a viscous swamp, laminating his feet in a quagmire. At this moment, when the torn crocodile's mouth was less than a meter from a frightened girl, the hero considered that everything was hopelessly over. However, the baby, angry with the impudent predator, attacked this reptile with the help of her icy power. After that, Sori took her true form of Sansin and violently attacked this vile crocodile, in which the tail was thin, like a sprout of young beans. Soon the half-dead burnt fell heavily at the feet of an amazed hero. Kansaha did not even know how to react to this correctly. But first I decided to deal with urgent business, and then seriously talk to the girl. Soon he absorbed the memories of a dying crocodile. In visions, the hero saw that someone kept this predator for a long time locked up in a tight cage. And then someone decided to brutally torture him and force him to do what was ordered from above. The main order was to methodically destroy all living things in the river, except for people. Then this water artery will become his constant refuge and hunting grounds. Obviously, Kansaha was sincerely surprised. Who could specifically release such a predator into a peaceful river? It seemed that it was simply impossible to conceive and implement. But the main question was, who needed it? The warrior even suspected perhaps this was somehow connected with those people who came for the soul of an innocent girl. At this moment, having retreated to a safe distance, the pursuers tried to understand what they had just seen before their eyes. But the captain ordered not to cool in vain. You need to call all the remaining guys and take combat bows for long-range battle. Kansahi, of course, was very interesting to find out who these mysterious people are. But the main goal was to reliably hide his true personality. So he decided not yet to climb into the wolf without extreme necessity. After that, the hero carefully approached Sori, who was still stinging in the wet grass. She really hoped that these evil people would finally go away and leave them alone. However, the enemies are now actively preparing for a decisive attack. Kansaha was clearly surprised that the baby was so easy to defeat a huge monster, but she was afraid of some ragged people. But in fact, the guy understood. They really should hurry with a retreat. He could once again attack enemies, while the precious power of the legendary tiger remained in him, but it was risky. Therefore, the warrior invited the girl to ride a right turtle for a quick retreat. At that moment, the royal guards finally prepared their long-range bows for shooting, and Kansahi put the girl to his palm and threw her deeply into the river, in the direction where the faithful Conchar sank. Next, the warrior fled and rushed into the water after her, diving to the very bottom. Obviously, the mercenaries became furious, not understanding where their important goals disappeared, and decided to shoot as soon as they show up on the water surface. However, to their great shock, the fugitives seemed to evaporate without a trace. There was a strange feeling, as if they simply drowned in muddy depths. But literally, a moment passed before they suddenly appeared on the other side of the river. During all this time, travelers never emerged to the surface to swallow air, and swam quickly enough for ordinary people. Kansahi understood that the opponents had no suitable boats, which means that this gave a precious time in order to finally break away from annoying surveillance. And, of course, the hero sincerely thanked the faithful Conchar, who helped them quietly get underwater on the safe side. However, it was the turtle that was grateful for the fact that the Khan of Saha did not eat him generously, and he also figured out a bloodthirsty burr. Hey. The warrior calmly nodded to this touching gratitude, and decided to continue his long way. However, finally, the turtle asked him to wait a bit with his departure. At that moment, Sori was delighted, believing that he could once again ride a funny turtle. But when the hero forbade her, she was very angry, deciding that Khan Saha wants to ride in Conchar without her. At that moment, the turtle threw something onto the river shore, and the hero recognized his lost white knot. The kid took him recently when he was at the bottom during a fight with a crocodile. Having thanked for the find, Khan Saha also decided to ask the turtle about the black tiger that he had previously met in these parts. He was wondering why the former legendary tiger then did not absorb him without a trace. However, that tiger did not see any sense in killing him. Too weak prey for such a mighty hunter. And of course, the turtle was surprised that Khan Saha did not remember how he himself explained this last time. Not explaining anything further, they only calmly said goodbye to the grateful end, after which they slowly left the dangerous place. The turtle with warmth in the heart dreamed of a new meeting with a magnificent black tiger. However, the harsh words of Khan Saha echoed in memory. The mighty beast will no longer appear on these shores. And if fate still abandons him to the river, then it is better not to appear on the surface, hiding in safe depths. At that very moment, when the night shadows thickened over the dark forest behind the river, a small figure rushed through the thickets. The girl rushed with all her might, tightly pressing an ominous burden on her chest, a human leg that belonged to the evil Sansi. The monster persecuted the fugitive on the heels, violently wanting to return the stolen part of his body. Suddenly, the baby tripped in the dark. The earth seemed to disappear under her feet. It did not notice the cliff and rolled down the slope. A sharp pain pierced her body, but consciousness did not leave the young warrior. First of all, she checked the precious burden, and her heart shouted from relief. Her leg was still with her. Frightenedly looking around, the girl hastily hid behind a massive boulder. Sanson still hunted her, and in despair the baby began to pray to all the gods. Tears flowed down her cheeks while she asked heaven about the protection and salvation of her beloved mother. When she raised her eyes through a veil, she saw an unfamiliar face in front of her. The scream was ready to break the lips, but at the last moment the girl restrained herself, afraid to attract the attention of the pursuer. Having quickly introduced herself, she asked what Sori was doing in these dangerous places. In a calm voice, the stranger explained that some people follow her on the heels. The baby decided that evil spirits are also pursued by the fugitive. Sori, as if nothing had happened, looked out from behind the stone, wanting to see the pursuers of the unfortunate girl. At this moment, the warrior had already dealt with the sinister Sansin, while the young savior explained the need to hide from mortal danger with a new acquaintance. It turned out that the house of Sori was in the east, on the same side where the peasant family lived. Curiosity swept the baby. What made her friend wander through the forest at such a late hour? Sori calmly admitted that she was lost, and the girl was struck by her courage. Lost in foreign lands, she did not shed tears and retained amazing calm. This courage inspired the young peasant woman after all. She knew the way home and had no right to be weaker. The decision was ripened instantly. She will lead Sori to her to provide her with a safe refuge. At that moment, Sori fell on the hero who wandered nearby in night darkness. A light wave of her hand, and she showed him her shelter, as if inviting to join. So two friends went through a forest thicket to the village, where a kind-hearted baby lived. Now that the danger has passed, they could go to full growth, no longer crawling on the ground from fear. It was then that Sori drew attention to a strange burden in the hands of a new friend. A peasant woman told a heartbreaking story without hiding. Her mother was seriously ill, and yesterday night in a dream a mountain spirit appeared to the girl. A mystical vision indicated the path to the saving medicine. It was necessary to dig a dead man, cut off his leg, cook the potion, and feed the patient so that the ailment retreated. Sori thought in horror that her companion is a cannibal who devours human flesh. But the baby, having bored with bitter tears, explained the true state of affairs. She was ready to accept God's punishment if only the mother recovered. After the death of her father, the woman spent all her strength on raising the only daughter, and now the girl was the turn of the girl to protect her native blood. For the sake of maternal life, she was ready to make any sacrifices, even understanding all the sinfulness of her deeds. Suddenly, the peasant stopped as if dug. The road home seemed to dissolve in the night darkness. According to her calculations, a wooden bridge was supposed to be here, but apparently she turned in the wrong direction. Something was clearly looming behind the trees, but what exactly was impossible to discern. Shame covered the baby with an iron grip. She beat herself in her chest with her fist, reproaching for arrogance, but did not dare to admit sorry that they got lost. Turning to her friend, the girl with horror found that she had disappeared. Panic squeezed the heart of a young peasant. Obviously, the first thought was the ghost that pursued them all this time. Finally grabbed Sori and dragged them into the unknown. Loneliness among the night forest became even more frightening, especially when an ominous rattle from the depths of the thicket came to the ears. The memories of maternal warnings surfaced in memory. Jackals lived in these mountains, attacking people under the cover of darkness. The desire to run was huge, but first it is necessary to find a missing girlfriend. To her great relief, Sori soon appeared nearby. It turned out that she simply went away by natural need. The girl immediately began to apologize for the fact that they went astray, and offered to return to the familiar place in order to find the right road. It was necessary to hurry. Dangerous predators roamed in the district. The baby did not suspect that Sori, under the pretext of going to a secluded place, methodically dealt with all the predatory animals in the district, providing them with a safe path. On the way, the peasant decided to learn more about a new friend, but her questions about the house and family were embarrassed. When it turned out that Sori had no shelter or parents, the girl hastily changed her subject, not wanting to waste old wounds. At that moment, her gaze fell on the outlines familiar. They reached the coveted wooden bridge. It was only worth crossing it, and the house would be very close. However, caution needs to be taken. After the rains, the current intensified, and even the adult threatened the danger. The girl often crossed this bridge, but each time she was covered by excitement. Having decided to go the first, she was going to find a rope for Sori, but to her amazement, a friend rushed to run along slippery logs without a shadow of fear. The fright of a new familiar was so strong that the baby released a precious leg from her hands, mined with such difficulty. The ominous trophy fell into seething waters and was carried away by a ruthless current. When the girl safely moved to the other side, Sori with horror noticed the loss of the human limb. Flapping with tears of repentance, she admitted in her negligence. After all, the mountain spirit indicated precisely this medicine as the only salvation for a dying mother. But Sori still could hardly believe that the human leg served with medicine. For some time the girl tried to argue, but in the end she decided that she probably went crazy, believing in such visions. It doesn't matter whether there was a ghost or some other mystical essence, most likely. All this was an illusion woven from its desperate desires. Through tears, the baby invited her friend to go further to spend her to the village. Along the way, she told Sori the sad story of her family. The father died of a cold. At first it was only a light cough, but he continued to work without rest, and the disease grew into lethal pneumonia. If he took medicines and allowed himself to be peace, perhaps everything would end well. However, the family could not afford such a luxury. Their land was struck by crop failure. The old people in this village whispered that the spirits of the earth are angry with people for their many sins. In such circumstances, the girl only dreamed of feeding her mother with meat and getting real medicines for her. At that moment, Sori handed her a small rivet, wanting to help at least somehow. But the baby did not have time to figure out the contents, as she heard the alarmed voice of her mother. The woman ran through the forest all night, not understanding where her only daughter could disappear. Mother explained how much she was worried, waking up and not finding the child nearby. The girl only asked for forgiveness, explaining that she tried to help her. The most amazing was that a sick woman could stand on her feet. Strange changes clearly occurred with her. The night before, not finding her daughter in the house, her mother went in search, not understanding where she could go. Suddenly, a man appeared in the dark, who named the name of her child. The woman decided that it was the Reaper of Death for her soul. However, the stranger calmly explained that he was following the girl, and asked to convey that he would wait for her return. At that moment, he noticed that something was wrong with the woman. Her cough sounded menacingly. Having decided to help, the mysterious healer offered his services. The widow at first hesitated. It was wrong to stretch the wrist to a stranger, but a man in dark robes made it clear that he was able to alleviate her suffering. After several acupuncture procedures, the woman's breathing became freer, and the pain retreated. For the first time in a long time, she could walk without torment. The healer advised her to eat better, buy meat and cook nutrient porridge. To do this, he handed some money for the first time, after which he was going to leave. He understood that a man is ugly to stay in the widow's house. The hero left, not even allowing himself to thank himself, only asking the woman to enter the house. In her state, the cold wind was contraindicated. She had to wait at home and not worry, because the daughter would definitely return to the hole and unharmed. After these words, the mysterious savior disappeared in the night, and the woman really felt much better. After telling all, the mother asked what made her daughter go on a night walk through a dangerous forest. The girl decided to introduce a friend whom she met along the road, but Sori disappeared somewhere while they talked. At this moment, the mother's gaze fell on the sneak lying on the ground. Turning it around, the woman almost lost consciousness from what she saw. Inside was a wild ginseng. For such a treasure, it was possible to help out as many 200 coins. It was an incredibly expensive and rare medicine. Hearing about the value of the gift, the girl immediately rushed back to the forest, wanting to catch up with her generous friend. Seeing Sori in front, the baby asked where she was going, and she offered to stay with them at least for a short while. But smiling mysteriously, Sori replied that she also had to return home. She overcame hundreds of meters with a light jump, as if hovering over the ground. Only then, the girl realized that she had met a good Sansin, and with all her heart thanked her for her help, promising to continue to live a righteous life. After that, as if nothing unusual had happened, the baby returned to her mother, and together they headed home under the starry sky. Sori quickly found Khan Saha. The warrior dozed under a sprawling tree. With a displeased tone, he reproached the companion that they were still pursued by enemies, but for now they circled in one place. They could easily grab them. The hero decided not to hesitate anymore and continue the path immediately. Naturally, he asked where his precious ginseng suddenly disappeared. Sori could not confess her good deed and awkwardly lied that she had lost him along the road. When the travelers stopped in the depths of the forest for a short rest, the warrior suddenly heard the voice of the dark tiger in his head. The ominous Sansin condemned the young man for the fact that he clearly did not realize the seriousness of his position. He could absorb Sori when the girl dealt with the burr. That moment was perfect for such an act. Everything else was only miserable excuses on his part. Even now, the warrior was waiting again, pretending to be the right time. The tiger suggested recalling the past 3 years. Never before such an easy chance fell out to the hero. Having made tremendous efforts and spending countless days in an attempt to catch a worthy victim, he met only small bipods, barely suitable for the same tooth. Many times suffered crushing failures, faced with unworthy opponents. The tiger did not believe that the warrior was going to wait until the girl grows up. Indeed, by the time she finds her true name, she can pass for years, even for centuries. But the hero was going to wait, justifying this conditions of their contract. The sinister Sansin recalled that if the young man does not destroy doubts about his heart, his revenge will never happen. Then he will not have the right to hold this blade in his hands, and the sword should be thrown away forever. At that moment, the warrior woke up from an alarming sleep, hearing a suspicious rustle in the night. In the distance, someone's silhouette flickered, and the hero instantly broke off, bringing a blade for a decisive blow. He was ready to deal with the one who dared to sneak up to their camp. To his great surprise, only a black cat appeared in the moonlight. However, the warrior's sword shone brighter than ever before, so he continued to pursue the mysterious creation with all his might. The beast turned out to be incredibly fast. No matter how much the hero was approaching, the cat invariably remained at a distance. Of course, this could be just a spell of some ghost, but a warrior would hardly succumb to illusions so easily. In addition, he clearly felt Sanzi's energy. This was not a trick. He even thought to leave Sori with things and go to reconnaissance alone. Just at that moment, the sleepy girl approached him. She grabbed a knot with belongings as soon as she heard that the satellite was going to run away somewhere. So they continued to pursue the mysterious cat through the night forest. The beast stopped every time they lost sight of him, and as soon as the travelers approached, he rushed again into the distance. It seemed that he carefully lures them into some kind of trap. At some point, the hero stopped abruptly, which is why Sori even crashed into his back. The one saw struck both to the core. They reached a place shrouded in a dense fog, which swirled right in the middle of a remote night. Even with the sharpened feelings of the Black Tiger, the warrior could not see anything in this impenetrable darkness. He was absolutely sure. Sansin's energy pulsed in the fog, but the meaning of such catch-ups remained a mystery. In the end, the hero suggested that the girl carefully find out what was happening in this place, and who is trying to lure them into a trap. While the travelers wandered through the thick clubs of the fog, both now and then looked around, trying to understand the nature of the surrounding anomaly. Suddenly, Sori noticed a gate behind her in a settlement, tightly closed with yellowish amulets. From one glance at the protective talismans, the girl was immediately muddied, and cold sweat rolled down her face. Covered by panic, the baby clung to the hero and shook from growing fear. When Hansaha came closer and saw the expelling talismans, he calmly explained that they could not harm Sori in any way. The warrior was clearly surprised the girl won huge spirits with her bare hands, but she was afraid of some pieces of paper with spells. Once she proudly stated that she was not afraid of anything. Kansaha asked him to let him go. In an iron grip of a frightened companion, he could not take a step forward. At that moment, the hero noticed how one of the inhabitants opened the door of his house to look at the strangers, but immediately slammed it back. An oppressive silence reigned on the street. It became obvious. Local residents are not at all happy. Moreover, something is clearly scary of them. At that moment, the girl saw several dark silhouettes running ahead. They looked like children, and their faces were hidden by a strange fabric. Suddenly, the child, who was running behind, stopped and carefully looked towards Sori. Then he kindly smiled at the girl who attracted his attention and offered to join their company. They could play together. Kansaha perfectly understood that a foggy night in an unfamiliar place was not the best time for games. In addition, he guessed that these children are far from simple. However, Sori clearly liked the opportunity to have fun with someone of his age. The children had already begun to run away, calling the girl behind them. This time, the hero decided not to stop her. He understood that while Sori would have fun, he would be able to find out everything about this place. In addition, given the girl's power, here it is unlikely that anyone can harm her. The baby joyfully ran for new friends, but soon lost sight of them in a thick fog. Stopping, she saw a crowd of children crowding around a large tree. It seemed that they were waiting only for her appearance. As soon as the guys noticed the girl, they realized that she would play with them. The rules were simple. The one who would be caught will drive in the next game. After the explanation, one of the children approached the tree and began to slowly count to 10. Sori noticed how the other guys began to scatter in different directions, warning her about the need to run away and hide. When the score reached 10, the driver finally went to look. First of all, he drew attention to Sori and realized that she had not escaped, which means she would be caught. However, the girl resolutely stopped the masked creature, explaining that she did not like this stupid game and she is not going to play. But this did not force the driver to stop at all. He attacked a girl with clearly aggressive intentions. First of all, the monster grabbed Sori's little hand, trying to bite his fingers. The baby, frightened, pushed the monster away with force. Only then, looking at her hand, she saw a bleeding wound. Sansi, with the destroyed mask, only laughed, realizing that now, when she was caught, the girl should eat. Soon, children from all sides began to get to her. From the fog, they whispered the same phrase, "Today it will be eaten." Of course, the girl was nervous. As the predators were getting closer, from the tension, her eyes shone with wolf light. She last warned that she would not allow herself to eat. However, the monsters continued to slowly get and surround the victim. Having decided that the girl was defenseless, they decided to tear her body at all in abyss at once. Sori did not plan to give up so easily. Having accumulated her chilling power, she immediately rushed forward in the true form, grabbing one of the monsters in a mask with her. After that, the baby easily pulled her head off her villain. Having risen, she hoped enough to scare these strange children, and repeated that she would not play with them. However, the monsters were not at all scared and decided to crush in number. Sori immediately prepared to deal with the prefixed children. But suddenly she felt her consciousness clouded. Using this chance, all the monsters rushed at it at once, wanting to tear the weakened body. However, at that very moment, the hero hastening to help them. In one swing sword, he cut the bodies of several Sans at once. The survivors immediately turned their necks, turning to an unknown stranger. At that moment, the warrior literally boiled them with his hating look. After that, he danced between the opponents, killing monsters one after another with cold-blooded accuracy. Finally, only one demonic child survived. From one glance at the hero, he realized that he was not concerned. The monster in spotted clothes immediately tried to escape, but the power of the black tiger quickly caught up with the fugitive. All this time, the baby was sitting on the ground. Her consciousness was still clouded. When the hero came closer, he immediately decided to look at her wounded hand. Then he realized that the poison entered the girl through the bite. He had to neutralize as soon as possible, otherwise she could die. At that moment, turning around, the warrior saw something incredible. The body of one of the destroyed monsters crawled to its head and immediately hoisted it in its rightful place. Other Sansons, whom he chopped off, began to gather in the same way. All this looked extremely suspicious. The hero understood that it was better to retreat. He explained to Sori that they would return to the same road that they came and treat her there. However, the girl in delirium kept repeating that she did not like these children. In addition, she wanted to undress, as she felt a strong heat from poisoning. No matter how much they go in the fog, again and again came to that Rhinus tree. Monsters in masks were waiting for their return. They knew that the travelers left for a while, and in one voice repeated, "The one who was caught should be eaten." Realizing that just these demons would not let them go, the warrior decided to show them that they attacked the wrong person. However, at that moment, Sori, addressing the hero, explained that something strange was happening to her. She stopped seeing at all. The poison acted more and more. Taking a girl with them, they again went forward. The monsters seemed to be waiting for them, getting closer and closer from different sides. To the sounds of their rumbling stomachs, they demanded that the guy give the girl to be torn to pieces. But as soon as someone dared to come a little closer than the permitted, he was instantly cut by the hero's sword. But just as easily gathered back, such wounds were in any way. The warrior quickly realized that with the usual rough power to not cope with these monsters. In addition, although they went a different road, they returned to the place where they came from. If the first time it could be a mistake, then the second time, definitely not. The girl began to gradually lose strength. The hero asked her a little more. As soon as they get out of here, she could rest. He decided to try to go another road again. In fact, the warrior understood that he had made a huge mistake coming here, not even understanding who their opponent was. He relied too much on the strength of the black tiger. But now it has become clear. In order to get out of the trap, it is necessary to destroy the source of the spell. If the spell covered the whole village, then the hearth should have been considerable. In search of a source of magic, fog, which was easily shot down from the way. But the hero knew that in a place where the fog is the most thorough, and there would be a concentration of the charms. In addition, if the forces forced them to return to the tree, perhaps the hearth was there. Only now the warrior decided to take a closer look at the tree, which they were no longer the first time. As soon as he began to approach the tree, the monsters surrounded them from all sides. While the hero fought off some, others attacked a defenseless girl. However, Kansaha did not allow them to harm her somehow. Fighting monsters that recovered so quickly was extremely problematic. In addition, they interfered in every possible way. While the warrior fought, the hero lost his way again. However, at that moment he saw a cat who was sitting on the roof of one of the houses. At the same time, the girl opened her eyes with her last strength and also saw the silhouette of the cat. But before she had time to rejoice, she instantly lost consciousness because of a strong heat that gripped her whole body. Of course, the hero understood that such a strong fever could be dangerous even for Sansi. In addition, now he had no doubt, she was poisoned precisely with poison. However, it was difficult to find treatment, especially when the nature of toxin was unknown. At that moment, the cat suddenly reached out, after which she went somewhere, as if calling the hero behind her. Of course, it was a tempting proposal to follow it, especially when they were surrounded by different monsters from all sides, from which it was not possible to get rid of. The warrior still could not get rid of the thought that this was a trap, but in any case, he had no other choice, so he still followed the mysterious animal. In addition, along the way, watching the cat, the hero realized that they got into this village with the help of the same cat for the first time. Perhaps it was a trap, but even so, he deliberately again decided to lead for it. Although, perhaps, the cat that they saw in the forest was not at all this creature. Suddenly, the cat disappeared from the field of view of the hero. The warrior realized that I had to go faster and stop doubting, so he hurried after him. Soon the animal stopped near the fence of one of the houses. Then the gap through which it slipped into the courtyard was calmly found. Of course, the hero was amazed that such a low fence was in the place where the ghosts are walking around. Such carelessness aroused suspicion, but he had no other choice. Soon, when he went into the yard, he saw many cans with unknown contents, as well as 2 cats that were peacefully dozed at a distance. At that moment, cats informed their mistress that guests came to them. The young girl immediately opened the door of her house and invited them inside. However, she asked the guests to lock the gate more tightly. At that moment, ghosts began to crowd near an unclosed gate. But as soon as she slammed shut, as if the trail caught a cold in an instant, the girl understood that after what she saw her guests should be in shock, and asked them to go to the house to explain everything. After that, she greeted Mr. Black Tiger, from which the hero came into great amazement. The hostess introduced herself to Tan Yen and honestly admitted that she was glad to meet him. Soon, the girl laid sorry to sleep and sympathetically noticed how hard the travelers had to look for the path in this thick fog. The hero calmly explained that it was the cat who brought them here. Now Tan Yen finally realized where her cat ran away. Apparently he ran to meet the guests and must have done something worthy if the animal brought them. Speaking about this, the warrior became interested. In the mountains they met a beast, similar to panther. Perhaps the lady knew something about this initially? Tanyena considered that they probably had been revealed by confusing a cat with a panther. Such predators were not found in these environs, so she did not even know what to tell them. Although the girl helped to put the baby to sleep, she could not particularly help her. She was not a doctor. However, judging by the fact that the girl finally fell asleep tightly, the medicine began to act. The hero honestly admitted that he did not want to doubt the mistress of the house. But the correct medicine can only be prepared if you probably know which poison was used, and each drug is prepared individually. Therefore, he wanted to know how so coincided that she prepared the right medicine as soon as possible, and even late at night. Tan Yen immediately realized that the hero doubts her skills. Kan Sahi, of course, had to apologize, if the mistress seemed like that. However, in this situation, he could not lose vigilance. Then the hostess calmly explained that the medicine was prepared in advance. What they experienced today happened more than once or two, so you need to always be prepared. Moreover, she still foresaw something. The girl already knew that they would come. After all, the threads of fate told her so. The warrior was amazed. The girl moved as naturally as if she had seen. However, the reason was that she was used to putting things in the same place. But if you move even to a centimeter, it will be difficult to find them. After that, the girl offered to drink the hero of the medicine. Although he was not bitten, the poison was also scattered in the fog. And even now, everything was in order with him. Soon he could begin to cramp. Then, looking at the bowl, the warrior decided to find out from the beauty what is happening in this village. He wanted to understand where the fog came from. This evil spirits and spells that did not allow to leave the settlement, despite the protective talismans. However, Tan Yen did not understand what the point of explaining anything, given that the hero did not believe her. The girl somehow guessed that the warrior did not drink a decoction. He only made sounds similar to the fact that he was drinking tea. Obviously, he doubted that the eyes of the mistress of the house really did not see. Tan Yen only smiled and decided to find out from the hero if he saw a huge old tree in an empty field. There lived a guardian spirit that protects the tree. A month ago, it did not look like that. It was a beautiful tree, pleasing to his eyes with juicy foliage. Since the tree has become so ugly, fog sank to the ground, be it day or night. All whom the poison touched took a tree. At first, it touched cats and dogs, then cows. After the target, people became. Then she protected the houses at home with talismans and ordered residents to sit at home. However, not all houses were ready for prolonged isolation. Everyone who briefly went beyond food, water, or medicines caught dolls and pulled them to a tree. After that, people disappeared. The hero immediately realized that under the disappearance, she most likely refers to death. The sad mistress could not argue with this conclusion. In addition, among the remaining houses, few were able to hold out at least a little longer. Some insects were also found on the tree. She did not know what kind of creation it was, and never met such, so it could only be assumed, perhaps these were monsters. Of course, the girl understood that the hero still did not trust her. Even during her story, he did not let out a sword from his hands, ready for battle at any time. The warrior immediately asked how it turns out that she sees everything. However, Tan Yena explained, she did not see her eyes, but with a special feeling that helped to read everything around. She saw even strangers through and through. The guy asked the girl to tell everything that she sees regarding him. However, she distinguished his past very vaguely, as if it was covered with a black veil. Nevertheless, she knew one feature. His fate was cut off. This means that he had to die for a long time, but he was still alive. The guy considered that he had two fates that were superimposed on each other. However, the matter was different. His share was always one with a sword that he held in his hands. After what he heard, the hero already believed the girl and immediately drank the proposed bowl. After that, he put her on the place where she stood and explained that he would return soon. The warrior decided to deal with this misfortune. After all, he could not give anything more in return for the fortune-telling that she provided him. Of course, the hero understood that she could be a monster luring him here. And he, in her speech, drank poisoned tea and will soon die. It would be a literally perfect lie that even he believed. Therefore, as a joke, Khan Saha even invited the girl as a reward to eat a child whom he brought with him. Ten Yen only laughed at such an ridiculous joke, after which she handed the hero the nephritic bead. As you know, the poisonous fog deprived the guideline. No matter what the path the traveler chooses, he will lead him wherever he wants. But with Basina, he will be able to leave the village with any road. Then, with this bead, the guy realized that this nightmare would definitely stop. He did not know which of what was said by this girl can be believed and what was not, but the effect of the bead really was. Therefore, going to the tree, he decided to see what insects play with human lives. After that, the warrior tied a protective talisman on his neck and remembered the girl's words that it was the most ordinary tree. In his appearance, it was clear. If it continued to grow, it would have stood for another 100 years, protecting the village. It became so clear that the tree was the first victim. At that moment, monsters were observed from behind the corners, who did not understand what he was doing. They believed that he wanted to play hide-and-seek with them, and invited him to hide first. But with one condition: if they find it, then they will eat it alive. The hero calmly warned that if they loved this game so much, then it would be better to hide themselves. And he recalled that he would eat everyone to whom his hand will reach. Then he instantly rushed forward, cutting the bodies of wooden dolls in half. At that moment, a few more survivors flew up from his back, trying to grab. However, the guy easily chopped them, not even allowing him to touch him. But he perfectly understood that this battle was only a waste of energy. From the very beginning, his goal was not these dolls, but a tree. Of course, if it were an ordinary tree, the hero's strength would not be enough in order to cut it. However, if a ghost took possession of the tree, then the sword will help him. Therefore, he immediately hit with all his might, and the tree scattered into the smallest chips. However, the guy understood. Even when he cut down a tree, it was unlikely to end. Sansi's power remained the same. In addition, he did not absorb memories, and these guys, whoever they were, still stood on their feet. At that moment, he heard someone's voice emanating from the stump of a tree. The ghost realized that Mr. Black Tiger himself visited them. The hero immediately ordered the spirit that hidden inside to show himself. However, the ghost calmly explained that no Sans would dare to appear in front of Mr. Black Tiger. Therefore, he asked the master to leave or to remain in his fog forever. After all, his dolls would not let him get bored. At the same instant, the dolls climbed onto each other, gathered in one large, frightening monster, similar to an indigenous multi-piece. The ghost, rejoicing inside the tree, hoped that he had pleased the tastes of the Black Tiger. He would like a similar toy. Of course, the hero was unpretentious, but this was already, in his opinion, too much. But the dolls spoke in the voice of their master, making it clear that he was fun enough with him. And while at least one another is always alive, no matter how much the Black Tiger tried to beat them, he will not be able to destroy them. The warrior understood perfectly well. The dolls move with the help of spells, and even speak the voice of the ghost. The ability of some insect would not be enough. Therefore, he decided to find out who gave him such power. As soon as the hero heard the name Tachon, at the same moment he was already moving. He did not seem to believe the words heard, and the dolls only laughed, realizing that they seemed to be accidentally spent. Then, also smiling cheerfully, they rushed to attack the hero. However, the warrior easily dodged all attacks, simply jumping over this huge wooden insect that rushes on it. Then the wooden creature began to laugh. It wanted to show the power that Tachon granted him. It seemed that even Mr. Black Tiger himself was powerless before this power. In addition, the insect saw that in front of him was only a miserable fake, which only imitated the true Black Tiger. The hero, of course, became furious from such words and immediately destroyed one of the dolls sitting at the very top. However, the remaining dolls immediately continued to attack. The strength and speed of these puppets clearly increased. In addition, he still could not understand how they can be crushed so together. While the warrior thought about it, another batch of insects flew to him, which he easily chopped. But that was not all that the hero was going to do. He brought his blade. It was time to finally put an end to this story. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he hit the ground with a sword, a huge hole formed. Then it began to tighten it somewhere in the most dark depths. When the hero finally opened his eyes, he realized that he was in some deep cave. And the insect living there calmly explained that the hero should stay with his dolls, or just retreat. The creation did not even know where the guy got so much courage to stick directly into other people's possessions. In addition, the insect saw that the fortune teller handed the hero a nephritic bead. However, such a thing is impossible to destroy her spell. Therefore, Sansi calmly warned that Mr. Black Tiger would be very regretted that he had contacted her. The hero was only happy that this insect finally decided to appear. Then he calmly escaped from his captivity and went to the mistress of the dungeon. However, when she began to go further and further deep into the cave, she laughed calmly. She was not going to get involved in battle with the Black Tiger. Let him follow her if he has the courage. Of course, the hero saw absolutely nothing. Even the vision of the black tiger was not enough to discern at least something a few meters forward. If not for the bead given to him by a fortune teller, he would not distinguish anything at all in this pitch darkness. At that moment, the beetle finally disappeared around the turn of the cave. Therefore, the hero rushed after her, suspecting that she wanted to lure him somewhere and attack from an ambush. However, soon following her, he realized that he was on a large interweaving of roads. The trace broke off just in this place. Perhaps Sansi only pretended to lure him, and she decided to hide. Or she disguised her presence, although the warrior doubted that she was capable of something like that. At this critical moment, the warrior suddenly felt his breath after a short run. Even being in the cool bowels of the cave, such shortness of breath seemed extremely suspicious. Looking tightly around, the young man noticed how a wooden monster beetle rushes rapidly to him. Surprise covered the hero. When did this creature manage to get here from the outside world? Continuing the battle, the warrior finally realized the anxious truth. Never before in the battles he was fueled by the forces of the black tiger for such a long time. Usually all the confrontations ended with one powerful swing of the sword. For all 3 years today, for the first time, the young man used this dark power for so long. At that moment, an attempt to attack a terrible creature fell upon the hero. When the guy deftly dodged, the opponent sighed heavily. She longed to give the master the body of the black tiger as a trophy. However, her enemy already inhaled her poisonous fog in full chest, so that he could hardly stay on her feet for a long time. The evil creature did not even see the need to overstrain. It was enough to just wait until it has lured forever. In return, she promised to keep his body in this cave until the moment when the time comes to present the gift to the master. However, the warrior calmly explained that some miserable poison would definitely not stop him. The opponent clearly did not like such impudence. She thought that since he had the power of the tiger, she was no different from the rest of the victims. Of course, she knew that the black tiger is incredibly powerful. He caught all the sanctions of the mountain. However, even in this case, he is unlikely to have immunity to her toxins. In addition, as she observed, the current carrier of the power of the black tiger was much weaker than the previous one. Mr. Tang will probably be very happy if it brings the black tiger in human form. The hero did not doubt and did not even object to Juchika to lead him to the Lord right now. The girl realized that Khan Saha was trying to conclude a deal with her. Then she invited the guy to start listening to her offer. He had to leave the cave, get out of the village, and continue to live as before. Perhaps even to catch Samsonov further. She did not care. Otherwise, he will have to enter into an endless battle with her. And obviously that Khan Sahi, being poisoned, will like to lose. She was kindly ready to show him the path leading from the cave. However, without listening to the end, the hero released his forces of the black tiger, creating a powerful wave of energy that formed after his blow. The girl regarded this as a refusal of the transaction, so she only asked that the warrior would not bother her. Let him just lose consciousness, and later she will pick up his chilled body. However, the guy made it clear that he would not let her go. Although he really already felt strong weakness, he needed to complete the duel as soon as possible. The beetle only laughed. The hero said so loudly that the poison would not work on him, but he was already starting to give up. She continued to call him to fall asleep, but warned him to move more accurately, because with sharp movements, toxins spread faster through the body. The opponent understood. No matter how much he was in a hurry, she would still not be able to catch up with her, because the caves were her elements. In general, it would not be possible to keep up with her in any way, and the warrior had to regret that he did not agree to their deal. At this tense moment, the hero closed his eyes briefly, wiping them with fatigue. Then he instantly rushed in pursuit. The girl believed that the tiger, despite her strength, was probably stopped moving. The whole cave was saturated with poison, and somewhere after 20 breaths, toxin will fully fill its lungs. It was only worth hiding and waiting. However, the hero continued to chase her with non-consulting determination. Of course, she was amazed at how he managed to catch up with her. Cave mazes had to knock him down the way. But the warrior only laughed. Perhaps this is a worthless creature, as she called Tan Yen, much stronger than Juchika expected. Or the essence that endowed her with force explained something incorrectly to her, since she considered herself invincible. In any case, the hero managed to get on time to injure her body. The girl published a piercing cry, not used to pain. The warrior only reminded. Even if she received strength, it was foolish to believe that he could resist him, because her master was just a coward that was hiding with fear. At that moment, the girl began to beg the hero to stop. She was ready to tell where the master was hiding all this time. However, Khan Sahi was unnecessarily necessary. He himself would find him. In addition, the memories that were stored in her head will soon belong to him. In the last moment, the hero's power stopped literally a centimeter from her face. Juchika was delighted. This meant that the poison still worked. Using this opportunity, she immediately attacked a warrior. Despite this, he managed to grab her with his own hands, after which he reached out with a blade in order to pierce her body. However, her paws immediately grabbed him, preventing the sword from leaving. The hero broke out of this vice and rushed at her. The Militar tried to confuse him, releasing poisonous smoke. Then she aimed at his eyes to finally disorient the enemy. However, the warrior easily repelled the attack, after which he went straight to the girl. At that moment, the dolls blocked the hero the path, taking the whole attack on themselves. Then the guy, as if nothing had happened, threw off his blade away. His body itself contained the power of a black tiger. Having exposed the claws from his bones, he inflicted a deep wound from the opponent's face and down. After that, the warrior looked around and saw that the monster was standing near his sword. Although the hero could use the power without a blade, he was not sure that he would last a long time. Therefore, the young man decided to hurry and reunite with his weapons. He immediately threw the monster, who pulled his paws to him, after which he reached for the blade. The warrior understood. It will be enough to cut the mother of the dungeon, then all the dolls will stop. However, at that moment, puppets attacked him from all sides, digging into his body. The hero did not expect this, although it was obvious that not only the doll was set off in pursuit. From the bites of this hero's bite, they began to get dark gradually. All that he needed was to get to his blade, rather. However, when everything was completely blackened, he realized that he seemed to be late. Of course, the warrior suspected that his obsession would someday lead to death. However, he did not think that he would die in a similar place and from such miserable dolls. The Militar laughed at the loser, although she could admit that he still lasted enough for someone who had to fall long ago. But it was too late. Another breath and he would die. However, this was not necessary. She could simply tear his limbs with the help of dolls and give the rest to the master. But at that moment, Sori appeared, who loudly called a hero by name. Then one after another attacked the monsters by the power of her ice. At that moment, the warrior finally came into consciousness. Looking at Sori, he wanted to know how the girl got here. First of all, the young man did not understand how she could move at all. As it turned out, she still felt not in the best way, but she came to help. Also, the baby handed the Consach his sword. Thanking the heroine, the warrior asked her to remove her hands from the blade. As soon as she did this, the hero no longer restrained the strength of the dark tiger. At that moment, Sori saw a terrifying picture, how the angry black tiger actually looks like. In the end, the hero looked around and saw the corpses of cattle and even human bodies. Slid, this creation of darkness, could no longer wait. The girl asked him to stop. She could tell everything about the owner if he spared her. However, the warrior recalled that he had already issued his verdict. He does not need it. He will learn everything from her memory. In the memoirs of these monsters, paintings flashed. A certain person found a multi-piece and began to think about whether she could become Sansin. Then the same person decided to give her a chance to come true. He provided her with a village that she had to destroy. It was just a test for her. She could choose any way she wishes. In return, she was given a black worm. It could be used to control small animals. In addition, this village was famous for miniature dolls, which she could force. The millipede could act as much as my heart, so that rumors about this damned village scattered throughout grief. However, the girl decided to do everything slowly so that the rumors did not spread prematurely. She acted at her discretion and so, without rushing, planned to move until she would eat the last person in the village. After the hero saw in his memoirs a woman whom he met more than once, he was interested in her personality. Finally, the Militar died, and the warrior decided to find out from Sori how she got here. As it turned out, she was allowed to go and said that he would hardly return himself, so they sent her to the rescue. However, it was not a girl storyteller A-Cat turned to her, who spent her here. The girl, of course, did not know that they were faced with the same cat, which led to the fortune teller. Therefore, without explaining anything, the warrior simply said that they need to get home. In fact, although the hero did not show, as soon as the power of the black tiger weakened, he again began to lose his eyesight. Perhaps, although an indigenous thing was dead, her spell was still remaining here. It is good at least that he has preserved a necklace given by Tana. However, if he, God forbid, will get Since the way, then they both rot here. At that moment, the warrior saw a black cat calling them from afar. It was not clear whether it was the same predator whom they met in the forest, or a cat, which led to the house. In any case, she possessed the power of Sansin, and the hero followed her. Now, looking at the deplorable situation in the village, the warrior realized what this cat was. It was the spirit of this village, which led the saviors behind him. As soon as the cat evaporated, the hero realized that they had found a way out of the cave. Therefore, he jumped out and landed at the place where the tree split into parts. After that, the warrior took out his blade, which was still brightly shining with the power of the dark tiger. And he drew attention to Taninu, who did not really try to hide her true personality. However, the girl only thanked the warrior, who returned whole and unharmed. Kansaha ordered this woman to shut up. He was going to absorb her strength and memories. However, at this moment, the black tiger lost consciousness. The girl looked at him, recalling how all Sansins tremble, hearing the name of this man. She wondered how much he was strong, but could not imagine that only a boy with a heart, to the brim, filled with longing, would be a black tiger. She even felt sorry for the young man. After some time, the hero finally came to his senses in an unknown place. Looking around, he calmed down, seeing a sword next to his bed. The warrior also noticed the same fortune teller that came to feed him. She apologized. She could offer him a little, but hoped that he would like the treat. The hero immediately poured into a corner, preparing his blade, because he remembered that this girl was one of the spirits. However, Tang Yen, not at all afraid, went into the room and calmly explained that poison was still in the guy's body. His throat was most likely dry, so she offered to pour water to him. Kansaha ordered her not to pretend. He already knew very well that she sees everything. However, the girl calmly explained that she did not see anything, but she knew everything. In addition, with her forces from the black tiger cannot be escaped. She will allow the hero to act as he considers necessary. Doubts here were useless. Kansahi was extremely interested in why Tan Yen saved him, even knowing that he would absorb her. She could kill him at any moment while the warrior was unconscious. As it turned out, Tan Yen is not one of those people who kill, preventing all threats to life. Of course, she was not a man, but Sansin, but the situation did not change. Understanding that Kansahi is interested in learning about her closed eyes, the girl made it clear that she closes them only because open eyes see too much. After that, as if nothing had happened, she invited the hero to eat. At that moment, the baby Sori appeared just as naturally. Tan Yen recalled that the girl recently ate her food, but was still hungry. Just seeing the portion of the hero, she wanted to taste her. However, this time, Hansaha banned such behavior. Soon, the warrior finished and sat down to talk with Tannen, because for the first time he saw the spirit living among people. The girl seems to have a special reason for this. She calmly explained that she was a simple cat who lived in this house with a fortune teller, like all other cats in the district. For a long time, absorbing the forces of the soothsayer, she received the ability to predict the future. Although the hero knew that the cats living with a man receive such forces, but no one became Sunsin from this. He suspected that she was difficult from the very beginning. Then Tan Yen admitted that she had not thought about anything before, because in the house of the fortune teller, no one was worried about her appearance. During her life, she found more than one generation of this family, the first daughter and first mentor, the second daughter of the first daughter and first daughter of the second. Living with them all from generation to generation, she herself became a fortune teller. However, unfortunately, decades of the years ago, the last soothsayer died of illness and not having time to give birth to a descendant. Following their will, the cat stayed here and continued to take care of the house. On this, the story ended. She did not know what to say more. However, Tanene was interested. Does the hero want to eat her after what the story he heard? At that moment, the baby saw a cat wandering around the yard. Therefore, she also rushed to her to play. However, the cat only awarded her pair of scratches on her face and, as if nothing had happened, went away. Looking at this, the warrior decided to find out whether Tan Yen knows his future. However, there is no fortune teller in the world who reads its own fate. The hero suggested that he would most likely eat Tan Yenu, but before that he wanted to offer something. She could say if there is Sansin stronger than she. If he answers, then he will spare her. Tan Yena understood that the warrior asked the wrong question. Now he was not looking for at all who was stronger. He needed Sansin that he would answer his questions and heal his soul. Therefore, she asked the young man to change his mind. Because, according to her predictions, a child named Kansahi does not kill for his benefit. However, in order to get answers to his questions, he sheds blood, deceiving himself. He considers himself a hunter for Sansanov and a black tiger. Hearing this, the hero grabbed the girl by the neck, pressing against the wall, and ordered to stop carrying nonsense. He warned, either she will die, or tell him the place where another spirit lives. It was easy to guess which choice is better. However, Tanyena recalled, cats do not make a good choice in nature. They choose what they like. The Sansons, whom she knew she liked, she was not going to exchange their life for her. Therefore, she only asked the hero to kill her painlessly. Unfortunately, the warrior could not do anything, so he admitted that he had lost. On this, he decided to retreat. Then Tan Yen invited him to stay for a while, because they did not heal to the end. But the hero was going to leave anyway. He had already rested enough. Then in return that the warrior left her life, the girl decided to tell where Sansin was, whom he wanted to find. After he finds him, the young man will be able to dispel his doubts and perhaps finally find a solution. As a destination, she called Mount Bokvan. Therefore, the hero immediately went with the baby right there. In the end, the warrior explained to Tan Yen that this time she was released, but asked that the girl would no longer catch his eye. However, nevertheless, as a Khan of Sachet, he was grateful to Tan-in who helped him. The girl also bowed to the hero and his little companion, promising that they could come to her home at any time, and she would accept them with warmth. Then she looked at these two. Then she turned to her cat, who scratched the girl. Although she was a child, but still it was necessary to have the courage to swing at such a terrible killer. Then the hostess invited the pet home. When the village finds out that fear is already scattered, they will cover grief for dead relatives and friends, and then her deeds will increase very much. In fact, the cat hoped that Khan Saha, and without unnecessary words, understood that she wanted to tell him. In addition, the pursuers are already heading to the place where he was in a hurry, so he had to be careful. Events moved to a cold mountain strewn with snow. There, a shaman sat on a stone thinking about something. At that moment, one of the guards came to her to greet her. He also bent to find out what she was doing in such a cold on the street. In addition, he could not find warriors who disappeared somewhere. However, the mistress calmly explained that the cold was in the way, and the warriors interfered, so she sent them. Then the man gloomily explained that what was said in a letter sent to the shaman is true. The girl was really released, and if his guesses are true, they went in this direction. Of course, the shaman was amazed that after all the incident they decided to return here. Perhaps the reason is that somewhere here was her house. However, she was not even against caught a fugitive for the second time. The first time it turned out to be very easy. Soon the mistress began to guess on the stones. Soon she remembered the report. The rabbits who took the girl had a suspicious sword. She also saw that the murder of that Sanson was the work of this girl. However, Sanson decreased in size to normal only after contact with the sword of that guy. It seemed that the sword draws power from the blood, but it was impossible to judge with confidence only by these signs. Also, as it was known, in a battle with ordinary people, he had a completely human power. Then the shaman remembered. The Sansons after death sometimes return to their original form. Perhaps this guy is one of these. Her predictions did not indicate a special threat, so they should not have worried about this person. According to her divination, these two will necessarily be separated. Then they will eliminate them one at a time. However, at that moment, the shaman felt something unusual around, and I realized that I still managed to track down the owner of this mountain. The man immediately whistled, calling his people. He immediately ordered the first detachment to move to the ridge, while the rest should follow him. The shaman was glad that her assistant commander arrived. Without it, the army of soldiers was nothing more than a gathering of people with swords. Of course, the man was glad to be useful, especially considering that he served one of the most powerful shamans. He did not see anything bad in fulfilling her whims. However, at that moment, the commander decided to rightly ask how Sansin, who owns this mountain, looked. After all, for the months of hunting, they did not see him. It seemed to them that the owner of the highest mountain should be some kind of tiger or dragon. However, this opinion was erroneous. The height of the mountain is in no way connected with the size of the owner. Then the shaman indicated in the direction where the owner of this mountain was. But even it was really hard for her to believe that it was this Sansin that was the mistress of the mountain. Having stepped closer, the shaman greeted the snow roe deer with a smile. But obviously the mistress of the mountain wanted to know why she was caught. The shaman made it clear that she was only a lower link, and such as she was not supposed to know anything. She only complied with orders from above to capture the roe deer. However, the spirit saw perfectly well that the woman is definitely not the lower link. She was Madame Shamanka from the community. She had the right to decide and act of her own free will. Kosulya asked the woman to let her go, because if she does not leave the mountain, a huge misfortune would fall on this place. The man immediately realized what kind of spell had this soul. Only when he saw the spirit, he already originated in him the desire to release the captive. A sense of guilt for an unforgivable sin appeared in his soul. However, the shaman calmly explained, if the disaster collapses to the mountain, then everything will go exactly as they planned. She also asked Kosul not to worry about grief because she would not return here anymore. All that was required of it was to sleep tightly in the prepared iron cage, after which the soothsayer ordered her fighters to prepare for the battle. At that moment, a snowstorm rushed to them, and the commander immediately ordered everyone to concentrate. A huge brown bear also appeared from the snowy curtain, who came to defend his mistress. The Kosul girl immediately asked him not to approach. It was impossible to fight these people. However, this did not stop the bear. He ended forward, following the shaman itself. The woman was surprised. This bear knew exactly who to attack in this situation. Therefore, as soon as the beast got close enough, she laid the talisman on his head. The shaman was sincerely amazed when he saw this bear here. He was famous enough, even looked like the owner of the mountain. Kosul, however, tried to explain that the hunters came for not him, so she asked to let this cub. However, the soothsayer of the shaman recalled, the gallbladder of the bear and the power of Sansin was a great value. With his help, they will take possession of incredible power. However, they had nowhere to put such a giant, so she ordered the soldiers to deal with him in place. The fighters took out spears and began to stab the bear right here. Kosulia screamed, begging them to stop such atrocities. However, at that moment, hunters have already begun to think how to transfer such a carcass. Probably they will have to cut it into pieces. And given that it was quite late now, until the evening they could not get to the base camp with him. Therefore the shaman ordered to divide the bear and to take the roe deer like that. However, at that moment, the beast ripped off his talisman along with his flesh. Obviously, everyone was surprised that he was so decisive. He ripped off the amulet with his wool and skin. Therefore, everyone immediately rushed after him in pursuit. It was impossible to allow the bear to get to the snow roe deer. At that moment, the girl asked him to run away, then he would not be caught. However, the beast could not leave his sister in trouble. Therefore, he tried to eat the chains that restrained it. However, the shackles were so strong, plus reinforced magic that he broke their teeth broke them. The bear perfectly understood that they were not destined to survive too. Therefore, he asked the sister to be more accurate when landing, because he would abandon her as far as possible. Thus, the beast threw the roe deer from the mountain and asked her to run away, promising to detain the pursuers as long as possible. In the end, he only said goodbye to his sister and went to the last battle. The battle was completed soon, and the bear fell, battered by spears and arrows. The shaman ordered the soldiers to check everything again. Before that, they said that the bear was dead, but the beast got out. Because of this, they lost a snow roe deer. The captain was only guilty. He could not think that such a monster could move after his heart was pierced 3 times with a sword. After that, the shaman put an amulet on the bear, because of which the body began to burn, and ordered the soldiers to follow her. They were divided into different groups to find the escaped roe deer, which they must have caught today. Somewhere at this time, the hero, along with Sori, had already reached the most snowy mountain. Therefore, stopping, the warrior decided to find out if any memories of the girls surfaced in the girl's head. However, the baby, sniffing, pointed in a completely different direction, at the nearest house. It turned out that she was hungry, so they went to eat. While the hero was talking to her, the girl honestly admitted that nothing comes to her mind. She cannot recall these places. Of course, Kansahi understood that she was unlikely to know absolutely nothing. He remembered last night, then he slept tightly, but woke up when he felt that Sori was leaving somewhere. He saw that she had gone to a cliff in the mountains. The girl looked at the snowy peak and cried, although she could not explain her reaction. After that, the baby ran to the Khan of Saha to hug him. Although the young man did not tolerate such tenderness, he stood with him before pulling the girl away from himself and demanded that she go to bed. After all, tomorrow they will have to walk a lot, and she had to gain strength. Apparently, now the lost memories have not yet returned. Of course, he did not expect that with the advent here everything would be decided in an instant. But there were still some hopes in him. But in an extreme case, all that is required is to go around every corner of the highest mountain so that it finally finds her house. Soon after eating, the girl, as if nothing had happened, ran away to the restroom. At this moment, the hero noticed that the braids that Tanyena covered on her head already completely blossomed. About 5 minutes passed before the girl finished with her affairs, and the baby returned back to Hansahi. However, along the way, she met the wolves, surrounding her from all sides. However, the animals did not want to attack. Going closer, they calmly gave the girl to stroke themselves. After that, turning around, the wolves immediately began to run away somewhere, clearly calling it behind them. In the end, Sori looked at the house where the hero called her all this time. However, not paying attention to the cries of Khan Saha, she ran along with the wolves to where they lead her. Soon the girl was near a spacious cave. Going inside, she saw a lying hay as a bed. Therefore, the baby immediately flopped there, rejoicing, finally returned home. The hero continued to sit at the table, wondering why Sori was gone for so long. Of course, he should not have worried that the mountain animals could drag her, but the warrior still decided to go to see where she could go. However, at that moment he heard the rustle of boots walking on the ground, and then he saw people in black and red robes, which drove some kind of box covered with tarpaulin. All the inhabitants of the village were crowded, looking around these people coming away. With a sigh, the man realized that he apparently appeared again with Himori, who decided to catch. However, the hero looked at the procession with curiosity, and he asked the man to explain to him what this name means. Himori, because he was not from these places. A local resident calmly told the story. One rich man found a little girl on the mountain and wished to pick her up to raise her. However, this girl, who did not know gratitude, killed that rich man and cut out the whole family. All hunters of nearby villages were collected, but the losses only grew. The people covered by fear began to talk about that monster, Himori. Initially, the name came from an evil spirit with red hair, destroying many people. When he killed, he sang a song on the motive of Himori, for which he was called. When that girl was caught, she was put in a similar cage, which was taken now. However, Then the two was accompanied by a woman who looked like a shaman. Then they quickly figured out this business. From the locals, no one saw her with their own eyes, but everyone believed that these people caught Himori. Obviously, Khan Saha considered that they caught Sori and decided to transport her, so he found out that these people led a real hunt for Samsonov. Uncle recognized the information first, after which he called all the nephews and began the investigation. Already convinced of reliability, he told the others about it, so the warrior believed the words of his interlocutor. At that moment, the man noticed that the daughter of Khan Saha disappeared. Therefore, the guy hastily justified himself that she went to inspect the surroundings. However, a frightened man explained that there were many wolves in the vicinity. Therefore, Khan Sahi pretended to go in search. In fact, the hero was surprised. The man told the story of Himori so, while not recognizing that Sori was one of the Sansins. However, this was even logical. No matter how loud the incident may be, a simple person who did not see his own eyes, it remained to be content with only rumors. At that moment, the hero glanced at the walking people and noticed that the man was looking too closely at him. The warrior considered that perhaps this man guessed everything, so, hastily covering his face with his hat, decided to leave. At this moment, the commander was reported that all preparations were completed. At this time, the captain ordered to wait until new orders would come. Also, the assistant decided to find out whether now the command of the command was transferred to the mentor Honshiku. However, the man only viciously threw a look at him and ordered to be more careful with the words. There were many curious ears. The assistant calmly explained that the whole detachment was indignant. They plowed here for so many months, but then this man suddenly appeared. It was not clear why he constantly mistakes near the shaman. However, the man only reminded him of displeased. If they are not so happy with this, they could refuse this matter. And if they do not want, it is better to return to your duties. In fact, the man himself was angry, recalling the last words of the commander. He decided to accompany the shaman himself and ordered his comrade to engage in a cage. Obviously, he was surprised. The man had to catch Himori and return home. However, the commander made it clear that his business was not finished yet, because someone brought this Himori back here. The man reminded the captain that he was on this task and saw the face of the girl who needs to be caught. But the commander calmly explained, "If he so wants to do something, then he can go to catch this fugitive, but he will still not allow him to engage in accompanying the shaman." And he ordered his subordinates not to argue, not forgetting whose order would be above all. The man was obviously angry. All this time, he was in every possible way in front of the shaman. At this time, the captain only did that he guarded the cage, and now because of him, the prospects did not shine only the role of a subordinate. If he doesn't do anything right now, then this geek will take everything from him. Therefore, he planned to at least do something. Somewhere at this time, Kosel tried in every possible way to escape from the pursuers. However, her leg was very ill, and in the end she stumbled on the stone and fell. Tears rolled down her cheeks when she tried to rise again. At that moment, having awakened from sleep, little Sori woke up. She had a dream about her mother. Therefore, she jumped out of the cave and began to flee towards the mountain. Only then the girl looked back at the village for the last time, realizing that she had completely forgotten about the Khan of Saha. But now she had no time to explain everything to him. She decided to go to the aid of her mother, but promised to return. At that moment, the hero in search of the girl began to look at the snowy mountain, believing that she could be there. However, at that time the same captain, armed with his sword, approached him. He demanded that the warrior tell what he has to do with Himori. The baby herself at that moment, along with her wolves, was already running along a snowy mountain. However, she ordered the beasts to wait, and she went towards the snowy caves. There, as expected, she found a snow roe deer, whose leg was still immobilized by a trap. Then the girl neatly approached her and calmly called her mother. The woman immediately cried and could not believe that the child she was looking for was still alive. After which they put each other in arms, rejoicing that they could finally reunite. At that moment, the hero and that commander had already agreed in the fight. Looking at the warlike expression on the enemy's face, Saha was surprised. The warrior climbed on him with a weapon, although he did not have time to say a word. The captain even thought better of it, and considered that perhaps he really forgot about questions to the guy. He wanted to know why the boy asked the owner of the institution about Himori. The guy calmly explained that he was curious. However, now I guessed that it was a crime to ask this. The captain calmly explained. He was informed that some stray warrior fearlessly took Himori and leads her to a snowy grief. He had black clothes, and he was just about the growth of the hero. He also had an ordinary sword on his belt, so the commander recognized the hero of that warrior. The young man perfectly understood. Judging by the fact that the man attacked so much without warning, he was unlikely to believe that he had noticed. Then the commander offered to apologize to the boy in advance. In fact, if he guesses and Kansaha turns out to be the very person, he will receive an increase. And if not, then he will only have to hide the corpse on a huge mountain, which was completely easy. Apparently, that's why he waited for the Khan of Saha to leave the village to eliminate him without unnecessary witnesses. However, the hero was still curious why the man did not bring his subordinates with him, but he was convinced he would cope with such a guy and alone. In fact, the warrior just liked the fights on the swords on an equal footing. After that, these two came together in close combat. At this time, the snow roe deer, crying, explained to the girl that after her disappearance, not a day passed without anxiety. She missed her very much. The girl, sobbing, explained that she could not remember this place, so the memories had just returned to her. However, Kosulya perfectly understood. The girl could not stay with her and had to leave. Scary people may come here, then the baby may suffer with her. However, the girl asked not to worry about anything. She was strong enough to drive them away. Of course, Kosul had no doubt about this, but this time she did not want the girl to intervene. At this moment, the baby drew attention to the trap, which squeezed around the mother's legs, and tried to open it. I had to attach my strength to the spirit to open it. However, unfortunately, the cherished spell struck her with a blow, because of which the girl was thrown away, and the trap again slammed shut again, causing unbearable suffering of a snow roof. Frightened, the girl immediately began to apologize to her mother, and she tried to pretend that everything was fine. However, suddenly both heard some steps approaching here. Kosul demanded that the girl leave as soon as possible. She could not escape with her from behind a trap. However, the baby was ready to pick up and to incur her, but without her she would definitely not go anywhere. Then Kosul smiled sadly. She could not do anything. Dad Sori was also that stubborn. Sori did not even know that she had a father. She was sure that her real mother was a snow roe deer. Although this was not so, but the mistress of the mountain took care of the girl, like a mother. Leaving the cave, Sori smiled and asked her mother to leave soon so that she carried her. She drove Kosul, realizing that the enemies were already getting closer. However, soon the baby saw glimpses of silhouettes in the distance. These were the same people who imprisoned her in that cage, because of which she immediately sobbed and shook. At that moment, the battle continued. The warrior decided to find out whether a girl named Huimori really killed the rich man. And it was true, however. History was different from what was among the people. This rich man couldn't resist the girl's seduction. Therefore, finding her in the mountains, he took her just for that. The situation was quite logical that scoundrel was about to make something vile, and the baby simply rebuffed. However, for an ordinary person, what she managed to do has become fatal. Therefore, everyone immediately rushed after her in order to kill this monster and avenge the master. Of course, she did it for survival, not to harm someone from the goal. And so the history of Huimori ended, which people talked about. All the time, sitting in a cage, the girl cried and wanted to return home, stay with her mother. Having told this story, the man invited the hero to put questions. This was as a gift for killing him. However, Kansaha only grinned from what he heard. He was already more than enough. The commander enhanced the battle, using different techniques of the Tunshin sword, which had many different forms, as well as their merger. Most of all, the enemy was confident in the technique, where he takes a deceived step of the second formation, and suddenly moves to the fourth, from which no one had yet fought back. This murder technique made it possible to cut the throat for each enemy. This is a high-level skill. Throughout the residence, only Chan reached the level of the mentor. It was difficult even with complete information about every step. But the hero managed to repel the attack. In addition, all this time he looked at his enemy as if it were just a training. Initially, the man believed that he would not lose to anyone in the residence, except for the senior mentor. However, now it seemed to him that he had obviously touched the wrong enemy. He hoped that, having heard the ringing of swords, subordinates would come running. The commander pulled as much time as possible, talking about Huimori, but now he did not hear anyone approaching. Perhaps they went too far, and the comrades did not hear him. Initially, his idea was to fight away from the village, but perhaps the hero lured him specially here. Kansaha already understood. His opponent was a warrior from the residence, and the shaman, who led Huimori hunting, most likely belonged to the shaman's community. The man was perplexed, not understanding the purpose of this issue. At the same time, in his head, he understood that he could use only the 11th form of the sword technique, which he had not yet fully mastered. And if he does not help him against the enemy, he will have to spit pride and just call his subordinates. However, Kansaha calmly explained that he had asked this question because he was in thought. Despite the atrocities committed by a man, he still wondered if he had the right to kill a person. But if he had a warrior of the residence, then he had no more reason for doubt. Moreover, the man participated in the hunt for that child. At that moment, while the hero said, the enemy saw the perfect moment for the attack. Therefore, he carried forward, using the 11th form of the sword technique, a cloudy hurricane. However, seeing this technique, the warrior immediately realized that the man did not seem to have trained her. Against the background of the rest, she looked completely inept. The man only got angry, realizing that he needed to kill this geek with his own hands. The hero admitted to himself that he was not sure when he exposed the sword. Infrequently, he had to fight people. Besides, with such a talented warrior, and without using the power of the Black Tiger, it seemed impossible to him. However, looking at how a man is fixated on forms and techniques and attempts to win, the hero realized that they were at completely different levels. Kansahi was more concentrated on the movement of, so to speak, the rhythm of the battle. The most amazing thing is that in comparison with the hunt for Sansin, it was much more accustomed to fight people. Therefore, the last attack, he struck the man's head, because of which blood began to leak on his lips. Then he threw him right on the road, thanking him for reminding him of what it was, to fight people. In that fateful moment, the snow roe deer caught a trembling of anxiety, penetrating the fragile body of Sori. She ordered the girl to concentrate and absorb her every word with the imperious gaze of the ancient keeper. The baby only recently stated with a childish courage that she could carry her adoptive mother in her arms through any obstacles. And now the roe deer strictly instructed her, act only by signal, and until then freeze and wait. Suddenly, the shaman felt something sinister, which made her instantly stop her captain. At the same instant, the magnificent snow roe deer began to pronounce an ancient spell, turning to the very grief as a living creature. In a voice full of mystical power, she prayed to the stone giantess, so that she turned her powerful body and covered the fugitives from the impending trouble. The shaman watched with horror as a frantic stream of snow avalanche collapsed on them from all sides, as if nature itself rebelled against the invaders. It was the very moment when young Sori had to save her named mother. However, the experienced sorceress did not succumb to panic. Her hands were already wearing protective spells, and the voice ordered the soldiers to hide behind her. At the same moment, the desperate girl was already racing away, tightly clutching a priceless burden. The shaman, without wasting time, activated the powerful amulet, sprinkling it with her own blood. Scarlet drops scattered along the snow cover, and the sorceress began to read the sacred mantra, calling for her dark deity. As soon as the last words of the spells fell from her lips, fiery barriers rushed around her, turning everything around into a glowing hell. But even such powerful magic was barely enough to restrain the frenzy of the snow elements. The snow-white avalanche continued to pursue the lining of the whole Sori. However, the baby still managed to dive at the last moment to protect the massive cliff. She clung tightly into the cold stone, allowing the snow stream to carry past without touching them with her mother. Meanwhile, Kansiki, standing at the foot of the holy mountain, was tormented by painful doubts. The young man suspected that as soon as Sori stepped on this land, lost memories returned to her. Perhaps she has already forgotten about him and will never return. The dark-haired warrior did not know whether it was worth going in search of. He just could not wait and wait either. The body of the person who he killed will soon be discovered, and he no longer returned to the village. However, suddenly the voice of his patron spirit severely forbade to step on the holy mountain with his feet, stained with the blood of Sansinov. Therefore, Kansiki decided that it would be right to just leave. His mission was completed on this, as he could search for such a huge mountain, and Sori had no reason to return to him. At this moment, the black tiger literally boiled with rage. It seemed to the predatory spirit that his ward was only looking for miserable excuses to let the girl go. Perhaps the young hunter was imbued with compassion for his prey. When the hero explained that he simply missed the target, the angry tiger reminded him of the obligation to find a child who was not even trying to hide his tracks. The young man calmly objected that he could not enter the sacred land because of the blood of other perfumes on his hands, but the tiger was only angry more strongly. The formidable predator growled that there was no world in the world of such a place where the black tiger could not step. Therefore, he ordered his ward to immediately go in pursuit, because if the girl finds her memories, she will remember her true name. And they wanted to get such precious prey for too long. At that moment, the gaze of the hero attracted the roar, and he noticed how a powerful avalanche had gone on the mountain. At this time of the year, snow collapses are a common occurrence, but something made him be alert. Just at that moment, wolves ran out of the thicket, surrounding him with a dense ring. However, the warrior immediately realized that they did not come with hostile intentions. They have something to inform. These creatures did not look like spirits, rather resembled ordinary forest animals. They persistently called the hero along, and he followed them, led by a foreboding. Soon the avalanche subsided, and the snow roe deer, along with Sori, finally came to their senses. The girl again picked up her adoptive mother in her arms, and they continued their way. At that moment, the baby said that her name is Sori. This very person gave her this name. She explained to her mother that Kansiki was those who could cure her, because he saved the girl and brought here. Although sometimes he seemed terrible, deep down, he remained a good person. In any case, it was not so important. Sori was ready to turn even to the devil himself in order to protect her mother. Kosulya only smiled gently, trusting the determination of her named daughter. However, she soon asked to make a halt and hide from the piercing wind. The baby understood that it was better to continue moving, but the woman wanted to at least restore strength and tell something important a little. In addition, despite all the efforts of Sori to carry her as carefully as possible, every step caused painful pain. Soon they took refuge in a small cave, and the girl stood on guard, sincerely hoping that all those evil people died in an avalanche. The snow roe deer also hoped for this. The snowstorm was truly fierce, and if it were not for the help of Sori, this spontaneous force would have absorbed even the mountain man. Noticing how the girl again wants to try to get her damaged leg, the snow roars gently stopped her, and instead she suggested carefully to listen to an important story. She was sad that she could not spend more time with her baby. She was still so young, and so much happened to her for this short life. But it was impossible to postpone anymore. Fortunately, before her death, she will have time to tell the girl about everything. Sori was embarrassed why her mother talks about death because she is near and can save her. However, the hostess of the mountain asked not to interrupt. She was going to tell the story about the father of the girl, who was a Sang guardian of these lands. More than 200 years ago, he was the brave and most beautiful of all Sansins in the world. Kings revealed him, and even dragons, soaring in heaven, could not resist his indestructible authority. Once he found an abandoned human baby, whom his parents mistakenly took for evil spirits because of a strange wool that covered the whole body. The generous Sansin just wanted to grow this child, but over time he became attached to him with all his heart and decided to leave it with him. Years later, this baby turned into a beautiful girl, and these two fell in love with each other. The fruit of their love was just Sori. 20 years ago, when the clouds of death thickened over the mountain, the girl's mother passed away, leaving behind a not understanding baby. At that mournful moment, the father came to the snow roe deer with a prayer to take care of his daughter. Kosulya tried to explain that her body was simply not able to surround the child with love and care he needs. However, the heart of grief, the father asked only one thing: to protect his child, because this baby from birth possessed the power of Sansin and could stand up for herself. He himself had to fulfill his sacred duty. Kosulya tried to stop him, realizing that he could not defeat that monster alone. She begged to wait until the elders were returning, but the mighty Sansin understood. If he delayed, all the animals would die on the mountain. In addition, none of the Sansin could stop this threat. Therefore, he asked his sister and daughter to live happily ever after. At that moment, little Sori, scaredly looking at Dad, decided to find out where he was going. The trembling ran through the entire body of a man, and he, barely restraining tears, returned to his daughter. Hugging her for the last time, he asked to be happy and live well, after which he turned and left with tears in his eyes. Only then, the girl realized that he was going to the top of the mountain, where all this time some ominous shadows resembling dragons were hiding. Having reached the enemy's den, the brave Sansin soared into the air to fight with all of them. The dying roe deer asked the girl to never forget the last moments of her father, because now that she herself leaves this world, Sori will become the new mistress of this mountain. After these words, Kosul let out the last breath, and the girl with tears still tried to wake her. At that moment, the shaman's hand appeared from under the deep blocks of snow. She fiercely ordered her soldiers to get out and immediately rush in pursuit. The hero was also in a hurry, rushing behind the wolves leading his trail. The higher he rose uphill, the more difficult he was to breathe. But in an instant, he felt that the vital energy of the mountain changed, and his body was seized by some bad foreboding. Then he looked at the wolves, hoping that among them was at least one spirit. Then he could use the power of the black tiger and become faster. But he quickly realized how delusional his hopes were. Therefore, having thrown off the knot and hat, he rushed forward at all pairs. At this time, Sori was still sobbing over the lifeless body of her mother. She promised to protect her, but still could not. But now she remembered her father and mother and snow roe deer, as well as all the words that she told her when she was very small. The snow Kossulya admitted that she did not want the girl of the same fate that her father, who took on the burden of the mountain protection, fell on. She wanted the baby to become a wandering Sansin, and not the mistress of the mountain. Everything in order to live freely. And if someday the girl finds her true name and wants to stay on the mountain, then she will be able to bear the load of this responsibility. However, Sori did not understand what it means to find a name. Until now, she did not know her real name. She only knew that her name was Sori, the name given by Khan Siki. All she wanted is just to live next to her mother. But at that moment, something grabbed her leg and pulled out. Obviously, it turned out to be the same shaman who tracked the fugitive. A woman with a cold triumph looked at this baby, letting her know that she would not just leave her unpunished. The girl only trembled helplessly, looking at the man because of which her mother died. At that moment, she again remembered the time spent in the iron cage, and horror chained her whole body. The shaman only grinned contemptuously. This girl could not even have a miserable resistance, because of which it was extremely bored to play with her. Therefore, she tied the captive hand and foot so that she could no longer escape anywhere. At this moment, the soldiers searched the cave and found that the snow road deer was dead. The shaman realized that she could have used a too powerful trap, but it was impossible to catch the mountain mistress in a different way. Of course, if they grabbed her at once, everything would end without incident, but now nothing to change. At this moment, the captain asked what to do with the body of snow roe deer. Would there be a problem if they take it with them? However, the woman still ordered to take the remains because they may not believe their words at the top, so good evidence was needed. The girl only screamed desperately, ordering these discharges not to touch her mother. However, the shaman only pressed it into the ground more strongly, ordering it to shut up. Otherwise, right now she will enclose the baby in something worse than that iron box. Either she can lock her there for decades, and since the girl was a spirit, she will not even have the opportunity to die. At that moment, Sori cried, desperately appealing to the Khan of the Siki for help. The shaman did not understand who was talking about, whom this girl calls for help. And at this time, the captain guessed that it was perhaps the same guy who defended her all this time. But according to the prediction of the shaman, that person had to die a long time ago. How wrong she was. After all, this young man was already flying right above her head, bringing his blade for a deadly blow. In the next instant, he scattered the shaman and her captain off the girl. Then he ordered his teeth to clench tightly. He will help her escape. Grabbing the baby, the hero immediately abandoned her as far as possible into snowdrifts. The shaman believed that the boy was doing some kind of stupidity. However, the girl certainly landed on the backs of her faithful wolves. The hero himself ran a different path so that they could meet somewhere in the middle. At that moment, an angry shaman immediately ordered to grab this daring and immediately kill. Meanwhile, the subordinates crowded near the commander, whose face was dissected by the hero of the hero. However, he ordered his comrades not to pay attention and live vividly in pursuit. The shaman decided to do the girl herself, and her people had to catch that geek. As soon as they left, the sorceress was literally in rabies. These insignificants really believed that they could withstand her. Running away, the young man understood that it was a mistake. He still made a mistake. When he arrived, Sori was already captured, and then the plan, folded in his head, was incredibly simple. Attack and use the girl to call the power of the Black Tiger. However, he should not wait for the baby to act according to his instructions. In addition, the shaman scared her, and given the experience of the last times, she could not do anything. Therefore, he explained to the wolves with gestures that he would save Sori and throw her in their direction, and they should catch her and run away. The wolves understood his signs, and immediately rushed to the place where the girl was supposed to land. Then the hero believed that there was too little time for thought. However, now he understood. He should have thought better. He did not expect the shaman to stop his sword with his bare hands. In addition, he did not assume that the people pursuing them would be so fast. At that moment, one of the warriors already caught up with him and tried to strike around his neck, but the hero dodged. The assistant shaman calmly explained that for the capture of the snow roe deer, they ran around the snowy peaks for a month, so it seemed ridiculous that the hero really hoped to escape from them. Kansiki understood. They were right. These people are used to moving in the snow, and although everyone had a different speed, if he would hesitate, he would quickly be surrounded. For this reason, having beaten off another attack, he immediately rushed to run away from these thugs away. Mercenaries chased after the boy, waving right and left with their blades, and he fought back and continued to run away. However, soon they had already begun to shoot from bows, turning the pursuit of mortal hunting. In addition, the spears directed to it made it clear that it would be much more difficult to escape from long weapons. At this moment, the young warrior realized the combat abilities of these people are much superior to ordinary soldiers, and it was mortally dangerous to relax in a fight with a whole crowd. A strange sensation swept the hero. Usually it was he who was used to squeezing opponents, but now the situation has changed dramatically. Suddenly, a dark-haired fighter realized that the enemies lured him into a cunning trap. At that moment, the attack of the next fighter hit him on top of him. The commander calmly laughed at the young man, who deftly evaded, and mockingly explained that from the very first meeting he wanted to kill him. At least now, when his people surrounded the boy with a dense ring, he will be able to kill him without any problems. The hero understood that his deeds were bad. Despite the fact that he dodged the blow, the wound on his back was deep enough and mercilessly bleeded. Meanwhile, The faithful wolves carried the girl into a safe shelter and immediately began to unravel the ropes with their sharp fangs, connecting her fragile arms and legs. The baby immediately rushed to hug her four-legged saviors. Now she clearly remembered. After the tragic death of her father, it was they who always protected her from any dangers. However, a strange feeling tormented young Sanson. She nevertheless remembered something, but at the same time she forgot something extremely important. She still did not know what her real name was and how she was really called. Of course, she was called Sori. That man gave her the name, and now it belonged to her. At this fateful moment, an insidious shaman was already crept up to the girl. The baby fled desperately, and the sorceress believed that the prey climbed far enough but managed to catch up with amazing speed. In any case, be that as it may, since the Beglianka failed to hide from her, this young man committed great stupidity when he brought her here. Of course, it was very unfortunate that she could not kill Sansin. He was intended for their master. It remained only to cut off the girl's arms and legs, and then deliver her alive to get a well-deserved reward for the capture of such valuable prey. At that moment, the captain, standing over the defeated hero, recalled that according to the predictions of their shaman, Kansiki was supposed to die by the hands of Yonsoka. It seems that even her magical divination did not always come true. The hero, thinking, vaguely recalled, it seems he had already met this mysterious assassin. At that moment, the soldiers offered a stubborn guy to surrender. After all, their main goal was the capture of little Sansin. They preferred not to kill ordinary people. If he allows himself to die, they will let him go at the foot of the mountain. The main thing is that he no longer interferes with the sacred hunt. Obviously, it was only an insidious maneuver, and one of the spearmen immediately attacked a gullible young man. Therefore, the hero awarded them a couple of deep cuts from his blade. In addition, he was struck by the technique that the enemies used. It was nausea obvious and primitive. However, the captain calmly explained, despite its apparent simplicity, this technique has always worked without fail. Only Kansiki was special and constantly managed to evade deadly blows. The hero himself, staring at the opponents from afar, understood. If he lingers here for a short while, new reinforcements would resort, and he needed to urgently intercept the initiative. Therefore, he calmly took a deep breath and made a fighting cry. At that very moment, the young warrior intercepted one of the enemy blades, now fighting with two hands at the same time. Then the captain tried to stop the daring youth, using his proprietary technique, Swift Hurricane of Swords. However, the hero was ahead of him and immediately blew his head with one powerful blow to one warrior. Then he dealt with a couple of opponents in the same way. But at that moment, the captain, aiming at his chest, managed to injure him with his blade. Despite this, the hero fought back from the attack, but the wound was extensive and was very bleeding. The commander laughed calmly. He did not think that this boy could resist for so long, and now everything was over for him. However, he was amazed that with such a heavy wound on his back, he could still stand firmly on his feet. At that moment, the shaman laughed angrily, looking at the miserable face of Sori. She hoped that the girl would decide to run away, as the last time. And indeed, the baby immediately rushed away. She hoped that the wolves would run after her, but the faithful animals rushed right onto the sorceress, giving their little mistress a chance to escape. But the insidious shaman threw the glowing fire shells into them, which is why the wolves whined with unbearable pain. The baby immediately cried, desperately demanding that this evil witch immediately stop harm to her faithful friends. At that moment, young Sansin realized that the wolves should not have protected her. Everything should be exactly the opposite. Indeed, from this moment, she became the full mistress of the holy mountain, and the responsibility for all its inhabitants lay on her fragile shoulders. At that moment, Kansiki was aware of the severity of his position. He had his back and side. He was inflicted on death wounds. He could still move, but over time, whether he wishes it or not, the muscles will begin to refuse. So it was better for him to hurry if he wants to eliminate at least another enemy. However, at this critical moment, fresh reinforcement arrived at the commander. These people came running from the bamboo village. They did not find the commander Yongsoka, and when they began to look for him, they realized that he was killed. At the site of his death, there were clear traces, which brought them to this area. In addition, they went to the sound of a fierce battle. Then the commander guessed that it was Kansiki who killed their comrade, but was not at all upset. He only ordered his warriors to join forces, to put an end to the case here and to return to the bamboo village vividly. At that moment, several more fighters joined them, clearly late because of a heavy run in deep snow. They promised that the next time, as soon as they finished with the mission, they would intensively hone their training in order to become much faster. The commander secretly hoped that Kansiki had already changed his mind to resist. In addition, it would be much less troublesome if he simply humbly bleeded and died without extra fuss. However, the hero still rushed into a desperate battle. Of course, he could not imagine how much strength was left in this wounded body, but even if he was destined to die, he was going to take the commander with him to the afterlife. The military leader was amazed. This stubborn asshole decided to arrange the last battle, to give the heat in the end. Therefore, he has already prepared to use his crown technique, the 11th style, Cloud Hurricane. However, this technique was well familiar to the hero. He already knew how to resist it. As a result, the young warrior killed the commander in the same way as he had previously dealt with another warrior. Looking at the motionless bodies of the enemies, the hero was happy. He was afraid that the forces would leave his hands ahead of time, but the blow was quite powerful. However, he will not stand this anymore. Nevertheless, paradoxically, it was much better to die in an honest battle than from the poisonous bites of monsters in dungeons. Of course, he would like to stretch out a little time to prevent the remaining enemies to unite with the shaman, but only had enough strength for this. Now he could only hope that the girl managed to hide in a safe place. At that moment, the shaman looked around the child in complete shock, not believing that what was happening was a reality. At that moment, sparkling with a furious look, the girl imperiously ordered to let these wolves go. Instead of obedience, a woman only hit one of the animals with a foot, which is why he rolled somewhere far away and fell from a steep mountain slope. Using this moment to distract attention, the insidious shaman threw her blade directed straight in the baby's neck. In the last second, young Sansin managed to evade, although her delicate cheek and hit with a blade. But it turned out that the shaman could control her weapon at a distance. The blade hung in the air, and then began to attack by her mental command. With incredible dexterity, the girl continued to dodge and fight off the deadly blade flying into it. But for the first time, when the shaman grabbed her, she was so frightened that she could not even show the slightest resistance. At that moment, the angry Sori rushed forward on the sorceress, moving on all fours with primitive rage. The woman immediately put her amulets forward to protect herself with fire magic from this impudent girl. Looking at how the baby without hesitation rushed at her despite her risk, the shaman finally became convinced. This baby really matured in such a short time. However, nevertheless, she will not be able to cope with her. The shaman honed her deadly power for many years. Therefore, she ordered young Sansin to come closer. Then she will show her what it feels like to experience a real, chilling fear. At this moment, the hero mentally turned to the Black Tiger. Now his grandiose plan to destroy all Sansanov scattered to fluff because of his own rash acts. He did not know how a predatory spirit plans to do further. Perhaps he would leave this sword and find another suitable vessel for his ancient soul. And perhaps it will remain to the end, and with the death of the hero, the life and revenge of both of them will end. However, to his great surprise, all this time enemy warriors stood like stone sculptures, not approaching him. Perhaps they simply waited for him to bleed and die a natural death. In addition, these fighters did not look at all demoralized, despite the fact that their commander died. But at that moment, the murdered leader rose like a living dead. After making sure that the hero really killed Yongjuice, he realized. This was still not a happy case for the enemy. Of course, Khan Siki was extremely surprised. How did this man manage to survive? After all, the hero definitely felt how he broke his skull with his powerful blow. The commander calmly explained, he will not be able to die with his special body even if he wants it. Inside him, Sansan's power was pulsed, about which Khan Siki could not even dream. He preferred to deal with the boy without her, but the current situation ordered him to show this hidden power. At that moment, the shaman saw that the girl was clearly diminished, and the excitement appeared to the attack. Therefore, she turned her huge fireball into a small light and threw it towards young Sansin. From the detonation that had occurred, a powerful explosion threw the girl a few meters ago. It was unbearably hot, and besides, it is very painful and scary. At that moment, a ruthless shaman continued her attacks. The baby, of course, tried to run away, desperately looking for opportunities for retreat, but the sorceress only cruelly laughed at her miserable attempts. She explained that this was far from the end, and reminded of her intention to cut off her arms and legs. The woman began to attack the baby from all sides, applying painful and bleeding wounds. At that moment, crying from unbearable pain, Sori asked the Khan Siki to come to her aid. However, at that moment she remembered her dead mother and, despite her tears, was very angry. At that moment, the shaman understood. Although she wanted to play with this spirit longer, the amulets were almost over. Therefore, she decided to cut off the girl with one hand and put the arrest spell on her. But at that moment, right before her eyes, the girl seemed to evaporate in the air. Then she again attacked the sorceress, squeezing the amulet in her hands. The shaman was struck by the naivety of the baby. She was clearly not an experienced fighter and had to understand that such straightforward attacks would not lead to success. However, a cunning baby crept up from her back and inflicted an unexpected attack in the most vulnerable place. Despite the fact that the shaman fell, she had a couple more powerful amulets to create an arrest spell. She scolded herself for frivolity. It was worth being careful after exhausting contractions with the rest of the spirits. In addition, after they lost the snow roe deer, the life of this girl ceased to represent any value. Therefore, the sorceress decided not to spend precious time on her anymore, and just kill a brazen baby. At that moment, the hero, standing in front of the revived captain, decided to find out. Did he accidentally embody the power of the black worm in himself? Only then did the captain realize that this boy is a clearly much more dangerous opponent, since he knew about this secret. Remembering the other enemies that the hero faced, he was agitated. Perhaps other warriors endowed with such force could also be resurrected after death. But the captain only laughed contemptuously. He did not resurrect at all, but just did not die. And this rare ability can only be chosen. Judging by the fact that Yong Sok did not possess such force, even rising to the high rank of captain, it was extremely difficult to get this ability. However, the man calmly explained that his power had long gone beyond the usual rank of captain. Only he alone among all those present here possessed a true power of spirit. The captain was amazed. Despite the fact that it was long to die the hero from the wounds received, he decided to arrange an interrogation with addiction to him. But the young man only calmly explained that he needed to find out which of the enemies was best to kill in the last turn. The commander was stunned. After everything experienced, the hero was still smiling. It seems that he was completely crazy, since even having seen his supernatural power, he continued to behave so brazenly. Therefore, he decided to save the impudent youth from torment and simply kill him with one blow. However, the hero with amazing ease stopped his blade with his bare hands and calmly explained that he did not need to make his life easier. After all, only now he felt a real, intoxicating the joy of the battle. Then he sincerely thanked the man for deciding to become a spirit, because now he was finally able to awaken true power in himself. At this moment, the baby felt piercing pain. Her whole fragile body seemed to pierce invisible blades. However, if she dies, then all the inhabitants of this sacred mountain will die, and she could not allow it. Therefore, young Sansin at least tried to stop the deadly arrest spell, rushing in her direction at a murderous speed. Obviously, the shaman was struck by the stupidity of a girl who dared to devour people. However, the baby only loudly reminded that she was not some kind of monster, and never did anything like that. The sorceress only laughed ominously. As you know, the Sansins were notorious cannibals, hungry for spirits. She claimed that they all ate human flesh. However, the girl, only tightly squeezing the blade in her hand, resolutely reminded, she was not anyone from this list. She was a full mistress of the holy mountain. The woman only laughed mockingly. Since now the snow roe deer is dead, when she kills this girl, he will die, and the whole mountain with her. The baby understood no matter what, she should hold out and prevent anyone from perish because of her. She remembered a distant childhood when her father went out to show her the sacred place that she would ever have to protect. This will happen on the day when she herself is able to find her true name. But the father promised that the girl would understand everything herself when her time will come. And at that moment, the baby clearly remembered the last words of the deceased snow roe deer. The woman asked the girl to never forget. She was a noble keeper of the mountain and the daughter of the noble Sansin. She was the true mistress of the holy mountain, as well as the heiress of the snow roe deer. And her name was an Iron Wind. At the same moment, the wounds on the hero's body already began to gradually drag on, and vitality began to return to his wounded body again. The captain could not believe that this guy uses the forbidden power of evil spirits. However, the hero calmly explained, in front of them was the strongest of all Sansin. The commander carefully retreated, explaining that if the Khan Psyche was really a spirit, then they definitely had to catch him. He immediately ordered his hunters to immediately attack the enemy. However, the hero with the power of the Black Tiger was not subject to these miserable little people. He easily dissected their bodies into pieces, and in the place where he inflicted his blows, a huge explosions occurred. Having dealt with the pawns, the hero calmly explained that only one true hunter for Samsonov was all over the world, and this is he. Then he grabbed the man by the head and threw him away, like a boring toy. Obviously, the captain was not particularly affected by such an impact, and only with chilling horror looked at the monster in front of him, trying to understand who he really was. Of course, Kansiki was amazed that the man did not recognize him even after he saw his true appearance. However, this was not so strange, given that a simple mortal was not worthy of his real name. Therefore, he decided to mercilessly kill this little man once and for all. The hero himself was struck by the powerful energy that enveloped his body. This has never happened. Sori had the same situation. When the shaman grabbed her for the first time, she suggested that the girl is just an unclean creature that could not even be compared with the usual spirit of the lower rank. However, for some reason, now it seemed to her that she could not stand against such a powerful Sansin. Perhaps the lady warned her about this when she called her in front of the mission. After all, restless forebodings tormented her soul. She wanted to say a few important words and asked to listen carefully. The eldest knew that the art of witchcraft shaman reached one level with herself or even higher, so she could be easily overwhelmed by snow roe deer. The remaining without a patron on these lands, there were only 3 spirits, which cannot be defeated. 2 of them are already dead, and nothing is known about the existence of the latter. But if we take into account that during the hunt, unforeseen changes often arise that cannot be predicted, it will not be an exaggeration to say that they still do not really know anything about local Sansin. Therefore, the mistress asked, in which case the shaman should not be stubborn, forget about pride, and immediately return home. Now the sorceress understood that she needed to get out of here at all costs and report what happened. If you bring all the shamans, especially the mistress itself, they will be able to win. Therefore, she immediately threw out the last amulets. The woman applied a chain of the spirits subject to her to protect her body. The first talisman will create a barrier that does not even ram the furious elephant. The second will be able to chop 3 bears. The third will push even fierce tigers. The fourth will burn 2 bulls to the ground. The fifth will increase the action of all the others. Then she threw a couple of amulets, ordering them to illuminate the flame of the heavenly chain. With these powerful attacks, she tried to crush young Sansin in front of her. The treacherous shaman wanted to wait for the moment when the girl was confused and covered by a pillar of the all-expanding flame, and then take the moment to escape. And perhaps if you try, she would even have managed to seriously injure the opponent. However, the girl was not at all afraid of this hellish fire and immediately rushed through it straight on the shaman. All amulets that protected the witch's body, in the blink of an eye, were torn to shreds. After that, the baby with her sharp claws instantly demolished the head of this woman. Only after that, having calmed down, she cried and apologized to the deceased mother for showing her true power only now. At that moment, the hero cautiously got up to the girl and realized that she finally found her real name. The Black Tiger rejoiced. The expectation was worth it. Mosquito came to their hands, capable of contrary to any powerful enemy. Therefore, he ordered Khan Siki to stop hesitating and attacking her, starting his long-awaited hunt. About 3 years have passed since the power of the Black Tiger joined the training sword received by the Khan of the Psyche from the Blue Waters. During this time, he hunted a lot of Sansins, but this is not what was worth proud of. Someone like foxes, someone like martens was infrequent, and this was completely not enough to make up for the true power of the Black Tiger. Therefore, he needed some particularly powerful opponent, or the precious pearl it was as valuable as to absorb it as much as the strongest dragon Sansin. But then prey appeared, surpassing the vital energy of the dragon. Having absorbed this pearl, even the energy of the Black Tiger could not completely heal his wounded body. Therefore, the hero doubted very much that he could suppress the force equal to the power of the dragon in this state. At this moment, the tiger reminded. The hero promised to wait until the girl gains her true name. This moment has come. Only by absorbing such a tremendous force, he will be able to twice, even 3 times, to resist their enemies. And the predatory spirit reminded the hero. Why did he pick up the damned sword of the Black Tiger at that fatal moment? At that moment, the girl was approaching him, and the hero understood he must somehow respond. The baby on 4 paws already darted towards him. However, at that moment, the image of a cat surfaced in the memoirs of the hero. She admitted that according to her predictions, a child named Khan Siki would not make evil for his own benefit. To get answers to his questions, he shed blood and deceived himself. Then he remembered how the girl cried, clinging to him. He wanted to stroke her head, but he forced himself to push the baby. Now it was already too late. She rushed to him at all pairs. His opponent was a lightning Autic Sansin, not allowing a moment of delay. But he was enveloped in such an amazing calm. He expected the girl to attack him, and everything would finally end. However, at that moment, she firmly hugged the hero by the waist and, crying, explained. Her mother died, protecting her, and Dad also died. Now she was left completely alone. She did not know what to do and what best to do. The Black Tiger in this hero's head immediately reminded, this is the perfect chance to cut her into pieces. However, the young man understood that this was wrong. He could not do that. The tiger was angry with such nonsense, believing that the guy finally forgot, for which he picked up this sword. But Khan Siki understood. There were many other ways, because there were many other Sansins. The predator was indignant. They spent for the search for this production for 3 whole years, and it would be an exaggeration to say that only they had been waiting for her all this time. The tiger did not want to put up with the fact that he would have to wait even longer. He ordered the guy not to succumb to senseless feelings. He absorbed so many Sansins, but cannot eat only one because it is a child. However, at that moment the hero immediately noticed. The power of the Black Tiger began to change. It was already a human silhouette. He recalled the words of the young man that he would take revenge, even if he has to dry all the Sansons in the world to the bones of all. But it was a lie. But apparently he already forgot the smell of the blood of people dying in front of his eyes. After these words, the guy completely plunged into his memories. Then, on the scorched earth, he looked at the lifeless bodies of his comrades. At that moment, the girl, running towards him, asked the Khan of the Siki to run away and not stay in this damned place. The hero ran to her, hoping to touch her hand, but a deafening explosion sounded between them. And when he looked around, he realized the girl was killed by huge dragons flooding the earth. The Black Tiger reminded, this was the last chance for Khan Siki. If now he does not cross his side finally, he will have to abandon the strength of the Black Tiger. And then he will return to those desperate times when he was weak before disgust. As a result, having heard all this, the young man brought his blade over the girl's head. After that, a loud blow sounded, and soon the vision of the baby began to clutch. Having cried, the baby did not understand why Khan Siki decided to injure her. Having fallen to her knees, she apologized. Maybe she did something wrong. However, the hero, looking coldly at her, only quietly apologized for everything that happened. The story returned several years ago, where a little boy stood on the slope of the snowy mountains. The mentor was surprised to see his young ward, not understanding what he had forgotten here at such an early hour. The kid honestly admitted that he did not want to miss the sacred moment when the legendary ascension of the dragon would begin. The mentor only smiled wisely, thinking about what was the will of the Almighty, who sent him such an unusual child. The sage was sure that someone was so talented to take the position of a statesman, to save his country or become the king's close. But the boy became a shaman, and everything that really fascinated him was the contemplation of nature and heavenly phenomena. Even the master with 40-year-old experience of solitude was not given to understand him. At that moment, looking at the mirror surface of the lake, the boy saw how the process of the holy ascension of the dragon finally began. Around the lake, a real storm dizzy, as if nature itself triumphed the upcoming miracle. And soon in its depths they saw a magnificent dragon. Then, finally, the boy with his own eyes managed to see the ascension, which he had been waiting for so long. The mentor reverently explained that the water snake finally managed to get a precious pearl of power. Now he has become a true dragon, and will never go down to the ground again. From now on, he will soar in heaven and observe from heights to everything that happens below. The sage noticed that the boy was crying. The thing was that the young shaman was completely delighted with the incredible beauty of this dragon. The mentor was surprised. His student also had such an emotional side, because he was always bothered by the innate peacefulness of the baby. However, at that moment, the boy noticed a black tiger, carefully getting closer to the holy lake. The next second, unceremoniously interfering with the ascension process, the predatory spirit clung to the dragon straight in the neck of his deadly fangs. The master only with horror explained the shocked young man. This greedy villain, the black tiger, planned to devour the dragon. He and the boy needed to urgently leave, otherwise they would also fall into this deadly trouble. However, the boy was furious when he looked at the predator directly into the eyes, so he did not leave anywhere. As a result, he saw how, under the onslaught of the black tiger, a magnificent dragon began to fall to the ground, like a broken bird. Of course, the master could not believe that the black tiger would still prevail in this battle. At that moment, his little student began to quickly go down from the mountain, approaching the defeated dragon. Soon he reached the clearing, which was completely flooded with the scarlet blood of the celestial creature. The master ran after the boy, not understanding where his usual courtesy was. After all, he did not obey his mentor. At that moment, the same black tiger appeared in a bloodied glade. He seemed to be grinning, looking at the boy directly in his eyes, as if throwing him a daring challenge. However, soon, having lost any interest in him, the predator immediately turned around and slowly killed in a thick thicket of the forest. Then, from fright, the boy flopped straight into the mud, mixed with dragon blood. The young shaman looked at his trembling hands and could not believe that he could not do anything. The black tiger mercilessly destroyed the ascension of the dragon, whom he was waiting for his whole short life. Now the killer stood right in front of him, but the boy did not succeed. Nevertheless, the young shaman believed, once they will meet again, and then he will certainly take revenge on this blasphemy. So this young man grew up, turning into a young man. Now he and the shaman stood at the entrance to the temple and offered to continue his sacred work. Bottle calmly explained to the monk, if the culprit of the murder was a really evil spirit, then they need to get evidence and prove the innocence of the temple. However, the monk was more worried that the authorities would not dare to go inside. Then there would be even more victims. But the master asked him not to doubt, and also friendly asked the monk to stop calling him so respectfully. Then he went inside, feeling like some kind of fraudster who hunts for easy money and naive girls. Fortunately, the monk did not hear his words, so the guy managed to calmly go inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his face instantly changed. Inside, in addition to the disgusting smell of decomposition, he saw traces of blood sprayed everywhere. He also noticed the body of the monk. His pose during death clearly indicated that this was not the evil spirit. The shaman was already preparing to expel evil spirits, however. It seems that here they had a real sansin. Obviously, the spirit was amazed that the boy did not run away, even knowing who he was, really. Then the young man bowed calmly, introduced himself as Shaman Bottle, and decided to find out why the spirit decided to enjoy the sinful human in this god's forgotten place. However, the monster only calmly asked whether the shaman Sansin called the Black Tiger is known to shaman. At this moment, the hunter was already armed with his amulet and a blade, making it clear that he had been looking for a black tiger for a long time. He ordered Sansin to tell everything that he knew about this legendary spirit. However, the spirit only laughed contemptuously. What can an ordinary little man do him? He could only dutifully accept his inevitable death. But the shaman immediately threw his enchanted amulet in his direction. Sansin believed that some kind of stub of paper would not be able to harm him in any way, after which he immediately rushed at the man, wanting to enjoy his flesh. However, at that moment when the monster got closer, Bottle activated his talisman. Due to the powerful spell, Sansin turned out to be tightly connected by invisible bonds and experienced unbearable pain. The shaman promised him to help him if he tells him why he went down here and killed innocent people in anything. In addition, it seemed that he knew something about the Black Tigre. The hunter promised to dispel the spell if the spirit tells about everything. Then Sansin explained, the Black Tiger wandered around the mountains and devoured other spirits. Therefore, out of fear of him, many had to go down to people in search of food. They simply did not have a way out. However, he promised the shaman, if he lets him go, he will not return here anymore. And at that moment, as promised, Bottle scattered the spell of his talisman. Then Sansin decided to go away, as he promised the hunter. However, he suddenly wounded him in his neck, making it clear that he could not let go. After all, the spirit was a predator who had already tasted the humanity. Since they were in the holy temple, Bottle decided to pray so that Sansin was reborn into paradise. Soon after completing the assignment, he, as if nothing had happened, returned home. Of course, he was puzzled by the fact that the Sansins descended to the habitat of people. It was necessary to catch the Black Tiger, rather, while everything was not even worse. 10 years ago, after they saw the battle of the Black Tiger and the dragon, the teacher suddenly leaned from a serious illness. After his death, Bottle followed in the footsteps of the Black Tiger. Many years ago, these traces were interrupted, but rumors reached him that the Black Tiger returned again. So he set off in pursuit of him, during which two mysterious facts surfaced. The first, on the bodies of all the Sansins who fell from the Black Tiger, traces of not teeth, but a sword were found, and the dead returned their original form. The second, he discovered the presence of Sansin, who was dragged somewhere against his will. Judging by the footsteps, he was ready to assume that this was an abduction, and he came to the conclusion that these two cases are somehow connected with the Black Tiger. Most likely, a large group of people abducted Sansina. Then it turns out that the one who uses the sword is a real Black Tiger. Therefore, the young man continued to carefully study the behavior of spirits. At that moment, an uncle appeared. The old man shared the story of Sansin found in the mountains. The local rich man brought this child to the village, which became the source of all troubles. Nevertheless, the man came clean. The rich man was known for his immoral behavior. Perhaps because this child grew in the mountains, this fact only steamed his unhealthy appetite more strongly. Who would have thought that this girl would be Sansin? So the rich, at the same time his whole family, she took revenge. They wanted to kill her, but the opposite happened. Obviously, Bottle was interested. Did the shamans really catch this spirit after that case? After all, usually you need to be in place. It was not necessary to captivate it or take it somewhere. However, his uncle did not really know anything, so he insisted that the girl was killed. But the hunter clearly felt something was missing in his uncle's information. Still, he paid him for information. The next time they agreed to meet in a city where the old man planned to see his nephew, who also asked to obtain information about evil spirits. Obviously, Bottle wanted to get to know this guy. However, in this request, his uncle refused to him and only asked the young man to be careful that no one would scout that he had entered such a dangerous business. However, the boy knew well what could happen to him when he began to delve into this matter. After that, he continued to track the Black Tiger. But he managed to find a decisive fact in the most unexpected place. Then the turtle said that the warrior in black clothes was indeed a Black Tiger, and with him there was a girl with an incredible force who frightened even hardened fighters. Then he drew an approximate portrait of how these two looked. However, the guy understood the drawing is so unclear that he is unlikely to be able to find someone on him. But this at least made him understand that the traces of a Sansine girl and a black tiger were connected. Now his goal is the village in the bamboo grove, where this girl was captured. However, at that moment, Sanson blocked the road to him. A girl in a bird's guise, who greeted a friendly bottle and greeted him with a return. Of course, the guy was embarrassed. If Madame Soroka turned to a person, nevertheless one should remember human decency. However, the girl constantly forgot that she walked naked, because people usually did not see her. Then, clicking her fingers, she calmly put on normal human clothes. Then Bottles said that he had just killed Sanson because of the black tiger. He went down to people in search of food. However, as soon as Magpie heard about the black tigre, she immediately froze. But still, whatever one may say, Bottle was right. And in this matter it was necessary to make sure. Therefore, making sure that his actions were correct, the guy immediately rushed to run towards the bamboo grove. Somewhere at this time, young Sanson collected mushrooms, cheerfully singing a song. He did not even know that a black tiger carefully watched from his shelter. As soon as the spirit relaxed enough, the hunter immediately attacked him. However, unfortunately, in the guise of the victim, he suddenly saw the face of little Sori, because of which he stopped at the last moment, after which the hero released this little spirit, allowing him to hide. At that moment, dizziness began from the hunter's illusion, which was due to which he had to be interrupted. Looking at the hero's so miserable state, the black tiger decided to find out how great his desire to take revenge. He asked to mentally return 10 years ago when he was a stupid and helpless child. From these words, the hero became so furious that he began to frantically attack everything, like a wild beast that lost his mind. After that, he screamed loudly, and his roar echoed throughout the district, forcing even the trees to shudder. Somewhere near this place, Mrs. Sansin Lisitsa decided to take a refreshing shower in a crystal-pure mountain stream. Cool water washed her elegant body, washing off the dust of a long journey when suddenly she was discovered by her old friend. The snake, wrapped around the ancient tree, with curiosity decided to find out why the girl did not go to the sacred mountain Bon Juan but remained to have fun here in this wilderness. The fox calmly explained that she was not at all entertained. Some insignificance attacked her first, and she decided to stay in order to teach him a harsh lesson for such audacity. However, the snake accepted the human form and reminded with reproach that the girl herself hunted for this person. This even a little offended the mistress. After all, she was just a peacefully bathed, and the man first attacked her. The reptile warned that such a behavior could defeat their overlord. Of course, she didn't care if her friend died, but she did not want her to pull him into the abyss. However, the fox only mockingly asked the snake not to show her poisonous teeth so recklessly before her. No one knows, perhaps she will be angry and by mistake to kill someone in a fit of rage. After which the predator returned to its victim and, it seems, would be sorry for the deprivation of his life too quickly. However, nevertheless, she killed a man, and with her sharp-clawed paws decided to get to his fresh liver to enjoy this delicacy. In fact, the lady was a little indignant. Why did they give such boring tasks? Hunting Sansonov was not interested in her, because hunting for people was much more entertaining and exciting. However, there is an order, so she promised that she herself would catch the spirit on Mount Bon Juan, and asked her sister not to even think to interfere in her personal affairs. After that, they calmly went to fulfill their tasks. Somewhere at that time, a hero was resting near the crackling bonfire, realizing bitterly that he could not kill anyone again. Everywhere he saw Sori's sweet guise, and it became for him like a curse that gravitated over his soul. He painfully tried to understand at what moment he made a fatal mistake. Perhaps he should not rise to that sacred mountain, or was it not worth dating the girl? Or maybe he should cut her at that very moment as soon as he saw her, and not wait until she gains her true name. As if hearing his tormenting thoughts, he heard the mocking words of the spirit, considering him a fool. Looking around, the hero realized that a stranger was sitting next to him all this time, but he did not even notice his appearance. At that moment, the wanderer dried his cup over the fire and kindly offered to drink to the hero. The young man agreed, realizing that he could not kill this spirit. After all, confusion would rise again inside him. Therefore, he decided to at least get drunk from the hands of this mysterious creature. Then the stranger decided to find out why the hero is tormented by restless thoughts. He asked not out of idle curiosity, but was simply ready to listen to him if necessary, like an old friend. However, the hero sharply demanded that the spirit would not be arrogant. They just drank together, nothing more. Then he ordered the man to immediately go away. But at that moment, the wanderer wanted to measure his strength with the hero in a friendly duel. The warrior calmly made it clear if he wants to fight like that, he better go to the village and find himself some lame drunkard for entertainment. At that moment, the man calmly threw the hero the usual stick to the hero, and he himself armed himself with the same wooden weapon. He made it clear that while the swordsman was breathing, 9 out of 10 his problems are hidden in his blade, and he wanted to help the hero deal with it. Of course, Kanseki tried to explain that his problem was not at all in the sword. But looking back at his last failures, I realized perhaps this mysterious warrior was still right. Nevertheless, he did not understand why the stranger handed him a stick. He considered her too light weapon for a serious duel. Then the man calmly explained that he once had a chance to kill a man with an ordinary wooden sword, so he chose just such a gun. The hero intercepted the stick in the same way as he usually held his steel sword. However, for some reason, it seemed to a strange warrior quite unusual. Obviously, the hero was angry that this type was so arrogant. He dared to laugh at him, giving a stick behind a full sword, but the young man is used to a real battle with a sharp blade. Then the wanderer realized that he was mistaken in assessing the hero. He seemed to him an outstanding swordsman. He also apologized for the inconvenience and, at least usually did not take the words back, admitted that the duel with the hero would be quite boring. Then the warrior ordered the insolent to turn around and looked into his eyes. However, the man knew that Kanseki could not defeat him in such a spiritual state. Furious after these words, the hero violently pounced on the outgoing spirit. In an instant, the enemy with amazing ease intercepted him and took the blade from his hands, putting the tip directly to his throat. Then in an instant it became obvious. He lost this duel with shameful ease. Only after that the man handed the blade back into the hands of the hero. After that the wanderer introduced himself. His name was Sarib. The hero introduced himself in response and asked him to fight him again. The warrior was glad that now the young man really tuned into a serious battle. Soon the hero brought his stick into the battle order, imprisoning its tip like a blade. Waving the impromptu weapons and checking his balance, he realized, if he was destined to die from a wooden sword, then his fate is to die in a foreign land. He no longer remembered how to handle a wooden blade. For some reason, now even the usual steel sword in his hands seemed to him a stranger, as if he had lost his way. Sarib, watching the preparations of the enemy with a wooden sword, realized that all the preparations of the hero were finished on this. The longer the hero studied his enemy, the more he hit him. It was just a wooden sword, but he had even more weight than a real steel blade. As a result, exhaling calmly, the young man invited the enemy to start. Immediately after that, a rather cruel and destructive duel ensued between the two warriors. However, at some point from the incredible strength of the enemy, the hero dropped his stick out of his hands. However, he managed to get closer to her, although he admired the monstrous power of his mysterious enemy. At that moment, Sarib calmly explained that he had knocked out the hero's weapon twice. However, he was only angry. In such a tense battle, the enemy still manages and count points. As a result, he tried to attack from above with a wooden sword and wanted to hit his palm on the side. However, the man easily intercepted the hero, preventing him from conducting a similar combination. But when even this did not bother the young warrior, he continued to attack with double fury. Sarib was convinced that this guy really had true skill. The hero himself was amazed. Who was this spirit since he could do this? He beat off the attacks with amazing ease, and although the blows were aimed at the whole body of the enemy, there was a feeling that he had beaten a huge boulder. At that moment, an experienced warrior noticed that in the soul of the hero a void gaped, and at that moment a wooden stick scattered into many small chips. The hero recalled the events that occurred on that sacred mountain. When he came to free the mistress of the snow roe deer, breaking the shackles, he took the body of Sansin with him. He apologized to the lady guardian of the mountain that he was so late, and decided to conduct it. So they reached the highest point of these mountains, where the grass was bright green. Putting it on a soft earth and looking at the late woman, he realized how long he wandered in search of an answer. However, now the image that appeared before the snow roe deer was its final choice. He understood that most likely the keeper would be disappointed with him, but he could not do otherwise. Looking at the majestic mountain, he promised that sooner or later he would definitely return here. Soon the hero finally came to his senses after this strange dream. It seemed to him that the meeting with Sarib was also just a dream. However, he saw his bottle as well as broken wooden swords. He remembered how, after the words about the void in his soul, he was so confused that he allowed him to break his weapons and even get a blow to his forehead. Rising, he took his steel sword and put on a hiking hat. At that moment, he realized that he had some strange but peaceful mood. He did not even remember how much time passed since he lasted the last time beaten by an ordinary piece of wood. However, he was very late, so it was necessary to rush in urgent matters. At this time, the arrivals of the body and 40 discovered the fresh grave of Mrs. Snow Kosuli. They did not know who made her, but decided not to dig out. After all, it would be a huge disrespect for the former mistress of the holy mountain. However, at that moment, Bottle felt a distinct smell of iron and blood. It was highly likely that it was people who killed the mistress, not Sansons. Then Magpie remembered that recently there were alarming rumors. The Shamanov community actively caught local Sansonov. Of course, it was difficult for the guy to believe it, but these rumors were true. Bottle finally became furious to his colleagues, who dared to touch such respected and noble creatures. He came to the conclusion that it was precisely the shamans that created the like with the mistress of the roe deer. Nevertheless, he more wanted to believe that this was done by a black tiger. Although Bottle claimed that the murder was committed by people, he was sure that the man only imitated the habits of the black tiger. Having collected the information received, he came to the conclusion that the purpose of the community is the living Sansons, and the black tiger uses a sword to kill them. Therefore, since Madame Snow Kasulia was killed, and the smell of steel was vulgar around, perhaps it was the same villain, imitating the black tiger. And since the predatory spirit was looking for prey according to well-known mountain peaks, they also had to go there. Of the nearest in this district, Bonhuan and Mekian were such, where it had to go down for a long time. In addition, these two were surprised that the mountain, even without the owner, still retained life. It was truly amazing and spoke of the power of the deceased keeper. At that moment, Magpie took her true bird form and decided to fly to Mount Mehian, while Bottle would be reached on foot to the nearest Mount Bonhuan. Just at that time, the hero was in the same village at the foot of Mount Mexicoist. He purchased everything necessary, paying 12 silver coins for this. Also, before leaving, the good-natured old man explained to the young man that the healing herbs that he were looking for could be in another shop at Madame Sori. It was a lonely woman who lived a hermit. The hero was very interested in how to find her in these wild places. Then the merchant invited the warrior to go to the foot of the mountain. As soon as it gets dark, Sori leaves an inflated signal fire so that the travelers do not get lost in the dark. However, while the hero was about to follow the mountain, suddenly he heard a loud female cry. Some armed warriors, pretending to accidentally hook the girl with a sword, brazenly tried to look under her skirt. Obviously, the poor thing did not know what to do against these arrogant bandits, who recently returned to their peaceful lands and had already managed to lead the fear of local residents. At that moment, they approached the old trader and explained that they wanted to get a fee for the past month. Immediately, the man dutifully gave them 20 copper coins and asked everything to carefully count. Judging by the appearance of these people, they were clearly not state troops. They were more like ordinary robbers. These insolents had just taken the money that the hero gave to the old man for goods, so the young man had a feeling that he was robbed himself. However, at that moment, one of the bandits realized that he was seeing the hero for the first time, so he ordered him to come closer. After all, if he bought something in the village, he had to pay them a special tax for the right to buy their territory. I must say, the hero was sincerely grateful that these arrogant people decided to touch him first. Now he has a wonderful occasion to deal with this robber gang terrorizing civilians. However, at that moment, one of the bandits suddenly flew away from someone's powerful blow. The girl was extremely disappointed that these geeks dared to cling to ordinary people, and threatened that today they would seriously go for such impudence. Obviously, the robbers immediately began to shout indignantly at this reckless idiot who attacks, without even knowing who they were and what power they possess. However, the brave girl instantly beat a healthy man who dared to open her filthy mouth against her. She knew very well, these bastards were the real parasites, robbing an honest village to a thread. At that moment, the gang leader looked at her intently, and realized that it was the same rebellious girl who had not paid a tribute to them for 6 months. He promised that today she would pay everything to the last penny with interest. However, the brave girl only resolutely warned, it was they who will return all the money today, which shamelessly stole from the locals. Then the angry leader rushed into battle, intending to cut off this insolent jump to her long hair as a lesson. However, at that moment he realized that in his hands there was no familiar blade. The bandit's weapons suddenly ended up in the hands of the hero, who put the point straight to the throat of the robber. The warrior demanded that these bastards immediately return all the money that honest people stole today. The leader only laughed contemptuously, realizing that the visiting traveler was not aware of who their older brother is and what ties they have in these parts. However, the hero only pulled the blade to his throat and warned ominously, no need to make him repeat twice. If he ordered the money to return, then he needs to do so, and he will not listen to any objections. As a result, the leader was so much frightened by the cold determination in the eyes of a stranger that he immediately threw a bag of money and shamefully ran away with his accomplices. The girl delightedly praised the hero for how cool he figured out these crooks, and introduced herself. Her name was Sori. The old trader calmly explained that this young guest was looking for a rare stream grass, as well as dried ginseng, so he wanted to send the young man straight to her for these valuable medicines. It turned out that Sori really had a dried ginseng of the highest quality. However, there was no stroke in stocks, but she promised to look and let the hero know later. either in the evening or tomorrow at dawn. After that, the girl pointed to a winding path leading to the top of Mount Mahayan. If he goes up the slope, then after half an hour he will see a straw roof. This will be her modest house. Then she returned the hero a bag full of money. Since she went to look for the necessary herbs specifically for him, Sori asked to divide these funds between injured people. If he brings this noble business to the end, then this will become a fee for the grass that she will provide him. Looking at this decisive girl, Kansiki had a feeling that he was stuck into some kind of serious trouble. But he could not refuse after all. Without this healing grass with his companion, something bad could happen. At night, as agreed, he began to rise uphill. The slopes were very steep, and it seemed to him amazing that this woman lives alone in such a hard-to-reach place, although the girl herself turned out to be a very unusual person. At that moment, seeing a crystal-clean mountain stream, the hero decided to go down and quench his thirst with cool water. But then he noticed a graceful woman standing there. She was sincerely surprised that so many guests granted them today, and warmly greeted the warrior. Kansiki calmly explained that he was not her guest and simply passed his business. However, the girl was clearly surprised at his words. After all, everyone who comes here was already by default become her dear guests. In addition, she began to circulate gracefully around the hero, admiring his noble face. He had good eyes, inside of which the great and mysterious power was hidden. She wanted to find out from the young man where this amazing power came from. However, at that moment, the hero resolutely armed himself with his sword, preventing the stranger to come closer. Obviously, the lady was amazed. In this world, there were still men who were not amenable to her enchanting spell. But the warrior calmly made it clear that some cunning fox could not draw him around his finger, after which he called a girl by name. Of course, she thought that he knew her name because she was so famous in these parts. However, at that moment, seeing the dark power dancing around the guy, I realized that rumors about the black tiger hunting Samsonov were true. Then she admitted that they were also spirits hunting for other spirits. However, it was a secret that she was not going to reveal. The hero, forgetting about her words, pointed to a bunch of human bones, realizing that this was probably the matter of her hands. The girl only innocently explained that she was very hungry and could not do anything with herself, and asked the master to spare her imploringly. However, Kansiki was not going to forgive Sansin, hunting defenseless people. In addition, he saw, even in the face of death, she does not repent of her bloody sins. Then the fox only released sharp claws and asked with interest, what kind of liver the legendary black tiger tasted. After that, a furious battle ensued between these two predators. The hero attacked, without even giving the opponent a respite, because of which she only laughed cheerfully and carefree, enjoying the fight. However, at the moment when the warrior was ready to kill her, the vision of little Sori again got his eyes. Because of this, he almost allowed this insidious fox to demolish his head from his shoulders. Even the predator itself chuckled at the indecision of the Mr. Black Tiger. The woman managed to apply a couple of deep, bleeding wounds to the hero himself with her sharp claws, after which she disappointedly stepped back. It was difficult for the fox to believe that the black tiger was always so weak and indecisive. She was afraid that she would have to fight, exhausting the whole power of those people that she absorbed during this time, but it seems she was worried. However, the hero only got angry with her shade, and ordered the arrogant fox not to think too much about himself. The girl, rushing at him with double fury, understood. It seems that it was the black tiger who imagined the excess about herself. The warrior tried to recover to focus on a deadly enemy. At that moment, the predator awarded him a couple of painful scratches on his chest and face. But the next instant, the hero's gaze changed dramatically. He greatly wounded the girl, and the next attack was followed after her to finally finish off. But at that moment, preventing him, a huge python dug into the hero with his poisonous teeth. After which he took a human form, and the hero recognized him at some point. The snake itself gave a hand to her wounded friend, making it clear that you need to kill the enemy as soon as you catch him and not play with him, bringing himself to such a deplorable state. But the fox proudly rejected the help of Reptile. She had to gut all his insides from this impudent guy and chew them well. Then her righteous anger will subside. However, at that moment the hero shouted so loudly that the power of the black tiger inside him began to literally demolish everything in his path. Even the snake was amazed. How is such a monstrous creature still freely walking on the ground? She could not even think that the legendary black tiger is just a young swordsman. It was hard to believe that he crossed with them in a similar dull place. He did not expect to see them here. However, at that moment the picture before his eyes began to gradually blur. Then he realized that the poison from the snake, biting him by the shoulder, spread in his body. He could not even think that he would be poisoned, like his late teacher on that fatal day. So he had to have time to destroy the opponents before the poison is finally spreading through his body. At that moment, the snake suggested retreat. However, the fox did not want to leave until she was erupted and would eat the liver of this daring puppy. But the reptile made it clear that this is not so important. In an hour or two, this guy will have a heart attack, and then it will be possible to tear out his heart or liver from him. He will not even be able to resist. Of course, the fox did not want to retreat. After all, then it would be extremely uninteresting. But still, under the gaze of her friend, she agreed to temporarily retreat. As soon as the enemies moved away, the hero realized that the power of the black tiger does not help him recover from poisoning. Most likely, predators left in order to wait until the poison is finally spreading through his body. However, at that moment, he saw a flickering fire in the forest. The warrior remembered the words of that old grass. It is better to climb the mountain in the evening, when Sori lights signal lights for travelers, so that they do not get lost in the dark. He understood. Most likely, the girl has an antidote. Although it will be difficult to completely withdraw this snake poison, but at least first aid will not hurt it. Therefore, the hero decided to go to her while he still had the strength. However, the further he fled, the more he began to stumble even in even places. He gradually lost consciousness. However, he almost reached, because he saw the last lantern in the distance. But the warrior felt. The opponents were nearby. They patiently wait for the poison to kill him. At that moment, the fox felt that this stubborn puppy finally stopped. Therefore, predators decided to kill him while the poison acts most effectively. The fox only laughed anticipatingly, dreaming of seeing how the liver of the legendary black tiger looks like. At this critical moment, the hero's body finally weakened, and he fell without strength on the cold ground. And at that moment, he was discovered by the same herbalist, who had followed the trail with the help of her faithful foxes. When the hero woke up, his wounds were already neatly rewound, and he himself was lying in a cozy bed. He saw bright sunlight, and then he heard a melodic female voice, singing a song somewhere outside. Then he noticed a herbalist who hung the linen, and her foxes played playfully. Sori was surprised to see that the hero came to his senses so quickly, so she hastened to explain. Last night the foxes were very noisy. She went out to see what happened, but they brought her straight to him. Of course, Kanseki understood that he should not stay here. He should already go his own way. However, at that moment, the girl took out a delicious fried chicken for breakfast and offered her guest. She asked the hero to eat a bit before setting off. To his great surprise, this simple food seemed incredibly tasty to him. It turned out to get such an exquisite taste. Sori added 34 types of rare medicinal plants. Even on the table, the king did not have such an exquisite delicacy. The girl herself did not understand why she prepared something so valuable for a random traveler, and even embarrassedly considered that she was completely crazy. Then she pointed to the hero's shoulder, for the treatment of which very expensive healing agents went. Hearing about this, Kanseki awkwardly asked how much he had to pay her for such generous help. Of course, the girl was surprised that he was going to give money for saving his life, and the last time he was too teaching without reason. Then the guy embarrassedly explained that he simply did not know how to repay for such kindness. Nothing else came to his mind, but if Sori has some kind of task, she could voice him. And then the girl slyly suggested that the hero repay for her help with her strong body. Soon he was already sitting on the roof, bandaging with straw ropes so that it became stronger and more reliable. Sori looked at the hero with admiration, thanks to such the necessary and difficult work. She was glad that Mr. Warrior came and helped her with the household. In fact, although the hero did not give a look, he understood. Being in this house, he is not in complete safety. If he remains here longer, then the snake and the fox will threaten Sori. Therefore, going down the roof, the young man explained that he had to leave. Of course, the girl tried to object. At least 2 weeks needed so that his wounds were completely healed and strengthened. The herbalist even considered that a noble warrior wants to quickly leave her cozy dwelling only because she does not want to do the remaining job. Therefore, she viciously reminded the unlucky guest that he was obliged to work out properly an expensive medicine that saved his life. Kanseki readily explained that he would gladly do anything for such a generous mistress. He just really needed to continue his journey. However, it seems that the girl only liked the fact that this mysterious guy was in a hurry. She knew very well, since he was in a hurry, she would very quickly do any work that she would entrust him. After these words, the decisive Sori dragged the bewildered hero into her medicinal warehouse. A smart herbalist knew that this guy was versed in healing plants, so she asked to help to decompose all precious medicines by species. After all, with 4 hands, they will manage much faster than separately. Having no choice in this delicate situation, the noble warrior agreed to help with this task. To the considerable surprise of the observant girl, while the hero sorted and cleaned medicinal herbs, he coped with amazingly quickly and skillfully. She even suggested that the young man was a skilled master of the sword. However, Kanseki calmly explained to the modest mistress that he worked in most of his life in the fields, then to wave the blade. When they finally finished sorting everything, It was time to carefully turn the canvases into dense bags so that the precious grass remains completely preserved and does not lose its healing properties. However, at this calm moment, the friendly girl asked that the noble hero stops contacting her so respectfully. She would have a simple dorm instead of some exalted lady or young lady. Kanshaki did not want to call an unfamiliar girl simply by name, so he continued to politely call her mistress. The herbalist was sincerely amazed. She believed that this mysterious hero was somehow too serious and boring. She even rolled with laughter when she realized that she was thinking not alone. Seeing how carelessly the girl laughs at him, the warrior even thought that she was openly mocking his manners. However, the mistress thus sincerely made him a compliment, although it seemed to the hero that in this way compliments were usually not made to men. But Sori could not do anything with herself. After all, Kanshaki behaved really insanely cute and touching. So working quietly, they waited for late evening, and the hospitable girl went to set the table. Of course, the noble hero tried to dissuade her from unnecessary trouble, but he realized that he was really thoroughly hungry for the day of hard work, and as soon as he eats, he will immediately go on the further path. Soon, the welcoming hostess returned with her mouth watering food and twisted in front of an embarrassed guest, demonstrating her gracefully changed outfit. Of course, Kansiki immediately, with a sincere smile, made the girl the compliment on which she was counting on. Satisfied, Sori immediately proudly explained that she had recently bought this lovely outfit, and Lukavo added that if the hero had not praised him, he would be left without a hearty dinner. Then she offered the hero to calmly eat in a cozy atmosphere. Soon, when a pleasant dinner ended, Kansiki embarrassedly dared to ask his delicate question. The warrior wanted to know whether the wise herbalist is in the course of dangerous sansins living on this ancient grief. In addition, he was interested in why such a young girl lived so far in the wild mountains in the company of only wild foxes. But it turned out that there was a good reason for this. There was already a ready-made house here, so she simply took it for her own needs. And to the fluffy foxes, she surprisingly quickly got used to, like them to her. Of course, the mysterious hero was interested in a mysterious woman living in complete solitude in the middle of a dense forest. And the insightful Sori also guessed that it may be like some kind of mythical nine-tailed fox of ancient legends. However, she calmly explained that many residents of the surrounding villages suspected her of this. However, she was not going to dispel this mysterious myth. After all, she did not harm anyone, and extra-curious people did not climb to her. In addition, the good grandfather Tradle affectionately called her Goddess Fox. However, the hero only laughed cheerfully. He will not believe that she is a real goddess of fox until she showed him her luxurious tail. Sori was sincerely amazed at how shameless the scoundrel was, this hero who so frankly asked him to show his ass. Obviously frightened and reddened Guy immediately began to make excuses that this was not at all under the tale. However, at this awkward moment, an attentive girl noticed a characteristic scar that showed off on the noble face of the hero. He looked old enough and deep. A curious herbalist wanted to know when the warrior received this noticeable mark. He awkwardly justified that he was scratched with an angry tiger. However, the trace was more like a scratch from ordinary claws, so the embarrassed hero had to explain that he had his good reasons to hide something from outsiders. And then the wise mistress finally became convinced how this mysterious guy was still an unusual and mysterious person. After that, the thoughtful girl silently began to look intently into the face of an embarrassed hero. She noticed his unusual bright eyes, as if woven from moonlight. His eyes were clean and clear, as if illuminated the darkest corners of the soul, as well as all his deep hidden sadness. The insightful Sori saw his inner confusion, painful conflict, severe suffering, some complex feeling that could not be collected into a single whole. A whole whirlpool of conflicting emotions raged in it, something so deep and multifaceted that it was difficult to describe in one simple word. And she became very interested in what difficult life this young warrior lived. Although the wise herbalist did not know the true reasons for his internal torment, she gently asked that the noble young man would not try to put everything on her shoulders. Indeed, sometimes even a strongest person just needs to relax before going further along the thorny path. At this touching moment, a moved hero gratefully bowed his head and thanked the good girl for comforting his wounded soul with her wise words. However, after that he calmly explained that he still needs to continue his dangerous path. Of course, the sensitive Sori was very sad. She thought that the hero did not like so much. However, the reason was completely different. He sincerely considered her a very kind and wonderful girl. Hearing these warm words, the lady only laughed melodically, after which she asked the hero to collect hung bedding. In return, she will give him promised medicinal herbs, as promised earlier. However, she warned that the hero would definitely have to pay her generously for this. So, on the street, gently collecting fragrant bedding from the ropes, Kanseki began to figure out how much gold he should good for all of her invaluable help. After all, his wallet was far from unlimited. However, if he remains a debt, then this will be an excellent occasion to return here again. At that moment, while he was taking off their linen from the ropes, an evil snake suddenly rushed at the warrior, trying to dig poisonous teeth into his neck. However, unfortunately, there was no sword near the hero, so he rushed to hide in the house. But the path of an angry fox clung to him, clinging with sharp fangs straight into his throat. The predator only hissed in irritably. After all, the pungent smell of other foxes thoroughly confused it. She, for a long time, searched for Mr. Black Tiger throughout the district. Noticing that the guy does not resist at all, the insidious fox realized perhaps this is because of the poisonous residues in his weakened body. But she was too boring and uninteresting to fight with such a helpless adversary, so she contemptuously threw him away. The predator ordered the sister heel to deal with this miserable person herself. The snake, without losing a successful chance, immediately wrapped around the hero's body, starting to blow him slowly with steel rings. Obviously, the hero felt his ribbons crunch ominously under inhuman pressure, and the snake, it seems, only enjoyed the beautiful sounds that this suffering person makes. However, at this critical moment, the alarmed Sori jumped out of the house at desperate screams, frozen in horror from the nightmare scene. Having sneaked to her, the evil fox mockingly advised the girl to sit quietly if she did not want to get a couple of ugly scars on her sweet face. The hero immediately looked at the fox with difficulty, imploringly asking that she would not touch the innocent person. After all, these creatures came for him. Obviously, the surprised Sansin was amazed. The hero had already managed to fall in love with this beauty and was ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of an ordinary person. The insidious predator realized that this red-haired girl is the very famous healer who knows very well where all the Sansins are found on this grief. Therefore, she invited the girl to tell them everything without hiding. The hero was desperately trying to intercede the defenseless herbalist, but the snake only squeezed his throat more difficult, brutally reminding, even if she kills Kanseki, nothing would end with his painful death. At this difficult moment, looking at the guy's unbearable suffering, the girl lowered her head sadly. Then she calmly explained, the Sansins on this ancient grief were so stupid that they did not remember their house even when they were alive and could not find it. The fox did not understand that the girl wants to say this mysterious statement, so she roughly demanded an explanation. Then Sori patiently explained to the stupid fox that all the Sansins on this mountain were long dead. Then she resolutely turned to the snake, imperiously demanding that she immediately let go of an innocent guy. Then the angry fox realized, by all means she would kill this impudent girl for such audacity. Only then did the cautious snake felt this fragile woman was some kind of very unusual and dangerous. But it was too late to do anything. At that moment, the angry Sori had already broken his hand to the fox, and with such a monstrous force that dark blood began to pour abundantly from all sides. And all because the herbalist finally realized what kind of evil spirit for a long time caught the innocent men from the village and mercilessly devoured them. Finally, the frightened fox guessed that this modest woman was one of them, the powerful Sansin. However, the arrogant nine-tailed fox was disappointed. How dares this miserable squeal to compare it with you? After that, the harsh girl calmly looked at the frightened snake, imperiously demanding that she immediately release the guy. Or she can continue to hug him, and at that time he will rip off her belly and get all the guts from there. Immediately, a frightened snake hastily threw a Kanseki away from herself. Then she began to crawl desperately. But it was clearly visible. Sori is clearly not going to let her go alive. However, at that moment, the angry Sansin Lisa joined the battle. The predator knew perfectly well, eating mossy people alone, you won't get much. But if you eat the liver of this nine-high fox, you can strongly strengthen. Of course, the wise Sori understood that such a self-confident squeal could certainly not be able to open her belly with sharp claws. However, this only angered the arrogant fox. How dare to underestimate her so much? Leaning the deadly claws, she immediately fiercely rushed at the opponent, wanting to rip off her beautiful face. However, a powerful girl literally with one careless movement tore her head from her body, after which she only sighed displeasedly. There were so many problems because of these miserable creatures. She worked so much to bring her cozy house in perfect order, and now she will have to do everything again. At this tense moment, the hero was already menacingly armed with his sharp sword. Now he finally understood. In front of him stood the legendary nine-tailed fox, and not at all dear Sori, as he naively thought. She only calmly explained that she always honestly called her real name before people. However, for some reason, people are stubbornly used to call it abbreviated and differently. However, the hero was very angry with her calm explanations and immediately menacingly ordered the treacherous girl to shut up. At that moment, she clearly felt his true power, the power of the legendary Black Tiger. She, in principle, was not even surprised at such a discovery, because she assumed in advance that Kansai was the same black tiger. However, the wise fox did not know that the ancient spirit was in the body of such a good and naive young man. At that moment, the angry hero solemnly vowed to kill this insidious fox for all her atrocities. However, she only laughed mockingly. Is he really going to kill her like an ordinary sword? In addition, she affectionately reminded him of the wonderful time spent together in her house. After that, the mysterious girl calmly took her true human appearance, and the dark energy in the hero's blade immediately went out. Thus, the fox made it clear that she is not hostile against the hero. And Kansai himself resolutely was about to immediately leave, without even staying for the night in her house. He did not understand how a girl could generally offer him a bed with her, given that she was a dangerous fox devouring innocent people. However, she calmly explained, if she wanted to eat it, she would have done it a long time ago on the first night. However, she never tried human flesh in her life. But the hero was still hastily going on the road. He needed to check something important. Then, quickly leaving the house, he ran away somewhere to the night darkness. Looking in the direction where the guy rushed, the insightful fox guessed. He went to catch the remaining sansins on the mountain, and she decided to go after him to help in this difficult matter. Soon, a determined hero reached the very top of the ancient mountain, where he saw a huge stone bird, frozen like an eternal statue. The wise Sori explained, this bird has been in this condition for 200 or 300 years, which is why the mountain was left without reliable protection. Earlier, the hero heard mysterious rumors that the powerful owner of the mountain rose from the dead, but it turned out to be only empty rumors and speculation. Even despite this, Kansai theoretically could absorb the soul of the owner of this mountain, but his ancient soul would be completely tasteless and useless. Therefore, finally calmed down his soul, he allowed himself to find out, why did Zori stubbornly followed him on the heels? As it turned out, the prudent girl grabbed his scattered things and brought with her a backpack, which the hero constantly carried with him, and also grabbed a couple of valuable drugs just in case. However, the hero only got angry. Was Sori so stupid and naive that she believed that he would not dare to cut it? Or that he does not have enough determination and strength to do it? The girl was sincerely disappointed with such a harsh and cold tone of the hero in relation to a man who carefully collected all his things. When the hero took the armful of things and immediately ran away somewhere to the night darkness, he painfully recalled the mysterious prediction of the wise cat. According to her, he had to find all the answers on this ancient grief. However, it was unlikely that these fateful answers should have given him some insidious nine-tailed fox. The girl only calmly watched the hero after, realizing both the black tiger and the innocent person with whom he took over were equally miserable and helpless. It is not clear what he can do in complete solitude, so she generously decided to help him. Sori asked the wise advice from her fluffy foxes, but they seemed to have not understood her complex words at all. However, she readily perceived their silence for the complete support of her noble idea. So a decisive girl immediately followed the hero to help him in a dangerous path. Meanwhile, the escaped snake finally reached the forbidden part of the dense forest with difficulty. As soon as the exhausted reptile crawled through sharp, thorny spikes, she began to gradually take her human appearance, painfully transforming after heavy wounds. However, at that moment, a huge tiger with burning eyes raised violently on her. The frightened girl immediately turned to the formidable master and introduced herself as worried, hoping for condescension. However, the angry tiger only growled with displeasure, recalling that he categorically ordered her not to walk along this dangerous road. She only deftly justified herself. The matter was extremely urgent. She did not come here on purpose, but if necessary. After that, the frightened snake reported a stunning news. The legendary black tiger rose from non-being. She met a student of the School of Swordsmen of Blue Water, and, it seems, he possessed the true power of the black tiger. She was absolutely sure of this. And the mysterious warrior met with a powerful high fox named Sori from Mount Mexicoist. They could not resist them and were forced to stop the persecution, fleeing. However, the wise tiger did not need to listen to all the little things and details. He immediately understood the main thing. A black tiger and an insidious fox now act at the same time, which makes them extremely dangerous opponents. However, the frightened snake could only say one thing. They only recently met, and she also could not predict their further movements with accuracy. The formidable gentleman admitted that he was very worried when he saw the ominous signs that the black tiger rose from the dead. The fact that the ancient spirit accepted the image of an ordinary person was only at his hand, so it is easier to track down. But the power tiger was more interested in completely different. What happened to the legendary pearl in the dragon's mouth? As well known, the black tiger will probably hunt for this priceless pearl, and it will be extremely difficult to defeat it. especially considering that the powerful nine-tailed fox has now intervened. They all will not be enough to defeat such a formidable alliance. As a result, the harsh gentleman ordered to take 2 strongest Sansons with him for reinforcement. But if the situation begins to critically deteriorate, the snake had to immediately come and report to him about everything that was happening. After that, the powerful tiger growled loudly, imperiously calling someone to himself. At that moment, a powerful tornado threateningly spun around them, after which the majestic silhouette began to draw clearly in it. This ancient dragon needed a new order in order to effectively resist the nine-tailed fox. Not necessarily they had to get a pearl. There are other ways to become much stronger. Somewhere at the same time, the hero's uncle painfully sat in imprisonment in some raw and cold room. He did not even remember exactly how much time passed since he was brutally locked in this gloomy place. The exhausted man did not understand what ruthless jailers planned to do with him. He even thought that perhaps something went wrong with a secret letter to his nephew. Perhaps someone saw him received him from a mysterious intermediary. The captive did not even know what was written in that fatal letter. Perhaps he was simply suspected of something and therefore grabbed him. However, there really was no logical meaning in this. It was also possible that he was mistaken for a suspicious merchant, a dressed spy, or a secret exchange participant with secret letters with outsiders. In general, the exhausted man rackled his head, completely not understanding what was happening around him. He desperately wanted to know at least the reason why he was originally seized and cruelly beaten. Initially, he agreed to meet on Thursday with Khan Siki, and on Friday was supposed to meet with the nephew of Bottle. And as luck would have it, it was on Wednesday that unknown people caught him. At this alarming moment, the heavy door slowly began to creak and open. The prisoner knew very well, every time they came to him, he was first mercilessly beaten with heavy sticks. Therefore, he closed his eyes in fright before seeing the 3 sinister silhouettes entering his cell. He saw these people for the first time in his life. In addition, some strange and pungent smell of expensive spirits came from them, which gave out their high position. At this moment, the strangers imperiously ordered the prisoner to introduce himself, and he, stuttering with fear, named his real name. Then he tried to crawl to them on his knees, begging that at least these people would tell him the true cause of conclusion. However, the leader did not answer and coldly ordered a miserable prisoner to shut up. At first, he had to honestly answer all his questions, and if he carries nonsense, they would meet again in 5 days. However, the old man also warned ominously. In 5 days, the unfortunate will no longer have a physical opportunity to answer, because he will come with skilled doctors who will cut off his tongue completely. In addition, these saddles doctors literally dreamed of finding out that a living person has a belly under his skin. At this nightmare, a ruthless man showed him a familiar letter. After reading the first lines, the shocked warrior understood. This was his secret order, the addressed Khan Siki. And now the ruthless old man menacingly demanded that the prisoner tell in detail why in this mysterious letter the name Yanjukon was mentioned. As far as the unfortunate knew, this Yanjukon is an influential person from the very top of the authorities, sadly known for his cruel crimes and gambling. Its powerful grouping was larger than any royal army, and even the government allowed the imperceptible wealth. Therefore, the frightened prisoner began to swear desperately that he completely did not know the content of that letter. It was reliably sealed, and he had no right to open it without permission. Then the disappointed old man decided to leave, believing that the stubborn man really wants to meet again 5 days later in the company of the executioners. However, the unfortunate begged the cruel jailers to believe him. He was only entrusted with transmitting a letter. He had no reason to lie in such a critical situation. Then the cold-blooded old man considered that the prisoner did not take him seriously at all, and demonstrated him a wooden box with the 50 severed human hands. These bloodied hands belonged to the poor thing who brought him a letter. This unfortunate also swore that he knew nothing, even when he was slowly cut off his hands in pieces. However, he really did not know anything, so the ruthless executioner wanted to find out whether this new captive really had no idea what was being discussed in the letter. But the man really first heard what was said in a fatal letter, and sincerely did not understand what these cruel people want from him. Somewhere at the same time, the hero already carefully wandered around some noisy and lively town. Uncle said that they would meet in the legendary house of a good aunt. The warrior wanted to find out what the wise man recognized during this time. At that moment, the curious Sori circled around him, staring at the beautiful city buildings fascinated. The buildings were tall and amazing, and the merchants around sold truly beautiful and outlandish things. However, a suddenly embarrassed girl realized that she looked as if she had just come out of some kind of deaf wilderness, looking around in confusion here and there. And looking at her naive reaction, the hero regretfully remembered what a mistake was to take her with him to a civilized city. Shortly before, the noble hero remembered the arrogant bandits from the looted village and realizing that they would continue to mercilessly rob the innocent residents, decided to finally end them. He also reached a stone house which served as their secret base. Of course, the warrior could set fire to this damned house late at night, or fight the robbers face to face in an honest battle. However, at first I decided to follow these vile people in order to better study their habits. However, about that house, the prudent Sori was already awaiting him. She knew very well that Kanseki would definitely come here. However, he was a little late with the implementation of fair revenge. The worried hero immediately ran into the house, guessing that the mysterious girl could do there. However, going inside, he saw that all the men lay beaten and dragged on the ground, like miserable worms. Sori only explained with a satisfied smile that she had already dealt with everyone, and their impudent leader would be the rest of his life to urinate blood. After which she joyfully proposed to compose the hero company in his dangerous journey. From surprise, the puzzled guy agreed, and even sincerely thanked the powerful companion. Of course, this was a completely expected reaction. When such an unusual young lady agreed to go with him, it was interesting to know the true reason. But Kanseki simply could not but be grateful for the fact that the dangerous Sansin would be next to him in difficult times. However, he strictly ordered that the insidious girl in no case dare to show her supernatural power in public. Otherwise, he will instantly cut it in half with his sharp sword. But she was not at all upset by such a serious threat, but only laughing carelessly, promised to obediently follow him on the heels. Only then did the curious girl decide to find out where exactly they were heading first. That's how they began to travel together along unknown roads. And now the hero stubbornly tried to pretend that he did not know the eccentric Sori, and diligently looking for the same mysterious house of a good aunt. The warrior noticed how surprised citizens eloquently look around his back. Turning around, he saw how the girl decided to whimper right in front of everyone in the middle of a noisy street. She believed that she should behave humanly, so she decided to put herself in order as a civilized lady. The hero, of course, embarrassedly tried to explain that noble people did not do this in public. However, naive Sori objected. She saw how different secular ladies behave like that, and she wanted to do exactly the same. After that, the Karenin girl decided to put in order, and his appearance, so that the satellite was not very different from the locals and would not attract excess attention. To do this, she carefully removed his hair from his face, which prevented him from seeing him properly. Earlier, when the wise fox looked at his noble face, she constantly became sad and dreary for her. However, now she realized that the reason was covered precisely in these hair falling over her eyes, hiding his expressive features. As a result, the hero agreed to wear this neat hairstyle, but on a strict condition that Sori would no longer pester him with such liberties, after which he resolutely followed further in search of this mysterious house aunt. At this moment, the insightful old man understood. The man in front of him most likely really knows nothing about the content of the letter. But despite this discovery, ruthlessly ordered his henchmen to chop off the prisoner on one finger for an ostrand. Then the desperate man made it clear to the outgoing executioners. He does not know what was written in that damned letter, but knows very well who this letter should receive. Then he explained in detail that he had to deliver this message on Thursday. He agreed in advance with this person. He could be met at exactly 7 in the evening, and the destination was the house of a good aunt in the city center. As a result, the intrigued old man agreed to listen to the valuable words of this accommodating man. He even ordered the prisoner of rice and wine to be given to the prisoner, so that he could have a good eat-up and pray that he would come to an important meeting in time. After that, ruthless jailers demanded that the man call the full name of this mysterious recipient, and he readily called the name of the hero, hoping for mercy. At this moment, a carefree girl rushed around in search of shopping, buying up all the cosmetics and jewelry in a row. Of course, the hero was sincerely surprised that she had so much money. She bought so many expensive products, especially considering that prices in this prosperous city were much higher than village. However, it turned out that the wasteful girl did not have a single penny behind the soul. And then the shocked hero found that his wallet was somewhere suddenly and without a trace. Obviously, he also got angry and, grabbing the thief by the screenshot, did not understand menacingly. What is she doing so outrageous? At this awkward moment, noble local men decided to stand up for the lady. However, she only embarrassedly explained to the well-wishers that her dear husband was always a little nervous and hot-tempered. Obviously, men have become sad such beautiful girls for some reason love just such unbalanced villains who grab them by the collar in public. At this tense moment, the hero decided to find out why the girl was in this journey at all. However, she calmly explained, any woman follows a man only because she sincerely likes him. But Kanseki clearly did not like her daring words, and he immediately grabbed the hilt of his blade threateningly. Sori was slightly disappointed, given that he himself allowed her to go with him. However, the warrior reminded his strict conditions someday. He will certainly cut it off if she violates the contract. Then the wise mistress explained. She will not use her supernatural power, then the black tiger will not manifest itself. In addition, without magical help, he will definitely not be able to cause her serious harm. However, the noble hero was ready in this unequal battle to even die from her claws, but only if someone else of innocent people does not die. As a result, angry from a similar attitude, the proud girl left, not enduring the arrogant behavior of an ungrateful guy. He only hid the blade and looked thoughtfully after the retreating high fox. The hero knew very well she was a dangerous opponent whom he could not be overcome alone. As a result, he simply decided to go the other way, hoping at least the next time to find this mysterious house for a good aunt on his own. That evening, the young body also got there. He found a luxurious 3-story building and immediately realized that it was a very rich and prestigious place. Even inside, everything sparkled and shimmered, exquisite music played, and there were a lot of well-dressed people. At that moment, an elegant menu was handed over to him, and Bottle immediately began to study him carefully, hoping that he would not betray himself as a provincial. However, at this moment, the courteous waiter explained it was necessary to order a minimum of 2 lands on 1 table. Then the guy looked scaredly at the menu, not even knowing what to expect there. For some reason, it's the house of a good aunt. Prices were not at all kind, and the young man was even upset that he did not accept additional money when he was offered. As a result, he asked to give him 1 cheapest vegetable soup, for which Liang paid. He also decided to find out for the night, but the price began with 6 linen. However, he could not afford it, because he had only 5 linen left for everything. As a result, saying goodbye to the waiter, the guy was indignant. Why did his uncle told him to meet in this road place? After all, he will not pay for their joint meeting. In addition, the young man wanted to reunite as soon as possible with the 40 Olgachi. He also needed to meet with the old man. What if he had an important order from his uncle? At a minimum, he decided to patiently wait here until tomorrow, as they agreed initially, and think carefully about the current situation. While he was going to this city, Bottle entered another village and recognized interesting news. Some other warrior coped with local bandits, but it was not known whether this mysterious person was the legendary Black Tiger. He also heard about a woman who lives high in the mountains. They say that the mysterious warrior met her to find rare medicinal herbs. But when the locals went to her house, there were obvious traces of Sansonov's attack, but nothing more and remarkable. So it was also impossible to say with confidence this is the work of the Black Tiger or someone else. After that, he met with a wise 40, which followed another mountain in this region. However, there was no specific information about the hunter for Sansonov, but something else appeared, very alarming. It was bored not so long ago that the Takabe village was rolled up. Red lightning. They also say that this terrible arson was an attack by some powerful group. Bottle believed them this was probably a matter of the hands of a Black Tiger. Only he was capable of such destruction. However, the Black Tiger usually did not act so cruelly, and did not eat Takabe. But still, Bottle was angry. After all the northern Sansins will be exterminated at the hands of the Black Tiger, and they must have been ahead of him, predicting where the predators would go further. And then the smart 40 thought, what could their next goal for hunting be? As a result, they came to one logical conclusion: the nearest mountain in this area. However, before going there for intelligence, the guy decided to meet with the old man, as he planned initially, and for this he returned to the noisy city. Of course, now he was inwardly indignant. After all, he was in a hurry and in a hurry. He urgently needed to be in that mountain for an important business. He did not notice how in deep thought he ate all his food and drank all the expensive alcohol. At that moment, the courteous waiter again approached him, presenting a new menu, and politely recalling if he wants to sit here, he needs to order at least 1 more liang. The boy did not know what he did in such an awkward situation. He even thought maybe to earn extra money, doing some kind of black work. However, at this very moment, another guest entered the luxurious institution, and the gaze of the puzzled Bottle immediately rushed at this unfamiliar guy. However, he did not know that the name was, but the alien's face was definitely familiar in relatives. Finally, the guy, carefully peering into the noble features of his face, happily recognized in this master his old friend Kansiki. However, the expression on his face became somehow severe and closed over these many years, even too gloomy for such a young age. At this moment, the respected master had already begun to serve the exquisite wine, Bosun. It was an expensive elite alcohol of the highest grade. Everything eloquently pointed out that Kansiki became a real rich man. Therefore, the delighted Bottle immediately jumped up, deciding to join his solemn meal. Of course, the boy was sincerely surprised that Kanshaki recognized him so easily and quickly, despite how many years had passed since their last meeting. It seemed that the whole 1,000 years have passed since then. Therefore, he decided to sit down with a dear friend and sincerely talk to a cup of expensive wine. Also, the resourceful bottle, with relief, explained to the waiter that now they were sitting together and hoped that they would not have to order 2 lands separately. At that moment, the thoughtful hero considered it. Exactly 3 years passed, as they did not see each other. Therefore, Bottle rightly considered this a great reason to thoroughly discuss everything and recall the old times. Kanshiki immediately insightfully remarked that Bottle became a completely different person. He seemed to look more absent, minded, and careless than he was before. The boy could not believe that he was once different and more serious. However, the hero colorfully described his former character, as if the cut of the sword was always directed at him, and much has changed in it for the better. The curious Bottle decided to find out what the hero has been doing all these years. Judging by his tired appearance, his life seriously padded, but it seems that he still continued to study the complex art of the sword. In addition, for sure during this time he also managed to become much stronger and more experienced. The young man decided to carefully find out where the master of the boy, from whom he studied mysterious shamanism and martial arts, went. However, he only restrainedly said that the mentor had died a long time ago. That's how they chilled carelessly until the guy finished the whole bottle of fragrant alcohol. He was clearly surprised that there was so little contents in such an impressive bottle. Kanshiki only embarrassedly sighed, seeing his disappointed reaction, and Bottle laughed merrily. Although the hero claimed that his friend had changed, he himself remained the same modest and shy. However, Kanshiki calmly reminded even recently a comrade admitted that he somehow recognized him, but the matter was not at all in appearance or manners. A friend remained his former characteristic awkwardness, no matter what happened to him over these heavy 3 years. He asked his comrade not to pretend to be a severe strongman. He was quite vulnerable from birth with both his soul and body, and now he has not changed at all. But for some reason he stubbornly tried to deceive everyone. Although Kanshiki began to possess a sword much better, but the same kind person remained soft, which could not but rejoice in an old friend. However, the hero only got angry from such words, grabbing the handle of the blade menacingly, and suggested that the comrade immediately go to check which of them was really weak and helpless. Bodil calmly explained that he was reluctant to fight with anyone for no good reason. In addition, he completely did not understand the sudden anger of a friend. After all, he had in mind that his soul remained the same kind and responsive. After that, the peace-loving young man decided to order another bottle of luxurious bosun wine in order to discharge a tense atmosphere. However, at this critical moment they were surrounded by some suspicious people in bright red robes from all sides. Immediately one of them confidently approached the hero, calling him a complete name. However, he cold-bloodedly explained that they had been revealed and confused with someone, but it was extremely difficult to cut off, given that he was exactly the same like an wanted guy. In addition, the sword in his hands. The stranger could even argue that the blade of the blade was a characteristic black color. Obviously, the hero became curious. Who are these mysterious people, since they even knew so much about his unique blade? At this tense moment, one of the men imperiously ordered the guy to take out his blade and demonstrate it. Then Kanshiki grabbed the sword with lightning speed, and his smart friend aptly threw heavy dishes from under alcohol. Thus, they deftly immobilized the 2 closest enemies, after which the decisive hero powerfully pushed the men surrounded by the flat side of his blade. On this, the resourceful Bottle offered to finish a peaceful conversation, and Kanshiki was only happy with such a proposal. After all, he had nothing to talk about with these types. Soon the brave hero deftly scattered around him 3 more hefty men. Bottle was even surprised. He did not know that Kanshiki learned to fight people so masterfully with people. After all, he used to be afraid to do this and avoided conflicts. However, when he saw another enemy who was still standing on his feet, a smart young man suggested bringing a noble cause to a logical end. After all, if such stubborn people simply let go, they will definitely return with reinforcement. The man, trembling with unbearable fear, sent his blade to formidable opponents and reminded, if they touch him, they will not be able to leave this city alive. Then Bottle, with obvious curiosity, decided to find out who sent these persistent people to search for them. However, neither Kanshiki nor Bottle himself never heard the mysterious name Jan Juhon. Of course, the frightened man was sincerely amazed. After all, literally every dog in this big city knew about this influential person. However, he had no idea why the hero needed this powerful master. Unfortunately, these ordinary men did not know anything significant. They were only the humble performers of his formidable instructions. Therefore, the hero immediately turned to a smart guy, hoping that he could help him find out more valuable information. And Bottle immediately deftly pulled out 2 mysterious amulets from his pocket. The blue amulet ruthlessly pulled hidden memories, but had an unpleasant side effect in the form of a fatal diarrhea. The red amulet burned with hellish fire for any deception, the best means for brutal interrogations. After him, almost no one survived. Of course, Kansiki was shocked. Both funds were not very humane. One thing was just disgusting, and the second was extremely cruel and sadistic. However, nevertheless, they generously decided to provide a man with the opportunity to choose which talisman he wants to experience on himself. As a result, distraught from chilling horror, he hastily named the name of the man who reported to the master that the hero would certainly appear in this place. Bottle immediately became furious, wanting to immediately find out where his uncle was. So they found out. He languished in the gloomy imprisonment of the almighty Mr. John Jukon, and the interrogated man himself simply blindly followed his orders and knew nothing more. However, Kansiki had no idea why this John Jukon hid such an insult at him, and the frightened man really did not know anything about the motives of his master. The hero suggested using amulets on the captive, for example, red, so that he did not have to clean up this man later while he screams and dies in agony. Bottle put the amulet straight on his head. However, he lost consciousness, and they quickly became convinced. The man really knew nothing and told the pure truth. Kansiki, of course, suspected that the amulets were perhaps a skillful fake. However, fakes on such amulets simply do not exist. They were all real. They simply had different levels of power that differed from each other in color. That's how these two arranged a real splash and soon quietly disappeared from an expensive institution. However, the stubborn body continued to follow the hero, heading for the den of Yan Jukon. Of course, Kansiki made it clear that a friend did not need to help him, because it was his purely personal matter. However, Bottle also needed this mysterious uncle, so they both unexpectedly found out that this captive man was an uncle to both of them. For some reason, the hero immediately turned resolutely and went further along the wide street. Although he did not know exactly where this influential villain lived, he already understood everyday logic. Such people live in the largest and most luxurious mansions. Then the impatient body rushed to run first. It was necessary to urgently hurry and not lose precious time. As a result, they began to rapidly flee to the richest house race, as in childhood. At the same time, the upset girl counted her meager money. They definitely lacked to rent a decent room for 2, and she was very sorry that she did not take with her a couple of her valuable healing plants for sale. However, Sori tried not to be too upset, hoping that she would somehow survive and without unnecessary means. But unexpectedly, the miserable coins remaining in her deftly grabbed the thief running away. The girl perfectly understood. For such impudent theft, it could be cut on the spot. Therefore, immediately accelerating, she rushed with loud shouts to pursue this arrogant villain. The guy himself was gloatingly rejoiced that he caught such a naive idiot, who thought that he could walk with money in his hands in dark streets in the evening. He was sure. Now she probably sits on cold earth and cries bitterly. What a shock the thief experienced when he saw that the angry girl had already haunted him on his heels. After that, having dumped the boy off his feet with a powerful blow, she imperiously demanded that he immediately return her bloody money. However, he only got angry and began to wave threateningly with his sharp dagger, explaining, if she does not back down, he would earn a couple of ugly scars on a beautiful face. However, at the same moment, the girl masterfully knocked out the dagger from his hands and threw away. Then she also took her money from his tenacious hands, promising, now he will honestly answer her questions. Perhaps then she will generously forgive him. Of course, this clearance tried to somehow prove that the girl would not be able to do anything serious. However, he lost consciousness from one single slap in the face and woke up only after a couple of hours. Then the girl calmly explained that it was better for him to not argue and not be clever with her. She also decided to give this cadetter a new name. From now on, she will call him Bad, and he could respectfully call her older sister. Of course, the guy desperately tried to explain to Sori that he had already had his own name. However, the girl coldly reminded, it categorically does not need to argue with her if he does not want trouble. Now she calmly explained the badness that she has only 4 lanas. She somehow wanted to turn them into 100 people until the end of this day. Unfortunately, if Kalosha knew how to quickly earn money, he would not steal himself. However, there was one interesting game, and Sori immediately remembered. This village was famous for gambling, and it was annoying that she did not think about it before. Bades explained that dog running is quite interesting, but you can't earn a lot on them. Therefore, today it was better to play Hoshin. It was a dangerous but very profitable game. Sori became interested and asked the badger to immediately take her there. He tried to argue somehow, but the girl grabbed him by the collar, pulling him along the largest and most noisy gambling house in the whole town. Soon they fell into a house where men and women literally fought when one of them painfully lost large sums. Sori sat quietly in the middle of them, absolutely confident in herself. Even Badly was surprised. She looked very confident for the person who had just come to the city with miserable 4 lannons. Nevertheless, he decided to tell his elder sister in detail all the basic rules of gambling. They had wooden cards, which were called PHE. They depicted 12 different animals in pairs. 1 point was awarded for the rat, and then in order to 12. When 3 pairs were laid out in front of a person, he could put the desired amount on any of the steam. Then the cards turned over, and the one who put it on the strongest pair doubled his money. The rest of the people lost everything. The most interesting thing in this game began just from this moment. If the same animals appeared, then 24 points on top were automatically accrued, and the glasses for animals were given in the reverse order. For example, if 2 pigs turned out to be paired, in total they gave 26 points. However, there was another important rule. It was called a double tiger. A couple of tigers have always won. Although the couple of mice had the most points, they lost a couple of tigers. If the player could defeat the tigers, then his amount increased not 2, but 5 times. Obviously, the loss of such a combination was almost impossible. Although people knew this very well, they still continued to make risky bets, hoping for incredible luck. As a result, finally realizing all the subtleties, the girl decided to join a dangerous game. At this time, another bet was held, and the couple won in the middle. Elegant roe deer. Men immediately began to scream desperately that they had lost their money, and some lucky people joyfully rejoiced that they won. And Badchish did not understand why Sori still does not play. 5 games had already passed. She simply carefully watched what was happening. In fact, Badchish had nothing against such caution. Just the atmosphere became tense. If they continue to just look, they will be kicked out of here like onlookers. However, at that moment, grabbing a thief by the head, the hefty thug wanted to seriously talk to him. He was about to drive them out for inaction. But at this critical moment, the girl finally made her first bet. Obviously, Badish did not understand why she put all the money on the cow, because she could lose everything in one fell swoop. However, it was this couple that won, because there were 2 identical cards. Bad was shocked. The lady was incredibly lucky the first time. He now advised to divide the bet so as not to lose all the money at once. However, she again put the entire amount on a couple of rabbits. Bad from shock almost lost consciousness. However, the girl asked him not to worry in vain. After all, a truly magnificent woman with unique abilities sat in front of him. Soon the girl again managed to win a large amount of money. Obviously, Badish even thought that the lady somehow crashes and cunning. However, she calmly explained, each game has its own hidden pattern, which she simply understood and unraveled. Of course, by human standards, this could be called cunning and deception. But she studied the shape and texture of the tree of each card. The eyes of an ordinary person could not see such subtle differences. Finally, the organizers graduated with preparation and invited her to put on the desired card. And she put all her money on a card with the image of a rat. All other players also followed her example, and all bets focused on this map. Palais only calmly explained. These people already realized that she was quite unusual and lucky. As a result, when they solemnly turned the card, everyone was convinced. There were 2 identical couples again. Immediately, everyone began to joyfully demand that they be immediately given their honest winning. The organizers calmly explained that they would now bring money from their warehouse, where large amounts are stored. At that moment, Powish admired the incredible coolness of his older sister. He understood from the very beginning that she was a very unusual person. However, the girl reminded, as soon as they earn enough coins, they can calmly leave here. But at that moment, 2 impressive thugs already approached her from behind and politely asked to go with them. The girl seemed to guess right away. They are not going to give her money. But the thugs kindly explained that they would give out the money in another, more suitable place. After all, her winnings were too great for the usual payment. Without suspecting anything really bad, the gullible girl followed these courteous thugs. However, the faithful Palais was strictly forbidden to go further, which was very outraged by the fair Sori. After all, it was still her younger brother in spirit. However, Harshmen made it clear that this prestigious playing house is a place for big money and influential people. They could not let a miserable thief there in any way. As a result, the compassionate girl had nothing left but to take a generous handful of coins straight from the playing table and hand all this money to the embarrassed boy. She patiently explained it was his honest payment for the right service. Sori already realized that he was not allowed anywhere precisely because he was a famous thief. Therefore, she sincerely hoped, from now on he would live honestly and will never again steal in innocent people. However, she also strictly warned, if he finds out that he continues to lead the same vicious life, he will turn his spine with his own hand. After which, having farewells cordially, she retired, hoping, when they will meet next time, he will already live as an honest person. Soon, Impressive guards brought the girl out of the noisy institution and led to another building, where the festive lights burned brightly. Immediately, she was warmly met by the courteous manager of this luxurious house. However, the girl calmly explained, apart from the fact that she generously gave the thief, the institution should pay her 200 precious coins. The manager politely explained, according to strict regulations, they give out every 100 people with gold. However, their gold ended, for which they were very ashamed and embarrassed. However, they could pay her gold toads if she was able to win 500 coins. Of course, it was a very obvious trick. They would not let her go until she loses all the money. And the insightful fox perfectly understood these disgusting crooks. However, they will not be able to deceive the powerful nine-tailed. Therefore, she confidently agreed to try luck again. The manager kindly explained, she can continue to play the same exciting game. However, now the girl should put at least 10 coins at a time. However, for starters, she asked to give her all the money that she had already honestly earned in previous rounds. At this moment, the respectful manager held her into an elite house, where the largest players of the city gathered, and asked to patiently wait until they prepared an impressive amount of money. In this prestigious playing house, the atmosphere was already completely different, more tense and serious. Here the bets were calculated not by a penny, but by solid amounts. At this moment, the provision of the manager brought her various colored signs. White represented 10 coins, red, 50, and black, whole 100. To begin with, a cautious girl decided to carefully observe the first 3 games before starting to risk large amounts. In fact, she already mentally imagined how the hero would be delighted when she saw how much money she managed to earn for their joint trip. Meanwhile, the brave guys finally reached that very rich mansion in the city. After waiting until the careless guards passed by, the clever body cleverly jumped over a high fence. Looking around everything that was coming down, the decisive Khan of Siki immediately quickly climbed after him. Then they ran through the vast territory of the house, like real experienced spies. The hero was in a hurry to save his uncle. After all, there was no time for thought. It was necessary to urgently find him in this labyrinth of buildings. Of course, the practical bottle understood that in a situation where they did not know anything about this mysterious place, it would be better to catch one of the servants and ask about the layout. However, it seemed very strange to Bottle that in the vast territory of the estate, almost no one was on guard. It looked suspicious for the home of such an influential person. At this alarming moment, bright torches began to light around them one after another, which means that these people knew in advance that the uninvited guests would come and carefully prepared a cunning trap. At that moment, armed spearmen surrounded them tightly from all sides, preventing them from stepping in any direction. However, the naive body did not know what was usually done in such critical situations. The experienced hero knew very well. Usually people give up without resistance and pray for mercy. Hearing these words, the hefty thug, standing in the middle of the formidable warriors, laughed loudly and contemptuously. He understood. Those who came to them were desperate, reckless morons. Once they dared to climb here, they should be ready to lose at least one hand or leg. Then the smart body realized they simply have no other choice. It would be necessary to use his precious combat amulets. He asked Khan Siki to cover him while he would concentrate, read a complex spell. The hero wanted to know how much time he needed to hold out against this army. However, at that moment, a cunning guy, taking advantage of the distraction of the hero, already quietly hid behind the stone wall, hoping that the comrade would be able to clear their way to retreat. At that moment, part of the experienced fighters chased after the fugitive, and part attacked the hero to grab him alive. However, deftly using the head of one of the soldiers as a step, the warrior also acrobatically jumped over the fence. The commander immediately shouted angrily on his sluggish people, demanding that they immediately catch the insolent fugitives. They were granted very dexterous and dangerous guys this time. However, he was sure, all the same, they could not leave the pursuers. At this moment, the triumphant Sori just won another large bet with a pair of Pigkorov, and she gratefully took all the chips to herself. Fortunately, she had already earned more than enough. Now she could calmly go home, where her Khan Siki probably waited anxiously. However, now she needed to choose a new desired bet for the final game, and she paid special attention to the map of the tiger lying right in front of her. Obviously, all those present immediately started and tensed. The puzzled girl did not understand what she did so special. Then an experienced man excitedly explained, "This bet means that it claims the deck will consist of the rarest pair of tigers." The manager explained in detail. If it really turns out to be a couple of tigers, then it will multiply her winnings 10 times. But if not, she will lose a third of all the money earned, that is, a third from all her winnings. The man considered that an inexperienced girl is not very versed in the intricacies of the game. Therefore, he generously proposed to cancel her risky bet, or to continue. Then she will have a chance to win 5 times more. However, she resolutely put everything on a powerful tiger, realizing, if she wins, she would take 5 legendary gold toads. As a result, solemnly turning the first card, everyone saw. There was an ordinary pair of cows. In the second, there was a pair of pig dog. And finally, the last bet. The long-awaited double tiger really flaunted there. As a result, the jubilant Sori really managed to win a grand victory. Therefore, the girl joyfully asked her uncle manager to immediately bring her the promised toads. However, the courteous manager asked the girl to follow him. After all, the winners with a double tiger received a special honorary treat. She became the real pride and legend of this gambling house. However, the prudent girl politely abandoned such a treat. She was quite enough for gold toads. The manager persistently tried to explain. She would regret it a lot if he just leaves. After all, it was a truly unforgettable experience that she could not even dream of. Indeed, in the ideas of a curious girl, it was something incredible and tempting. The foxes by nature were very curious creatures. But at the same time, in her opinion, Kanseki patiently waited for her. He, apparently, simply wandered around the city somewhere, because he did not have money at all for entertainment. But still, it was extremely interesting for her to see that they had such a special manage for the winners. Therefore, she agreed to follow the courteous manager with curiosity. They headed to the owner of this prosperous gambling house. The manager was sincerely surprised that the educated Sori did not know this outstanding person. He was considered the greatest and most influential person in all this vast settlement. And Sori was very interested in, who is this mysterious man so powerful? However, soon, sitting near the luxurious table inlaid by jewelry, the servants left the guest to wait for the arrival of the master. The girl during this time with appetite drained all the exquisite drinks placed at the table. And when the legendary owner of the gambling house finally came, he was pleasantly amazed. His guest drinks expensive alcohol so excellently. Then he cordially greeted the unusual guest and courteously introduced himself. An influential man was called Jan Jukon.